that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone, bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. Is that going to go all the way? 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
In Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, where Derbyshire need a further 20 runs to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on as they start on 86 for 8. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. Morning, Dave.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Sun is shining. What will today have in store? What will the fortunes be for Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire? It was quite an extraordinary first day, and in particular, quite an extraordinary final session yesterday when we had 39 overs between tea and the close and 13 wickets went down. Even I can work out that's 8 too many, and be a wicket every 3 overs.
That was madness, wasn't it? Absolute madness. We had Luke Fletcher getting his passing 350 first-class wickets. He was on a hat-trick at one point. The batsmen looked keen, though. They were already walking down the steps away to our left-hand side. The Nottinghamshire players are coming round the back of the players' pavilion. I'm not entirely sure why, but that's where they're coming from. Some of them went back that way when they were out, some of them didn't. I was just talking to one of the photographers, not David Griffin, who said he was leaving the ground just after tea, and drove around the back of the players' pavilion and almost ran Ben Slater over. He was trudging back after being dismissed for that excellent century. First ball he faced after tea last night, and he clearly had, well, he didn't have cars on his mind. He didn't have cars on his mind.
No, that particular photographer was sent down here for the first 2 sessions. I mean, obviously we'll have got Ben Slater's century. I would imagine that will be the standout photo, but crikey, how much cricket was missed.
Well, he did say, did I miss anything in the last session yesterday? No. By the time we finished at 7 o'clock. Carnage. Absolute carnage. Anyway.
Derbyshire clearly this morning have got to get these 21 runs, haven't they?
Yes,
then,
that's key.
It sort of throws it back to Notts to make their mind up. Well, are they just going to bat through the remainder of today and half of tomorrow and put big runs on the board, and then second time round Derbyshire are perhaps going to have to bat for a day and a half either to chase down an improbable target or get the draw. But the great thing with cricket is you never know. We've seen 9th and 10th wicket partnerships go on and on and on and on, and especially against Nottinghamshire over the last year or two.
Well, there was one yesterday, wasn't there, up at Durham? There was 30 for 8, I think, at one point, Warwickshire, weren't they? And their recovery was still double figures. But anyway, let's see what happens. Stuart Broad's changed ends.
Yeah.
He's going to be bowling from the City end, and he's going to be bowling to Brooke Guest, who is the last of the recognised batsmen, if indeed he is recognised as a batsman. I know they believe that he is more than capable with the bat, and he's done okay. We welcome 5 Live Sports Extra listeners as well to the Incora County Ground, just ahead of the first delivery of day 2. It's going to be bowled by the England star Stuart Broad. Luke Fletcher, 3 for 23 yesterday, was as good as anybody with the ball, passing 350 first-class wickets. Derbyshire start on 86 for 8. Broad is bowling to Brooke Guest, who just guides that one down into the gully area where it's fielded by Lyndon James, and we're up and running on day 2.
I make it we've gone a minute or 2 early here,
yes,
which is going
to... You're right.
Just mess me about for the BBC Radio Nottingham updates. Yeah, I thought Broad looked good yesterday.
Yeah.
He's obviously found good rhythm. Little strange, as we've noticed here, that he bowled well and quickly from this end, and straight away perhaps there's a change in the wind, but he's opted to go from the City end.
He's going slightly downhill. Ball will just move away from Brooke Guest as he leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Tom Moores, the Nottinghamshire wicket keeper. So he's got a slight slope in the favour of the ball that moves away from the right-hander. And they're all right-handers that remain. There aren't that many, in all honesty. Derbyshire 20 away from avoiding that follow-on target, and that will shape how this game progresses throughout the course of today, and who knows, into tomorrow. Fingers crossed, into Sunday, as this next delivery is very much a leading edge out into the offside from Brooke Guest's bat.
You'd imagine if it went wicket straight away that the bowlers, having got ready for a session of bowling, that probably Stephen Mullaney, with a 170 run lead as it is at the moment, would enforce it. But I think if they do bat for half an hour these last 2 wickets, then in all probability Notts will elect to go out there and put more runs on the board today, knowing they've still got 2 full days then to have a go at Derbyshire.
But the trend, if they batted for half an hour, as this next one's outside the off stump from Broad and goes through to Tom Moores. Dave Bracegirdle just going to update listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham. I'll be doing similar for listeners to BBC Radio Derby very shortly. And then we can settle down and settle in. There's a vulture circling. It's not a vulture. Clearly it's just a large bird of prey, but it just looks like there's a vulture circling the ground. That's not a good sign. The next delivery is short and left alone and moves away from Brooke Guest. Another good delivery from Stuart Broad, who did bowl nicely yesterday. 2 for 22, his figures from 8 overs yesterday evening. Bowled nicely, good rhythm, as you would expect, of course. But did bowl from the racecourse end, from our end here in Derby. Broad sets off again. 3-4 slips in place, bowls, and oh, he plays hard at that one, Brooke Guest. It goes through to Tom Moores. The first over is a maiden, so Derbyshire remain on 86 for 6. Brooke Guest on 6. Ben Aitchison yet to get off the mark. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. Stuart Broad's figures, and here comes Big Luke Fletcher, who did bowl from the racecourse end yesterday. 3 for 23, his figures from 10 overs. Bowled really nicely. Was on a hat-trick at one point when he dismissed Finn Hudson-Prentice first ball. As Derbyshire subsided rather alarmingly. He's getting ready to bowl. We've had one over this morning, bowled by England international Stuart Broad. It was a maiden over, and Derbyshire remain on 86 for 8. Still 20 runs shy of the possibility of being asked to follow on here. If that were the case, you'd suspect that this game could be over quite quickly. A lot on Brooke Guest, who's on 6, and Ben Aitchison, who's yet to get off the mark. Only Sam Connors still to bat. Derbyshire 86 for 8, trailing by 170. First delivery from Luke Fletcher. Past the edge of Ben Aitchison's bat and through to the wicketkeeper. Aitchison waits now, and this one, he's got bat on it and he's been caught. So the first wicket goes down, very comfortably caught by Hasib Hamid at third slip. And Ben Aitchison goes before Derbyshire have added to their overnight total at 86 for 9 now, and on the brink of being asked to follow on. Very comfortable catch. Hamid actually stands slightly closer than the other slips at third slip, and it was straight into the breadbasket. Luke Fletcher has his 4th wicket of the match, and as I say, Derbyshire are 86 for 9.
Yeah, considering he got a 3-ball duck yesterday, Luke Fletcher, as you say, I think he'll be quite happy with how things have gone here at Derby. Of course, he's got 4 wickets. He also executed a run out yesterday. Yes. One of the key moments, I think, to send back the opener, Tom Wood. That sort of opened a door early and got Notts a little bit of momentum very early on. But 86 for 9 here, and as I said, Notts looking to knock these last 2 over. And if they do have that lead somewhere between 160 and 170, it may well be that Derbyshire are stuck back in. But that's all in the future. It's a little surprised that, I know it's difficult, it's extremely difficult, but there was certainly no sign of Brooke Guest trying to get a single and try and shield Ben Aitchison in the previous over. He was quite happy to let the last couple of balls go by, wasn't he?
Yes. He's still very early in his first-class career as well, of course, Brooke Guest, so it's an inexperienced tail that Derbyshire have. Sam Connors, who's playing, I think, his 11th first-class match, is the new batsman, the last batsman. He's taking guard now. Did hang around in the Bob Willis Trophy first innings last season in the match played at Trent Bridge. Hung around with Lewis Deploy, made 5 from about 80 balls. So he's capable of hanging around, but Luke Fletcher is quite the proposition at the moment, and he's looking for a fiver. 4 for 23 from 10 overs and 2 balls, 4 maidens.
His career best is 5 for 27, so that's on the line as well.
He's in bowls to Connors, who defends this up towards Stuart Broad at mid-on.
I make it 6 ducks in the game now, out of the 19 wickets that's gone down. And of course, it just extends it, that period that we're talking about from yesterday, from tea until the close, 13 wickets in 39 overs, so it's now 14 in 41 that have gone down. Quite extraordinary.
Yeah, crazy. It's a perfectly good pitch as well, as we saw from that 163-run partnership between Joe Clark and Ben Slater yesterday. Batted beautifully, the pair of them. Fletcher bowls, Connors drives very nicely up to Stephen Mullaney at extra cover, but there's no run.
The other thing, if the wicket does go down sometime soon with this pair bowling, I think it's a long time since Knott's bowled a side out in either inning. He's just using 3 bowlers, because it's been mainly Fletcher and Broad, with a little bit of Dane Patterson, of course, who came on and got 2 wickets. So only the 3 bowlers
he
used.
bowled nicely as well.
Yes, he did. Yeah, kept up the pressure. You can sometimes undo a lot of the good work from the opening bowlers, can't you? By your change bowler going for a few, but none of it.
Slips are ready. Connors is ready, and he leaves this one alone. It was a, excuse me, a shorter delivery from Luke Fletcher, and it was a bit too wide of off stump, really, for Connors to be interested. He just lets it go through to the keeper.
Whilst we've got Luke Fletcher bowling, and we're on 5 Live Sports Extra, just to mark your card, those of you that like to listen in to Kevin Howell's interviews, lunchtime interviews. Today he's got Darren Stevens, who of course is celebrating his birthday, his 45th birthday, and tomorrow Kevin has done an interview. In fact, he did it over breakfast this morning with Luke Fletcher, and that will be played during the lunch interval tomorrow. Kevin Howells with Luke Fletcher.
Fletcher bowls, and that's turned down towards fine leg by Sam Connors. I don't think he's going to get 4 for it. He isn't. The man down in the far distance cuts it off. That'll be Patterson down there, won't it? Leg byes, in fact, signalled, so Connors yet to get off the mark, but Derbyshire are off the mark for the day. They got back for a couple of leg byes there, which means that Brooke Guest will be on strike, and they've moved on now to 88 for 9. Minor celebrations to follow. Well, good to see that Kevin's going through all the list of former Derbyshire players, and both of those have spent time on loan here at Derbyshire. Luke Fletcher back in 2016, and Darren Stevens, I think 19, I think.
Did he play some T20s, Darren Stevens?
Yes,
I know
he
he
did.
came, but
yeah, he did.
It almost seemed like he was drinks monitor. Here's Stuart Broad from the City end, looking to polish it off, and that's an absolute beast of a delivery that's found Brooke Guest groping at fresh air. He looked to play down, I think, middle and off, and which is where the ball pitched, but it just nipped away and nestled in the gloves of Tom Moores. And there's a lot better batsmen around the international circuit that would have struggled to play that, let alone Brooke Guest, really just trying and striving desperately here just to eke out a few runs for his side. Fabulous delivery.
Yes.
4 slips, Joe Clark at first, Ben Duckett at second, Asiba Mead, and then Liam Patterson-White. They go down as Broad bowls, and Guest again shoulders arms.
The only good thing about Ben Aitchison's dismissal, it means that his father, Ian, can get back to work.
Small wins.
Yeah. Be a good productive day, although we may well see him either bowl or bat again, who knows, before the end of the day, so keep tuning in, Ian.
I think it is all about just how quickly Notts can polish off this Derbyshire first innings as to whether Stephen Mullaney sticks them back in again. Here is Broad. Passed on by Tim Robinson. Nice looking shot into the offside. Didn't totally go through with the follow through, Brooke Guest, so it was only really a push into the gap, but he takes 2 runs. Stephen Mullaney doing the chasing out to the scoreboard side of the ground. And Derbyshire on to 90 for 9 in response to Nottinghamshire's 256 made yesterday, with a century from Ben Slater, 66 from Joe Clark.
Got to get to 3 figures. Come on, boys. Goodness sake.
real hodgepodge of different coloured clouds above us. We have got a bit of blue sky, but there's some really dark, threatening clouds, but also lots of the old white, fluffy cotton wool ones as Broad comes in, and this one wide of the target, well wide of the target. Tom Moores has to be light on his feet and get across in front of Joe Clark at first slip to take that one. 90 for 9 it remains, with 4 wickets to Luke Fletcher, including the one to go down today. Ben Aitchison gobbled up by a Seba Mead in the slip cordon.
Not far away from the lead being pretty much what Ben Slater and Joe Clark put on together now. 163, the lead 166.
90 for 9. Broad in once more, bowls. This one was targeted at the stumps, full and straight, but Brooke Guest keeps it out. I did note as well that apart from bringing up his 350th first-class wicket yesterday, Luke Fletcher, he also passed 500 across all 3 formats for Nottinghamshire, adding the one day and the T20 scalp. So 12 years or so in the game, he's reached a couple of milestones in this match, and as I say, he'll be chatting to Kevin Howells at lunchtime tomorrow, an interview they did at breakfast time this morning. Just about his career, about his autobiography he's got out, and about 1 or 2 other things. 90 for 9. Broad bowls and Guest. Final ball of the over. I'm not sure whether he was leaving that or it was in 2 minds, but either way, he's exposed the number 11 to this next over, which will be bowled by Luke Fletcher here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham, 5 Live Sports Extra. It's Derbyshire versus Nottinghamshire in Group 1 of the County Championship, and the home county in desperate need of some runs here.
Dire straits indeed. Fletcher will continue. He's just having a chat with Stuart Broad. Not a bad person to be having a chat with just before you start your second over, having already got 4 wickets in the bag.
Got some more cricket birthdays for you, Dave. Obviously, Darren Stevens we've mentioned. A couple of other names. Ian Healy, the former Australian wicketkeeper. He's 57 today. Rohit Sharma, the Indian opener, 34 today.
Sam Connors on strike. Luke Fletcher bowls him and beats him outside the off stump. Just a straightforward beating of a number 11 batsman for Luke Fletcher. They're underway everywhere else as well, which is good news across the country. You can, of course, listen to all the commentaries on the BBC Sport website and app. And even when we're not here, that's where you'll find us. Have a look at those scores over the course of this over, if it lasts long enough. As Connors waits, and it's not likely to, as he's beaten him again outside the off stump. This bowling's too good for the number 11, essentially.
Well, I actually had to smile from the previous delivery, and he's doing it again. Look, Stuart Broad keeps going over and having a bit of a word with Luke Fletcher. It's almost as if he's worked out how to get out the number 11 and can't understand why Fletcher hasn't done it yet.
He's telling him not to bowl so well. Don't get him to move quite so far, and he'll get the edge.
I won't get him out at the other end. You can get your 5 for Luke, is what he's saying. Go on, lad, get your 5 for, and nobody will be more proud if he does get a 5 for.
He's in again now. That's edged, is it? No, I thought I heard a noise there. But he's played hard at it. Didn't move his feet very much, Sam Connors, and it went through to Tom Moores.
Well, he did move his feet, but that was as the ball had gone past him and was on his way to Moores. It was almost sort of a subconscious reaction to the fact that he knows as a batsman he should be moving his feet, so I'll do it now. Better late than never, but the ball was already past him.
Clearly Derbyshire shouldn't be relying on a number 11 to get them over the line, but that's the situation they're in as Connors just leans backwards. It was a bit shorter than previous deliveries. Didn't really get up that much. Again goes through to Moores, but it was way wide of the off stump. Very comfortable in the end.
Yeah, that's
Connors to get out of the way.
That's not Fletcher's game, really, to bang it in short and try and give him a bit of chin music. Leave that to Stuart Broad. Fletcher will be looking to pitch it up and try and clip the top of the off stump or just catch the outside edge and hope that he will fly obligingly to one of the many in the slip corner.
Yes, just the 4 of them there. This one is full face of the bat, defended by Connors to Broad, who picks up at mid-on and applies some perspiration.
Big moment yesterday, I think, was Wayne Madsen, the skipper, going for naught. Stuart Broad getting him very early on. Madsen, of course, a fabulous player, all the experience in the world, and he's skippering Derbyshire in the absence of Billy Godalman. And then Matt Critchley, who's been in such great form, was just starting to get his juices flowing, I thought, was just chasing one or two, and predictably he nicked one behind to Tom Moore's.
He had a life or two, though, didn't he? Critchley on this occasion, as Connors is playing this one into the leg side. They're going to scamper through for a single here. I'm not sure Connors' ability to count to 6 has let him down there, because that was the final ball of the over. And the number 11 is going to be facing Stuart Broad now. Perhaps what he's been saying to me is keep him at that end for the first 5 and then give him a single final ball and I'll finish him off.
Well, it's options choice from Connors. Do I want to stay on naught, or do I want to have a run and go down and face Stuart Broad? But
I think I'd have stayed on naught.
Well, it's a nice one to tell the grandkids, isn't it? How he fronted up to a fired-up Stuart Broad at Derby that day back in 2021.
I'm not so sure. He got a 5 at Durham, and his mum went onto Facebook and put a "Congratulations, Sam, well done," with a little kiss at the end of it, and he went on straight after and said, "Mum, you're allowed to text me."
Stuart Broad starting a new over with one that slips down the leg side. 91 for 9. Broad beginning his 11th over, 2 for 24 his figures. Fletcher now 12 overs, 4 for 24, and Patterson 7 overs, 2 for 28. So we've not seen the captain Stephen Mullaney or Lyndon James, the young all-rounder. They could both bowl right on medium pace, or the spin of Liam Patterson-White. Next delivery from Broad is again down the leg side. Connors did well to get out of the way of it. Could very easily have just allowed it to brush a glove on its way through to the keeper.
It's a little walk to square leg there. The man under the helmet, Ben Slater, I assume, looks like Ben.
Yes.
Would have known Sam. Sam would have known Ben. Obviously, both came through the ranks here. Ben Slater just looked at the floor. No, I'm not, and you're not getting any advice from me, son. You're on your own here.
Here's Broad, full and straight maybe, will do the trick. It's nicked. It's well, it's been put down by Asiba Mead. He's checking the ends of his fingers on his right hand, just make sure there's no damage. He's parried the ball up in the air. They've taken 2 runs as it comes down here towards third man. Joe Clark and Ben Duckett chasing. And Mead, who's caught one this morning, has now put one down. It was above head high, thrust his arms, hands up in the air instinctively, got both hands to it, but couldn't hang on, and now he's wringing his fingers.
Yeah, just got the tips of them.
And bizarrely, I think he's taken a step closer. I'd have taken a step further back.
He should have caught it, really.
Should, yeah.
1 or 2 put down. I didn't know what disarray Derbyshire have been in if they'd been taken.
Broad to Connors, who's now on 3, nice and full, and drilled back to Stuart Broad, and for a moment the batsman thought about sneaking a cheeky single. Stuart Broad wouldn't have liked that. 93 for 9. The follow-on mark 107 draws ever closer. 14 away. Encouragement from Stephen Mullaney for his England fast bowler. Bright sunshine now, the ground looking an absolute picture as Broad past former Nottinghamshire and England opener Tim Robinson bowls with this one well wide of the off stump. Drifted off the radar, that one. Our other umpire at square leg, Billy Taylor, former Hampshire and Sussex seamer. Change to the field here. Lyndon James, who was at point, has been dropped back to the third man fence. The deep backward point fence really is pretty square for a third man. Broad in to Connors, who's nicked it down into the ground, and Hamid this time takes it safely on the bounce. End of another over. It's like the 5th of the morning. 93 for 9 Derbyshire. Notts made 2 5 6 yesterday.
Sam Connors will be going back to the pavilion when he's eventually out, if he is eventually out, telling everybody how he played that delivery from Stuart Broad with nice soft hands, lads. That's how you play him. You play it with nice soft hands. If you do get the edge, goes into the ground. Couldn't be simpler. Luke Fletcher's going to continue, of course, from the racecourse end.
Yes, I'm sure he'd be looking forward to getting his feet up if Stephen Mullaney opts to bat. But right now, more pressing matters on his plate. He'll be still looking for this fifer.
Guest on strike and going back into his crease to the first delivery from Fletcher and pushing it out into the offside where Mullaney does the fielding in the covers. 4 for 24 he has, Broad 2 for 26. And striving for this final Derbyshire wicket. Essex batting on down at New Road, Worcester. They're 281 for 2 in their first innings. And that remarkable game up at Chester Street after Warwickshire were dismissed yesterday for 87. Durham have moved on to 99 without loss after 50 overs. So it's tough going. As Guest waits and leaves this one alone. Outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Sussex 328 for 9 now at Hove against Lancashire. Leicestershire 273 for 5 against Gloucestershire down at Bristol. Middlesex 322 for 6 against Somerset at Taunton. Glamorgan 124 for 4 against Kent at Sophia Gardens, still trailing by 14, but that game is moving on apace. As Guest comes in again and bowls outside the off stump. Fletcher comes in and Guest leaves it alone outside the off stump. Surrey at 139 for 1 against Hampshire at the Oval. They lead by 47. And Northamptonshire are 51 for 1 at Headingley. They trail Yorkshire by 155. Underway everywhere. And as I said earlier, you can get commentary on whichever game takes your fancy on the BBC Sport website and app. Here is Luke Fletcher once again. Guest waits and he tries to fool everybody that he pulled his bat inside the line. I'm not so sure. He certainly pulled it inside the line after it had thudded into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Whether he managed to do it in time to get it away from playing at that ball. He would argue one way, I might argue the other. Guest on 8, Connors on 3. 93 for 9, Derbyshire. As Fletcher is in again, and that one is turned into the leg side, just about turned into the leg side. The modern world now, Dave, where if you get a text, it's quite unusual, isn't it?
It is.
You get a WhatsApp, you get somebody DMing you, I believe it's known as, on Twitter. I've just got a text, but it's good news. It looks like jab number 2
is imminent.
Well, bookable certainly. So that's my lunchtime project. As Guest waits and drives, but straight to Mullaney. He's fielding in the covers. It's the end of a maiden over from Luke. Is it the end of the over? Yes, it is. The end of the maiden over from Luke Fletcher. That's his 6th, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 24. He's bowled beautifully on his return to his former club.
So that's 3 each they've had this morning.
Yeah. Yeah. How much is too much work? That's the question, isn't it, as to whether they enforce the following. It is important that these 2 last Derbyshire batsmen stay out there as long as they possibly can, because it alters the mindset. Stephen Mullaney will have things going through his mind. He'll have spoken to the coaching staff and to his senior players as well, I'm sure.
He would have wanted Broad to be fit and ready and raring to go with the second or with the new ball at the start of the second innings as he comes in. And Sam Connors has definitely groped at one there outside the off stump and got nowhere near it.
I'm not sure Sam Connors is actually seeing it.
Did I call him Connors or Curran? I think we lapsed into Sam Curran a time or two yesterday. He's definitely Sam Connors, the right-hander out there. Still 4 slips. Lyndon James is back up at point, having dropped down to third man for the final ball of the previous over. Next ball from Broad is met with a full face and pushed up to mid-off. No run there. Stephen Mullaney just making sure that Connors hadn't come wandering out of his ground as he made as if he was going to throw. Very pleasant start to the day. We did get a full day in yesterday, although we did have a slight delay to the afternoon session. A bit of drizzle during the lunch period. And they were 10 minutes late coming back out as Broad bowls again. Now then runs to Connors, helping it into the offside. Lyndon James is after it, will be just a couple. That takes the score to 95 for 9. And Derbyshire need 12 more to put any questions, any issues about the taking of the follow-on to one side. If they do get those 12, it would be Slater and Hamid that would be certainly coming out to bat at the start of the Nottinghamshire second innings then.
I think Ben Slater would quite enjoy that, wouldn't he?
Broad to bowl to Connors, who's now on 5, 95 for 5. Broad is in. Oh, crikey, that was a quick delivery, and it's a good job that Connors just bobbed underneath it. Had to take fairly rapid evasive action to duck underneath that. That was a quick one.
It was an exceptionally quick one, and for a number 11 batsman, he's dealt with that really nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Really nicely.
Yeah, you've been out here for a while, you're happy to front up, you're happy to get on the front foot. So now we're going to unleash 1 or 2 short deliveries, and that seemed to be the message there from Broad. Will the next one be full and straight? Here he comes. Well, it was a good delivery, and it was a good bit of judgment from Connors, who knew it was going to bounce over the top, so left it alone. 1 wicket to go down today already. If you're just joining us, Ben Aitchison, he nicked Luke Fletcher off in the second over of the morning and was caught at third slip. Aitchison becoming the 6th duck in the match.
Dan Patterson just wimbling his arms there at mid-on.
95 for 9. Here is Broad once more bowling. This one's clipped in the air and it's gone for runs just to the right of the diving Patterson. Probably 3 here. Worked out towards the old pavilion. And they do come back comfortably for 3. Certainly in the air and just out of reach of the diving South African. 98 for 9. And Connors now protecting Brooke Guest by taking 3 from the final ball of the over.
He's practicing to be a night watchman here, Sam Connors. That was in the air for a long, long time, wasn't it? Patterson was interested. He dived away to his right-hand side and couldn't quite reach it.
So I wonder now, Stephen Mullaney having a chat with Stuart Broad. Might it be you've had 4, Stuart? Let's just see how this goes now, and he might bring Patterson on and give Broad probably 20 minutes or half an hour if they did get the wicket, and then obviously the 10 minutes between innings to just get himself ready to go again.
Luke Fletcher's last 5 overs and 2 balls, 4 wickets for 1 run.
Crikey.
He's in again now to bowl to Connors, and just ties him up a little bit.
He had a drop as well, didn't he? Right at the start of the innings, he had Tom Wood dropped by Liam Patterson-White. Fletcher's first spell was from the far end.
Almost took a caught and bowled as well,
Yes,
didn't he,
yeah.
from Matt Critchley, which would have been a very good return catch, in fairness. Couldn't quite get there. An update for BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby at the half hour coming up as Fletcher is in and bowls, and that's clipped nicely into the leg side. Stuart Broad goes down in instalments, but they don't get through for a single because he manages to get the right hand to it, diving to his right hand side. .98 for 9, if only it were for 8. The halcyon days when there were only 8 wickets down. Connors waits and Fletcher bowls to him and he's wrapped him on the pad. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. He didn't look massively convinced there, Luke Fletcher, in all honesty. Sort of joined in a little bit late after the slips had gone up and they didn't sound thoroughly convinced either. So as a result, umpire Billy Taylor decided nothing doing as far as Luke Fletcher's 5th wicket was concerned. He remains 4 for 24. Connors waits. As Fletcher bowls to him, and he defends it straight back to him. Nicely done, Sam Connors. Hung around, as I say, I think it was 80 deliveries in the partnership with Lewis Deploy at Trent Bridge last season. He made 5. But batted really, really well in support of Lewis Deploy, who batted as though it was a one-day game, on his way to 130 in the first innings. Fletcher sets off again. Bowls to Connors, who this time drives him straight back over his head down the ground for 4 runs. They need 5 to avoid the follow-on. The 100 is up for Derbyshire, 102 for 9, and Sam Connors has moved on to 12. Remarkable shot. Update coming up for BBC Radio Derby. Got to choose between REM and Simply Red. Might be asked a question that you won't be able to hear online. Fletcher's in again. Balls to Connors. Yeah, Derbyshire are inching towards the 107 runs they need to avoid being, or the possibility of being asked to follow on here. They have lost a wicket this morning. Ben Aitchison caught by Hasib Hamid at 3rd slip off the bowling of Luke Fletcher, who now has 4 for 28. He was out for 0. But Sam Connors, the number 11 batsman, has come in. He's on 12. Brooke Guest is there with him. He was there overnight on 6. He's moved on to 8. And Derbyshire 102 for 9. They're desperate to avoid the follow-on because if they're asked to follow on, they could well lose inside 2 days. If they can avoid following on, then they certainly won't. They need another 5 runs to do that at 102 for 9. I know, it was cake and balloons and all sorts. I popped in this morning. It looked like party time at Radio Derby. Oh, any doner meat? Any doner meat there? Is this? Oh. No. Cheers. Yes, it's Radio Derby's 50th birthday yesterday. Ian Skye, who's the presenter on the show at the moment, trying to suggest there was a large spread of food yesterday, but I don't believe him. First delivery from Stuart Broad was defended by Brooke Guest. Second one is off a leading edge out into the offside. It's going to be fielded there, moving around to the point region by Lyndon James. There's no run, so it remains 102 for 9. Stuart Broad's 5th over of the morning this. 0 for 9 so far. Luke Fletcher's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. In this spell after that 4 back over his head from Sam Connors that surprised probably Connors as much as everybody else as Guest waits and tries to flick this away down the leg side. They're tantalisingly close to that follow-on figure now of 107, just 5 runs away, just an edge through the slips and a sharply taken leg by away from avoiding the follow-on. After yesterday's tale of woe, a remarkable day, because the lead is now 154. One pair put on 163. He's in again, is Broad, and that one's driven. There's a single taken. They're going to come back for 2. I think Guest rather fancies 3 here, does he? No. Patterson gets there now, slides, picks up and hurls back so that it keeps them down to a couple. And now they are just an edge through the slips away from avoiding that follow-on. 3 more required. And that changes the entire complexion of the game, because Nottinghamshire would have to bat again. Speaking to Finn Hudson-Prentice last night, he says there's still enough in this pitch for Derbyshire's bowlers to be interested second time around. Guest waits, and that one is defended. Back towards Broad, he just turns around. He wasn't going to pick the ball up initially, but when it eventually pretty much caught up with him as he marched back to his mark, he decided he'd prevent any of his teammates the trouble of racing in to pick it up himself. So 4 slips, backward point, cover, mid-on, square leg, and Luke Fletcher out in the long grass at long leg away to our left-hand side, just out of our sight here at the Incora County Ground. As he's in again, it's Broad, it's driven into the offside. Nice looking shot, straight into the ground and straight into the hands of Stephen Mullaney. End of the over, 104 for 9, with Connors on 12 and Guest on 10. These two have battled nicely since Ben Aitchison was dismissed just 4 minutes into the day's play, caught by Hasib Hamid at third slip off the bowling of Luke Fletcher, without scoring, the 6th player to be out for a duck, as Dave Bracegirdle pointed out. That all started first thing yesterday morning, really, when Hasib Hamid himself was dismissed. Second ball. It's been a bit of a troublesome time all round for the batsmen, Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, although he was not out. Also failing to score as Fletcher begins a new over, left alone by Connors outside the off stump. Wayne Madsen, the first of the Derbyshire players to pick up a duck. George Scrimshaw came in as a night watchman. He was out for naught. Finn Hudson-Prentice came in to replace him, who was out first ball. And now Ben Aitchison joining that illustrious company of players with a naught next to their name. Getting close now, Dave.
It is indeed, yes.
The tension is palpable.
Sorry I'm so long. They nipped off for a burst of dirty dancing before they came to me.
Sometimes you have to. Fletcher bowls, that one is striking on the pad. There's a big appeal, it's going to be a leg by. Just for a moment there, Billy Taylor's right arm came out, but that was the sort of pre-signal to the signal of leg by. They now need 2 more runs to avoid the follow-on. They've moved up to 105 for 9.
Yes, I think it's, for me, it's past the point of asking Derbyshire to bat again, even though another couple of runs are needed. Broad has expanded a lot of energy bowling 5 overs, hasn't he? And Fletcher the same.
Yeah, he's in again now. That's left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest, who hasn't in any way protected Sam Connors.
No, might have been a significant drop, that one, by Hamid. That was 2 or 3 overs ago now, wasn't it? They might just have turned them round quickly had that been taken.
Yes, he'd made 1 at that stage. He's on 12 now. Guest on 10. Fletcher striving for the 5th wicket as he bowls and strikes the pad. This time it's only the slips and not really with any enthusiasm. Luke Fletcher not interested in expending any energy in an appeal on that delivery that struck the pads.
Dane Patterson's taking his cap off. Is he taking his sweater off now? He is down at long leg.
Yeah, I think we might have seen Stuart Broad for this morning, or the first spell certainly. Can't imagine he'll need a second spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 11 this morning, Stuart Broad. Guest waits. And this next delivery. Oh,
hold him.
The stumps, he has bowled him. The bail has been dislodged. Sam Connors runs off as though he knows he's not going to be, or he's going to be bowling next. Derbyshire dismissed for 105, and it's a 5 for Luke Fletcher. 5 for 28. Terrific bowling from the big man. Dane Patterson can put his sweater back on.
Fletcher's career best 5 for 27, so he's just missed that. Steve Mullaney stayed out there, look, chatting to Stuart Broad and now to the umpires. I wouldn't have thought the decision was made as instantly as Sam Connors made it look. Perhaps he just wanted to rush off. Yeah, so Notts aren't enforcing it because
Want the little roller.
it's the batting side, isn't it, that tells the ground staff, and we did see. Congratulations to Luke Fletcher from his teammates, and he's got both wickets to go down this morning. Derbyshire all out for 105. Good job by the 3 Nottinghamshire seamers. We only saw 2 of them today. Derbyshire so close, but in the end it was all immaterial. We think we're fairly sure that the follow-on hasn't been enforced. What have we got?
This morning I asked Derbyshire statistician David Griffin the last match in which Derbyshire lost inside 2 days, which if Nottinghamshire are going to bat probably isn't going to happen. I'm not going to rule it out completely, but probably isn't going to happen. It was the 9th and 10th of September 2004 against Essex at Chelmsford, which is where they go next, which is a slight concern. So it would have been something that doesn't happen all that often and hasn't happened for a long time. In fact, they've won inside 2 days since then. I think back in 2010, something like that. They did win inside 2 days. So,
do you not play next week then?
No.
Because Notts play it. I'm going to say, because I know Notts play Essex next week.
Oh, that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston on finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston on finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston on finals day. spot. Gone! The breakthrough. Gorgon bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston on finals day.
Apart, they're the kind of batsmen who like to play a few shots, so that might work in Derbyshire's favour potentially. I don't know. Anything could happen, couldn't it, really? So there's no point in second guessing what's going to happen, in all honesty. Nothing going to stop us trying to second guess it, but can't remember the last time when I second guessed something and it turned out to be right.
Well, Asiba Mead is on a pair. Ben Duckett is on a different sort of statistical mission, I guess. Perhaps looking to match a Mead and get 2 centuries in the same game. And of course, were he to do that, it would be 3 centuries in 3 innings.
They batted nicely in the first innings, Slater. Really nicely against his former club, of course. Just getting his feet moving at the moment.
This morning, 9.5 overs were sent down, and Derbyshire 19 for 2. Both wickets to Luke Fletcher, who finished with 5 for 28.
Terrific effort from Luke. Again.
The last one, I think the ball just rolled back on the stumps, didn't it?
Yes, I wasn't sure if it was going to dislodge them or not. Sam Connors will bowl the first delivery, and it's cracked away for 4 runs by Ben Slater. No messing. Short delivery from Sam Connors. And, he laid into that one. And he's continued where he left off up until tea yesterday. He's sent the poor old fielder Brooke Guest on a mission across the covers, just underneath the scoreboard, to retrieve the ball. So it will have dampened the ball a bit, judging by the fact he's just shaking his hand out there.
Mandy, am I alone in being a little surprised by the decision not to enforce the follow-on? I don't know, Mandy. It's not surprised me, as I said in commentary. I think they realise that the new ball is so crucial, and you want Stuart Broad and Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson, who didn't bowl today, so he's not an issue. But you want the other two fit and raring to go, and they've both just put 5 overs in. I know it's not a lot, but professional sport.
Next delivery's fuller in length and left alone by Slater outside the off stump. It has gone out of fashion to a large degree as well, enforcing the follow-on.
Mike Brown, half the job done, remaining optimistic. That's what we want to hear from the Nottinghamshire supporters. Of course, the Derbyshire followers will be desperately looking for wickets this morning, and I guess they need to learn the lessons from yesterday. Put the ball in good areas and catch your chances.
So they need to bowl better than that's a full toss, and it's punched away for 4 runs by Slater. Poor delivery, searching for the Yorker, presumably, and turned into a just slightly above knee-high, thigh-high, full toss that Slater has dealt with. He moves on to 8 without loss.
Imagine the ball's going to need a bit of scuffing up as well. He didn't have to give it a whack.
Didn't he just? Yeah, he's seeing it well, Ben Slater. After his century yesterday, why wouldn't he be?
So just point me in the right direction. There's nowhere on the board, Dave,
for a lead.
It says lead.
No,
is that
yes.
correct? Okay,
I believe,
saves me looking.
I believe you're right.
Saves
I
me
believe
looking.
you're right. Connors bowls, and this one's off on the edge this time, into the ground, and squirts to Brooke Guest at point. No, I don't think there is, actually.
Okay.
It's a very good shout.
It's when we've been going for about 60 overs, and every time I've struggled to work it out, and then, well, why didn't you look there, you fool?
Yes, what's 3 and 5? The 3 and 6. Is it 5? I can't.
Wow.
The bonus points.
Yes, 3 and 5.
3
5
and
to
5.
Notts, 3 to Derbyshire. Of course, that's all done and dusted now.
Connors in again to Slater, who defends this one up towards mid-off. Tom Wood comes around to do the fielding.
I did say as we went off for a quick comfort break that we'd tidy up all the relevant bits and pieces, which I'll do during the course of the next over. Not a pretty scorecard for Derbyshire, 105 all out in just 34.5 overs.
Yes.
Only 3 bowlers used.
They didn't make the best use of the bat, did they really? Connors is in and bowls, and off the back foot to turn into the leg side by Slater. It's picked up there at square leg by Finn Hudson-Prentice. End of the first over, 8 from it. A couple of boundaries to Ben Slater, who's got all of them. Asiba Mead is yet to face a delivery, 8 without loss, and therefore leading by 159.
So Notts were 256 all out yesterday. They were 204 for 5 at tea, and then there was absolute carnage afterwards as Notts lost their last 5 wickets. And then when Derbyshire battered, they lost Lewis Rees, caught Morseball Broad for 11, Wood run out by Luke Fletcher for 10, Deploy LBW Patterson for 11, key wicket, Wayne Madsen, LBW Broad, without scoring. Matt Critchley had a little bit of fun. He was comfortably the top scorer, making 33, caught behind by Moores off Patterson. Harvey Hussain, LBW, Luke Fletcher for 2. George Scrimshaw promoted to 7 as night watchman, caught Moores, bowled Fletcher 0. Here's Lewis Rees going to bowl to Hamid, who's on a pair, leaves the first ball alone. Brooke Guest was last out this morning. I'm reading these in scorecard order. Bowled, it says, by Luke Fletcher for 10, but just sort of jabbed down on the ball and it just trickled back behind him, and almost as soon as he'd sort of got his instincts about him and turned round, the ball had nipped off a bail. Finn Hudson-Prentice, he got a first bowler from Luke Fletcher yesterday, bowled for 0. Aitchison caught a Mead, bowled Fletcher 0. That was the first wicket to go down today. Next one wide of the off stick, and Hamid lets it go, leaving Sam Connors unbeaten on 12 and also second top scorer in the innings. Push me up the order, Skip.
Nothing to it, is there? It's batting like.
Connors faced 30 balls and hit 1-4 in his 36-minute stay, and that 36-minute stay meant that Nottinghamshire, really, whether they were in two minds or not, have opted not to enforce the follow-on. We didn't see Dane Patterson bowl today, so his figures remain unchanged. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28 as Rees is in, and Hamid has played over the top of that, I fancy. The ball getting between bat and pad and was very close to off stump. Stuart Broad, his final figures, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 33. Probably bowled better than that in his sort of enforcer role. You're not going to take liberties with Stuart Broad, are you? And he did once again give his all there for the cause. Luke Fletcher was the wicket-taking hero for Nottinghamshire. Sometimes misses out, Fletch. One of county cricket's unlucky fellas. That's his belief anyway. As the next one again goes through to Harvey Hussain, but he got his reward. 14.5 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 28, and I think at one stage you had some figures to say he'd taken 4 for 1, which may even have been improved with that final wicket. But he bowled a very, very good line throughout, Fletcher, just attacking the top of off, and
just before he was hit back over his head by Sam Connors, which will have spoilt it rather.
Yeah, prevented him from getting career best figures. Rees in again to Hamid, who's still on a pair, pushing this up to mid-off, no run. Steve says, personally, I'm not surprised about the follow-on decision. The pitch seemed flattish this morning. Don't want to be chasing 150 last up. May well have been the thinking, Steve. Question normally in this sort of situation is how long do you go on? I mean, knots may well be bowled out, and that's not an issue. That's a tidy maiden from Lewis Rees as Hamid lets the final ball go through. But with so much time in the game, it's not that much of an issue, is it? They can comfortably, if they can manage it, bat all day today and have a look tomorrow morning. But it may not be the case. Wickets may tumble through this innings.
Sometimes I just think captains like not to have to make that decision, if that makes any sense. So that it might work in Nottinghamshire's favour if they are bowled out, I don't know, mid-afternoon tomorrow, and then they don't have to make the decision. And if anything does go wrong, then they say, well, it was just the course of the match, really.
Yeah.
Sam Connors will bowl from the racecourse end to Ben Sledge, who dabs it down into the offside. He'll go through for a quick single. It was well judged as well. Tom Wood comes racing in to do the fielding, but the batsmen were on the same wavelength there and raced through for the single. Update for both BBC Radio Nottingham and BBC Radio Derby coming up. Dave Bracegirdle will be back with us very shortly. 9 without loss, a lead of 160. Even I can do that maths. I always like it when the maths is simple. Nothing worse than complicated maths on the radio. /stream /internet. Hamid then to face his first delivery from Sam Connors. And the first one's a full one. He turns it into the leg side. They go through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps by Lewis Rees, and it misses the stumps, but hits Tim Robinson, the umpire, on the right ankle. He doesn't appear to have suffered any damage, and Lewis Rees has got a big smile on his face as he walks across the umpire. He'll just tap him on the back here, I fancy. Sorry about that, Tim. Yep, there we go. Little tap on the back just to apologise, as Tim Robinson couldn't lift his leg high enough to get it out of the way. There was somebody backing up as well. Tom Wood, I think it was. So it wouldn't have gone for overthrows. 10 for no wicket as Slater waits and cracks this away for 4 runs out to the backward point boundary. Can't bowl there to a man in form, Sam Connors, and that was beautiful from Ben Slater. He's moved on to 13. Hamid has 1. 14 without loss in the 3rd over, a lead of 165. Derbyshire got 3 slips in place, and Finn Hudson-Prentice has just been sent out to the square leg boundary. Short delivery on the way from Sam Connors to Ben Slater, I fancy. No, full delivery, very full, and it's pushed out into the offside. Tom Wood does the fielding. Bluff from Sam Connors. After an hour's play today, Derbyshire dismissed for 105. No follow-on enforced. Notts 14 without loss, second time round with Slater on 13. He's already hit 3 fours. He's only faced 10 balls. He waits now as Connors bowls to him, and it's pushed back down the pitch towards him. Good lineup at Why Not this year. Stereophonics, Manic Street Preachers, bit of a Welsh flavour. Update coming up. Is Nottinghamshire a batting second time around? They're 14 without loss, having dismissed Derbyshire for 105 this morning. They were 151 behind, and Nottinghamshire did have the option of enforcing the follow-on, but decided against it after Sam Connors had batted for 36 minutes for 12 not out. Brooke Guest, the last man out, for 10. At the moment, Ben Slater on 13, and Hasib Hamid has 1, as there's a big appeal for leg before wicket turned down. And Nottinghamshire are 14 without loss, leading by 165. It's a big-ish shout, certainly. Nothing worse than a wicket falling during an update. Although Derbyshire fans would have taken that one, I think, no question. Conversation going on between Matt Critchley and Wayne Madsen and Tom Wood. Matt Critchley's got his hands deep in his pockets. He's going to be fielding in the covers. I reckon we'll see him before lunch. I don't think there's much doubt about that. I'd be disappointed not to see Finn Hudson-Prentice reasonably early as well after his career best figures yesterday. Bowled really nicely. 4 for 36 as Rees begins a new over from the City end. Bowls wide of the off stump. And it goes through to Hussain. Ben Aitchison bowled nicely as well. 3 for 27. The leading wicket takers for Derbyshire this year, though, Hudson-Prentice and Critchley. Hudson-Prentice with 11, Critchley with 14, and then Connors and Aitchison with 9 apiece. Lewis Rees, just the 4 wickets so far this season at 64. But he does have an exceptional economy rate of 2.7. He's on his way in again now. Bowls to Hamid, who pushes this out into the offside. It's Critchley who does the fielding. Big Luke Fletcher, who's gone for a little wander around the boundary with that boater. Got a ball in his hand though. You can't get the ball out of Luke Fletcher's hand. Has to be doing something with a cricket ball all the time down there. And his Notts puffer jacket wrapped up against the cold. It is still fairly chilly out there. As Rees is into Hamid, who plays at that one just outside the off stump, goes through to Harvey Hussain. Just so that Luke Fletcher's walking around the boundary there, and he's still got a cricket ball in his hand. He's just tossing it from one hand to the other, but it's such a natural thing for him, isn't it, to have the ball in his hand? Even though he's having a lap of the ground, he's still got the cricket ball in his hand. Bowled beautifully. 5 for 28. His final figures. Derbyshire bowlers need to emulate that. Rees tries now, and this one's turned into the leg side by Hamid. He picks up his second run as Sam Connors comes in off the long leg boundary to do the fielding. 15 without loss, 166 the lead at the end of the over. Slater is already on 13. 12 of those have come from 3 hits to the boundary. That wasn't the end of the over at all. What am I talking about?
It's the swapping over, isn't it, from right-hander to
Yeah.
left-hander.
Completely fooled me. Doesn't take a lot, really, does it? Regular listeners will know. He's got 2 slips in it. It's either 2 slips in a gully or 3 slips, but one of them's 4th slip. Either way, they're all crouching down, and Rees bowls to Slater, who plays it up towards a wideish mid-on. George Scrimshaw does the fielding. Move on to 16 without loss. Slater on to 14. I'm not getting fooled this time, Dave. Not getting fooled this time. Although I did have a double take.
Finn Hudson-Prentice already whirling his arms around.
Well, I'd be surprised if we didn't see him before. And so's Critchley, look.
Well, he's into the attack very early on, wasn't he? In the first innings, I think he came on for the 7th over in the first innings.
Rees bowls to Hamid, who pushes this out into the offside. In comes Brooke Guest to do the fielding, and I'm fairly safe. That is the end of the over, and here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, who bowled really nice. I'm just saying there, career best figures of 4 for 36 in the end, was it? 4 for 36, yeah, career best figures for him. Ben Aitchison, of course, 3 for 27, but the 2 leading wicket takers for Derbyshire this season now are Matt Critchley and Finn Hudson-Prentice. So Wayne Madsen, the stand-in skipper, Billy Godleman still absent with that groin strain, wants to get his 2 leading wicket takers into the action as quickly as possible.
Connor's only getting 2 overs this time.
Don't take one early on, you're toast. Off you go. Thanks, Sam. And he raced off. He was very keen to bowl because he ran off the pitch when Guest was out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Can't wait to get bowling. He has conceded 14 runs in his 2 overs, though, so not quite at his best.
Scored 12 with the bat, conceded 14 with the ball. It's
Giving them back and then some straight away.
It's Finn Hudson-Prentice. Bowled well in the first innings, 3 wickets, but the first ball ducked yesterday with the bat. Slater will push this towards mid-off, partially stopped, but they take the single nonetheless, and Slater on to 15, not 17 on the board, adding to the 151, so 168 is the lead.
He was a little bit annoyed with himself there, Tom Wood, that he didn't clutch the ball in.
Mark says, my preferred scenario now is for just a breezy 175 all out or so by 5:30, then 2 or 3 Derby wickets down at stumps needing over 300.
Right, we'll see what we can do.
Derby should probably take that. The ball knocks out for 175. 17 without loss. Next ball well wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. 175, that'd be a 320 run chase over 2 days. I think from the situation that they're in right now, they'd probably snap your hand off. They're hoping for better, of course. They'll be hoping to run through the Notts top order, and it may well happen, but if they could be left 320 or less over 2 days. Thoughts of last year at Trent Bridge would surface as Hamid cuts this one to a wide-ish third man. They take a couple more. Hamid up and running. He's on 4, doubling his score. Total on to 19 here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham.
Might be a little early to invoke the spirit of Trent Bridge. There's a long way to go before we get anywhere near that.
Finn Hudson-Prentice past Tim Robinson. Of course, the umpires have changed ends now as we're into the respective second innings of the match. This ball's blocked by Hamid.
Did you see the throw from Lewis Rees that hit the umpire, Tim Robinson, on the ankle? He shied at the stumps, missed the stumps, but didn't miss the umpire. Came across and gave him a little pat on the back of apology.
Doesn't do to upset the umpires.
No.
Hudson Prentice to Hamid. Plays this on the leg side. I've got such a good understanding already, this pair. Only been together really for the final 3 games of the Bob Willis Trophy last year and a few matches this season, but already 3 century opening partnerships. One of them, in fact 2 of them double 100 partnerships.
He's done something to his bat, Hamid. He's just called for a new one.
20 without loss. Hudson Prentice down the leg side. Slater's hit this down towards the long leg. There were cries of catch initially, but it falls a long way short of long leg. And it's the end of the over. Slater will keep strike. 21 without loss, and Hamid can change his bat.
Okay, when somebody spots he wants one in the changing room, there's precious little movement up there. He's wandering off towards the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side, but no sign of a new bat as yet. The Derbyshire 12th man, Dustin Melton, today on sweater duty, not wearing a face mask or gloves, or has he got gloves on? I never quite understand what you're supposed to be wearing as far as protection is concerned. So Lewis Rees is going to continue, bowled a couple of overs already, just conceded the 2 runs. Of course, they don't want to concede at the rate that Sam Connors was conceding, which will have played on Wayne Madson's mind, I'm sure. There we go, selection of bats now for Hasib Hamid. Which one does he fancy? That one's not bad. Yeah, quite like that one. They're all your bats, man. There we go, he's happy with that one. With him and Hudson Prentice at the same end, there's more hair there than with the rest of the players put together, I think. Certainly more hair than there is in this commentary box, but fairly impressive locks the pair of them have. Rees then over the wicket, left armour, bowling to the left-handed Ben Slater, who just pushes this out into the offside square. Brooke Guest comes in to do the fielding. And there's no run. Oh, there you go, Dave. It's just having the width of his bat checked.
Yeah.
We were talking about, somebody had mentioned that yesterday. That's the first time I've actually witnessed it in person. Important person must have arrived in the ground, because there's a car being accompanied by one of the stewards over there. It's driving slowly, and it's like a man with a white flag walking in front of it. Unbelievable.
It's the old Tinternet dropped out. I can't make any sense of anything right now.
Yes, it looks like it has actually. This next delivery is defended by Hamid, and there's no run. It doesn't look promising actually. If anybody from the club's listening, just switch it off and switch it on again, for goodness sake. So I'm connected to the wired internet, so I think I'm all right. Jack. Which is pretty much what it sounded like, and it wasn't meant to. Rees in again from the City end poles, and that's carved away into the offside by Slater. Good piece of fielding by Guest, tumbling. Got everything behind it, made sure that it didn't get past him. As a result, there's no run. 21 without loss in the 6th over here. Nottinghamshire 172 in front. It's quite a simple sum as well, isn't it, which makes it nice. Just add 151 on.
Yeah.
I think most of those tricky ones. Slater waits and turns this into the leg side. There'll be runs here. There'll be at least 2 of them. I reckon there might be 3. Scrimshaw's giving chase. He's going to reach it before it gets to the boundary. They do come back for the 3rd. He hasn't got the strongest arm, the big man. And he eventually throws it in. I couldn't even see where it landed in the end.
The keeper caught it on the full.
Did he?
Yeah.
So he's thrown it to this end.
Well, the keeper had run out to the marked wicket.
I didn't see Harvey moving there.
No, Harvey he'd run.
I was going to say.
He'd run across about 5 strips to take it on the full.
He'd have to. He hasn't got a strong arm, Scrimshaw. He's got a Luke Fletcher arm, certainly. Hamid on strike now, and he defends this next delivery from Lewis Rees into the onside. Rees trots forward to pick the ball up. Van Aitchison starts warming up at fourth slip / gully. Big gap between him and Madsen. Lister Ploy goes through his bowling action. He'll come to something if he gets on. Bowls a bit of left arm stuff. I think he spins it. No actual evidence though. 24 without loss. As Rees is in and bowls that one. Just bounces a little bit on Hamid and deals with it quite nicely. The bat handle or glove into the leg side. It's the end of the over, just 3 runs from it. Nottinghamshire 24 without loss after 6 overs. Slater 19, Hamid has got 5. And as a result, they are 175 in front as things stand. Drinks and sanitisation stuff and all sorts being fetched onto the pitch now.
I was going to run through the scores, but laptop out of service, so we'll try the phone for the updates.
Get a bit of data used.
We'll get the phone, so there we are. Durham's openers are still there, 126 without loss. Remember the side from the North East Bowl, Warwickshire out for 87 yesterday. And the other match in Group 1 is at New Road, where Essex now 311 for 2 against Worcestershire. Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice round the wicket to Ben Slater down the leg side. And a bit of a lazy waft at it from Slater, doesn't get anything on it. Alistair Cook got a century yesterday. Tom Westley has just reached 3 figures. Dan Lawrence 53 not out. So Essex, like Notts last Sunday, making the most of what's probably a fairly low dead wicket. Group 2, Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, Bristol. Leicestershire 333 for 5. Century yesterday for Sam Evans. Lewis Hill has reached 3 figures this morning. 112 not out. Next one wide of the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Raining at Taunton, where I think they had a little bit of play, didn't they? Middlesex 338 for 7. Yeah, so they've lost a wicket this morning, but off for rain in the West Country. At the Oval, Surrey, who bowled Hampshire out for 92 yesterday, are 193 for 2. That rounds up Group 2. Group 3, raining in Cardiff, where Glamorgan 129 for 5, closing in on Kent's 138. Hudson-Prentice to Slater, again on his leg stick, and it's just helped away off the thigh pad for a single.
He's going to blame the footmarks here for Hudson-Prentice. Look, yeah, it's not right. It's not right. He's kicking away at them. Dust flying in all directions.
Slater on to 20. 25 without loss. 2 more at Hove. Sussex 328 all out yesterday. Lancashire 25 without loss. And at Headingley, Northants having a bit of a wobble. They're 81 for 5 now, replying to Yorkshire's 206. So you're up to speed. Here, Finn Hudson-Prentice striving for a breakthrough, bowling to Asiba Mead, and there's the Worcester block. Gets forward and makes sure that the ball's not going to do anything ungainly. Absolutely stifles it. 25 without loss. The Bolton Wall, Asiba Mead holds the bat aloft and carefully places his feet, carefully positions his feet before each delivery. The batsman, very deliberate act. Hudson-Prentice in again and playing away from his body this time. Hamid chops it to point, no run. And about 40 minutes or so to go until lunch today. Didn't finish until, I think somebody timed it at 12 minutes past 7 last night, something like that.
7, wasn't it?
A lot of wickets falling, and obviously a change of innings. We've had the change of innings today, so I'd imagine we'll be at tougher side of 6:30 again tonight, one way or another, as Hudson-Prentice bowls one that Hamid leaves it alone with a bit of a flourish, a bit of an afterthought from Hamid to rehearse the leave. End of the over, 25 without loss.
The good thing about the Zoom call was it was such poor quality. I asked 2 questions and decided to sack it off because it was like talking to somebody on a phone.
Who did you talk to?
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Okay.
Yeah, who admitted that the bowling attack hadn't been as good as they might have wanted to have been either side of lunch. I don't think he could do anything but that. And then said he would have swapped his career best forfeit for a few more runs on the board. At which point I knew he was telling Porky, so I said no. I said, Finn, we'll finish it there, mate. Thanks very much. Here's Lewis Rees bowling to Ben Slater, who pushes this up to mid-off. Tom Wood ran himself out yesterday. That was the one that really sparked the collapse. You're right. The following wicket, which was Wayne Madsen, was key. But the run out, totally unnecessary. And if they've already been given a going over, weren't they, by the bowlers? You don't want to throw your wicket away like that.
Well, it'd been dropped as well.
Yeah, it was madness.
Headless chickens.
Yeah, afraid so. This one strikes the pad. Now then, there's a big appeal. Not out, says umpire Billy Taylor. Rees liked it.
Went LBW yesterday, Slater, but to the leg spin of Matt Critchley rather than one of the quicks. But must have been heart in mouth time there. You know, he's a little concerned because he's gone down and done a bit of gardening.
Let's get his concentration back and settle himself down. But yeah, Lewis Rees liked that one. We're at fine leg with no chance, and he's got his back to us. But apart from that, we're perfectly placed to adjudicate. He waits now and dabs it down into the offside with the toe end of the bat to Brooke Guest at point. In and around there, Lou, says Harvey Hussain, behind the stumps. Horrible dark clouds away to the west. I don't think they're going to affect us, though. The way the wind's blowing the Derbyshire flag on the members' pavilion suggests that that's going to blow away. So it's pretty much what's over our left shoulder that is of any concern. As Rees bowls and it's pushed into the onside this time by Ben Slater, picked up by Sam Connors. When I looked at the forecast, I don't look at forecasts very often, I have to say. It was a day or a day and a half before the start of the game. Saturday afternoon looked like the problem, but things tend to move on over the course of the game. There's a suggestion that yesterday it might be sunshine and showers. We had one brief shower. This one is driven down the ground by Ben Slater, and it's half stopped again by Tom Wood, and they scamper through for a comfortable single. Disappointed again, well, Tom Wood, that he didn't field that cleanly. Dustin Melton, I apologise to him, he does have gloves on and he is wearing a face mask, just in case anybody was concerned. He's walking around the boundary down below us now, the Zimbabwe-born South African overseas, as he is this season. Billy Stanlake available for the next match. Rees bowls outside the off stump. Hamid leaves it alone. Allows it to go through to Harvey Hussain. There's no run. Keep looking out for, at the end of the over, incidentally, 26 without loss. Slater 21, Hamid 5. Keep looking out for Billy Stanlake, because his quarantine is over today. If he fancies a day at the cricket, or whether he's going to keep a low profile. It's difficult for a man of 6'8" to keep a low profile, I would imagine.
Bit of 12th man duty. Get those drinks out there.
It'd be funny if they did ask him to do it.
Anthony says, guys, we should all salute scientist Tim Berners-Lee today. Without him, we wouldn't be watching this enthralling game on the live stream. On this day in 1989, the world next delivery. I looked up, and he was not quite at the end of his mark there, Finn Hudson-Prentice, and by the time I had read that, he'd unleashed it, but he was left alone by Slater. It went through to the keeper. On this day in 1989, the World Wide Web was first launched in the public domain. 1989. I think it's about 2005 I started using it. If then.
Who remembers that noise?
26 without lot. Oh, yeah. Next ball. Gone through to the keeper. I'm expecting an email, but it won't start up.
Yeah.
Richard, any idea why Mull didn't enforce the follow-on? Can only imagine it was down to the bowlers, and he wanted to have Broad and Fletcher absolutely rested up and ready to go with the new ball, because as we're seeing here, if you don't make the most of this new ball, it can be a really tough time in the field. And also, they leave themselves the possibility then of chasing something on the fourth day. 26 without loss. Hudson Prentice bowls, and this goes through to the keeper. Mike Brown, let's hope they bat like proper cricketers and not like headless chickens. That's twice headless chickens has had a mention in the last 5 minutes. Hope all's well, Mike. 26 without loss. Still got no Tinternet. So if anybody else has got in touch, I'm sorry they've not come through. As we approach 12:30, Finn Hudson Prentice past Tim Robinson's right shoulder and bowls a foolish delivery, which Ben Slater helps out as far as Tom Wood in the offside, and there's no run.
Derby Dazzler suggesting I'm much younger than I look. I've only just got the call for jab number 2. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Well, with mine, I mean, I've had one, but I've got the second one booked for in May. It was a case of click here, click here. They
Yeah.
click both dates at the same time.
Ah, well.
This one goes through to the keeper. Is there a story?
Well, not really. It's probably fairly dull. But I was called by the doctor's surgery for the first one. Thought, oh, I'm having it. That's excellent. Went down, had it, and the day after, the letter came to say you can book them both, which panicked me a bit because I hadn't booked my second one at the time, because that wasn't the system then. I was a day early, so I was quite pleased to see that pop up. It's on a free week as well, as far as cricket's concerned, for Derbyshire.
Hudson Prentice again to Slater, and it's going to be probably 3 here as he's helped it out into the offside. Chase again from Tom Wood, and yeah, they do turn and come back for 3. 29 without loss. Slater on to 24. Hamid has 5. Just every now and again, and he did it in that over. Lewis Rees, has he got some sort of knee support or leg support?
Right ankle, yeah. And he's got, I think he's just got like knee protectors, you know, when they field, and he pulls them up, doesn't he? Yeah, you can see it's a right ankle, I think. He has all sorts of ailments. What did somebody shout when in the last game against Worcestershire? To encourage him, they shouted, "Come on, the best one-legged all-rounder in the country." He does like a limp, does Lewis Rees.
I'll leave it with you for 2 minutes.
Cheers, Dave. Dave Bracegirdle will be back. That wasn't his leg falling off, it was just his watch hitting the desk. It's a fairly chunky affair. Lewis Rees continues from the city end and bowls, and oh, it hits the stumps and he's bowled him. It just dribbled onto the stumps, and the first wicket has fallen, and Ben Slater has gone for 24. A little fortuitous in the same way that Brooke Guest was dismissed earlier today. It dribbled onto the stumps and dislodged the leg side bail. Ben Slater goes for 24, and Notts are 29 for 1, leading by 180. Wow, poor old Ben Slater. That's 2 of those we've seen today. Lewis Rees picks up a much needed wicket, in all honesty. He hasn't been as productive with the ball this season as he was last season. 33 deliveries, 3 fours. That was a much needed wicket for Derbyshire. The dangerous Ben Slater has gone. Beautiful sunny day here at the Incora County Ground, as you'd expect, of course. It's always sunny in Derby. It's not particularly warm out there, I think it's fair to say. Update for BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly, hopefully. Lewis Rees gives the ball a good polish. New batsman is Ben Duckett. The first time around made 14. And Rees is on his way in and bowls to Duckett, who's looking to get off the mark straight away, but a good piece of fielding there by Matt Critchley, moving across to his right-hand side, grabbing it with his right hand. 2 we've seen of those now today.
Yes, yeah.
Bizarre.
The run machine is out.
Still waiting for my update.
Game moving on, isn't it? It's
Isn't it
3 wickets
just?
this morning again. 21 already gone down in the match. We've not even reached lunch on day 2.
Again, nothing untoward in the pitch.
No.
I mean, there's good bounce in it. Ball's moving around a bit. You'd want that as a bowler and as a spectator, in all honesty. 3 slips in place for Ben Duckett, who edges this along the ground beyond 3rd slip, and he's going to get off the mark with a couple here. 31 for 1.
In need of a score, Duckett, you would suggest. 4th match now, this, of course, and top score of 25. It's better than that, of course. England international.
Blimey, we've got a song to fit in before they come to me. So Rees is in and bowls to Duckett, who goes back into his crease and chops it away. It's well fielded, diving to his right by Brooke Guest, and he denies them a run. Nicely done by Guest.
He's made 2 or 3 decent stops through the course of the match, and obviously a wicket keeper by trade, but it showed he's got ability in the field.
Specialist number 7 batsman. I do like one of those. The luxury of a specialist number 7 batsman. Duckett waits and turns this into the leg side. Connors does the fielding.
There was time this morning where he was the number 7 batsman being protected by the number 11 who took the single from the final ball of a couple of overs.
Yeah. They don't do things in the conventional way, Derbyshire. Never have. Never will. It's part of their attraction. 31 for 1. Duckett 2. Hamid on 5. Duckett on strike, and he guides that off the edge of the bat down into the gully area and then sets off for a single, and Hamid quite correctly sends him back, because I don't think there was a single there, as again Guest does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. 31 for 1. Duckett 2, Hamid 5. Man out. Ben Slater bowled by Lewis Rees for 24.
We had the floodlights come on just after lunch yesterday, and they remained on for the final 2 sessions of the day. It's just starting to fill in a little bit away to the right. Say that's the west.
That's the west.
To the right.
And judging by the flag, it should be moving away but it seems to be creeping in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A rare sighting of a plane.
Yeah.
Down to the south. I haven't seen as many of those over the course of the last 12 months.
It's Finn Hudson-Prentice, squad number 33, bowling to Asiba Mead, nice and full, and there's the block and the hold for all the photographers around the ground from Asiba Mead. If you want to get a photograph of him playing the forward defensive push, well, stick around.
Plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, if he's there for any length of time. Holds the pose, whether he's played the ball or not. 31 for 1. First innings lead was 1-5-1. Next ball is defended again by Asiba Mead. couple of wickets this morning to Luke Fletcher, giving him 5 in the innings. And the second best figures of his career. He got 5 for 27 against Worcestershire in 2018 and 5 for 28 here over the last couple of days. And in doing so, yesterday he reached 350 first-class wickets and also 500 across all 3 formats for Notts. 31 for 1. Next ball is blocked by Hamid. And on top of that, he was interviewed over breakfast by Kevin Howells this morning for a feature during the luncheon interval tomorrow on 5 Live Sports Extra, if you want to listen to that. And today, Kevin will be chatting to birthday boy Darren Stevens, 45 years young, and obviously recently announced as one of the Wisden cricketers of last year. 31 for 1. Next ball worked away down to long leg by Hamid. 32 for 1, and Hamid on to 6.
Just got an update coming up for Radio Derby, which is a little bit later than normal. Nottinghamshire 32 for 1 in their second innings. It means they lead by 183. The man out, Ben Slater, bowled by Lewis Rees for 24. This all after Derbyshire were dismissed for 105 this morning. They were 151 behind. Nottinghamshire decided against enforcing the follow-on. Luke Fletcher finished with terrific figures, 5 for 28 after dismissing Brooke Guest, last man. At the moment, Hasib Hamid is out there on 6. Ben Duckett has 2, and Notts are 32 for 1. We're on Sports Extra as well.
Where Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 32 for 1, having lost Ben Slater. The run machine of yesterday was out for 107 yesterday, has been dismissed for 24. Over a 2 back. Played the ball from Lewis Rees down almost into the ground. Next delivery from Hudson Prentice outside the off stump. Duckett tried to cut at it, doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to the keeper. And Slater a little bit unlucky in that the ball just rolled back, agonisingly back from his perspective onto the stumps, knocked off a bail, and Slater had to go. 32 for 1 at the end of that over, and we're about 22, 23 minutes away from the lunch break.
Yes, 2 batsmen dismissed, 2 of the 3 batsmen dismissed today. The ball has trickled onto the stumps and dislodged a bail. Same happened to Brooke Guest, the last man out for Derbyshire. That the shot that Ben Duckett played out and missed there, the cut shot, he's been practicing that the entire time he's been out there. 32 for 1. Lewis Rees from the City end bowls. That one keeps low, but it's way outside the off stump. Didn't bounce at all. Hamid had nothing to do with it in any case because it was far too wide. And it eventually got its way through to Harvey, as saying no real pace in that one. But the pitch is blameless as far as the poor batting has been concerned. Poor batting and good bowling, combination of the two. There's been some very good bowling from the Nottinghamshire bowlers.
I've run into 1 or 2 wise old heads over the years that have just said, for the first 20 runs of your innings, only play between mid-on and mid-off. Don't mind practicing the cut shot.
Rees bowls again outside the off stump that goes through to Hussain, but he does like it, doesn't he?
He does.
He's back there now. He's at the non-striker's end. He's just getting into his batting stance. See what shot he plays here.
Well, that was his downfall at Worcester last weekend in the first innings.
Practice the leave, look.
Cut it straight to point.
Yeah, he's got, oh, there we go. 2 leaves and a cut to point for Ben Duckett, doing a bit of shadow batting at the non-strikers, and he's on 2. Hamid has 6, and he leaves this next delivery from Lewis Rees alone outside the off stump. Rees's radar's just gone AWOL in this over. We've had 3 dot balls, but he hasn't actually had to play at any of them because they've been too wide of the off stump. Ben Aitchison warms up.
And Hamid will leave it alone. He loves a leave.
Well, it's proper batting.
As we saw last weekend at Worcester, where he batted for 14 hours across the 2 innings, faced 635 balls, a record for the county championship.
He waits now, and Rees bowls too many drives for 4 runs out to the point boundary. Beautiful shot. He's been fed up leaving these ones wide of the off stump alone, and he's gone for that one all the way along the floor. Really nice shot. and he moves on to 10, 36 for 1, Nottinghamshire. There's only so many times you can leave without advancing your own personal score and the team score, so he's had a go at that one.
It's fairly risk-free, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice shot, really nice shot. And perhaps we'll tempt Rees to try a different line. Oh no,
Ooh.
He didn't like his run up there, and he's run straight through the crease. Is he okay? Yes, he's okay.
Just lost his stride pattern, and there we go.
He's
There's
man. I think his support has fallen down. He's got one on his ankle that almost gets to his knee, and then he's got one on his knee which is actually tightening there. So the one-legged all-rounder is sorting out his right leg here. Take him a moment or two.
Well, there's forms of protection virtually all the way from ankle up to knee, aren't there? It's completely covering his.
There's a man falling
right
apart, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Not when you're as young as he is. When you get to my age, you start to fall apart.
When you're the opening bowler and the opening batsman, it's a bit of a key role.
Yes, indeed.
Oh,
He's lost
done it again.
I don't think he's going to carry on here, you know. Lewis Rees isn't happy with his right leg. He's turning and going back again, but that's twice he's aborted. And he's very...
Looks more gingerly.
Yes, walking back to his mark, isn't he? He often limps. He does. No, he's a strange old character, is Lewis Rees.
Hamid will know all about his tricks. They were both at Lancashire together, of course.
Yeah. So Rees is ready. Third time of asking. He's flexing his right leg, his right knee, which is clearly the problem area. Ball in his left hand, of course, and he's in now and bowls. And that one is scooped away off an edge down to third man for 4 runs. And Rees is not a happy man at all. Score moves on to 40 for 1. Hamid on to 14. Rees has got his hands on his knees. Wayne Madsen is going to jog and find out exactly how his bowler is.
They're taking him off.
Yeah, and immediately the sweater has been removed by Matt Critchley. So that was why Harvey Hussain was calling for the helmet. And Lewis Rees goes lame with 1 ball of his 6th over to go. So just the 1 ball for... It's quite a risk putting a leg spinner on for 1 ball as well, isn't it, really? Because quite often it takes them a while to land it. And he's going to go off the field here. Dustin Melton is already on the field as 12th man. He's coming to replace Lewis Rees. And that is a monumental blow for Derbyshire, because we were joking about how if you're the opening bowler and the opening batsman, you really need to be in tip-top condition. Well, Derbyshire's opening bowler and opening batsman is limping his way off the field now. They're already without Billy Godleman. So I suspect that Wayne Madsen, Leah's deploy, will open the batting as and when Derbyshire get the opportunity to bat again.
I was a little surprised he actually delivered that that last ball, because he was clearly struggling from the 2 before then.
Yes. So the final ball of the over will be bowled by the leg spinner Matt Critchley. Let's hope Hasib Hamid has managed to maintain his concentration here. Critchley's in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Hamid. And there's no run, and Critchley completes the over. The least amount of work he's ever had to do with ball in hand. But that's not good news for Lewis Rees as he limped from the field.
I think Ben Aitchison's just got the nod from Wayne Madsen. Yes, he has. So he will be coming on from the City end. Just going to be a 1-ball spell for Matt Critchley for the time being. I'm sure we'll see more of him a little later on. Meanwhile, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's got through 4 overs, will be bowling to Ben Duckett, who's on 2. 40 for 1 knots. Add that to the 151 advantage from the first innings. Next ball is bowled to Duckett, start of a new over, and it's played out as far as Brooke Guest, who returns a horrible... He wouldn't like that if he'd got the gloves on. No. Brooke Guest, he wouldn't like a throw that was speared in towards the ankle. And that's what he delivered to Harvey Hussain on that occasion.
I mentioned that plane before. Colston works for the Derby Telegraph, covers Burton Albion, so the cargo planes never stopped, which is true enough, I suppose.
40 for 1. Hudson Prentice round the wicket to duck it on his pads. Turned this away nicely. May well go, but they should certainly run 3, even if it doesn't. In fact, it has crossed the rope now in front of the pavilion. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Nice bit of timing from Duckett, and he will be greatly enthused by that. Moves on to 6. Went cheaply yesterday, out for 14. But took that one away without too much trouble. 44 for 1 not.
Strange old chase by Connors.
Hudson Prentice just trying to get his line right as he bowls again to Duckett and push into the offside. Calls Hamid through for a single. And Tom Wood will do the fielding and we'll all swap over for the right-hander. 45 for 1. You're listening to the East Midlands derby between the two counties, joined by the A52, or the two major cities, Nottingham and Derby, joined by the A52, the Brian Clough Way. Give it all sorts of names yesterday, didn't we? The Chatsworth House versus Wollerton Hall derby. The Peak District versus Sherwood Forest derby. Here's Finn Hudson Prentice into bowl to Hamid. Low full toss, and that's been just pummeled back down the ground past the bowler for 4 by no-nonsense Hamid, who moves on to 18. 49 for 1 means the lead is exactly 200 if we've done the sums right.
4 boundaries in the last 7 deliveries, according to this.
Dustin Melton went to fetch it, the sub-fielder. His white Derbyshire kit actually looks more pristine white than any of the others.
He's not actually been on this. The first time he's been on the field this season, I think, Dustin.
Hudson Prentice bowls again to Hamid. That's a better line and length. And once again, the Bolton wall, happy just to get solidly behind it and push it out onto the offside. Had to change his bat 3 or 4 overs ago, Asib Hamid, but this one's sounding just as in tune as the previous one. He must have been exhausted last weekend, absolutely exhausted. And he said, obviously, he'd been fasting during the day, obviously celebrating Ramadan, which made his achievements even more special. 49 for 1 as he defends this one. He was on the field throughout the 4 days at New Road last weekend for all but 20 minutes. Quite extraordinary feat. 49 for 1, Nottinghamshire here, as we are very much in the run-in to lunch now, about 12 minutes away.
Mikey Cohen bringing out the sweaters. Matt Critchley's desperate for his. He's desperate for someone who's just going to wear a cap. Matt Critchley, we saw yesterday, doesn't feel the cold. Ball just the one delivery. A maiden ball for Matt Critchley as he replaced Lewis Rees. Now permanently replacing Lewis Rees is Ben Aitchison.
Scorers don't like it, do they, when they have partially completed overs? And
it's the second match in a row because Hudson Prentice went off 4 deliveries into an over up at Chesterley Street with he tried to field one with his foot. Well, he did field it with his foot.
Notts had it first game of the season at Trembridge against Durham, where both Jake Ball and Brett Hutton had to leave the action halfway through overs.
He's feeling his left ankle, Hudson Prentice.
Crikey.
Yeah. Definitely doing some exercises to test it out there as Ben Aitchison begins an over from the City end, balls down the leg side. Duckett tries to flick it away, makes no contact, the same moving to his right, claims it. The last thing Derbyshire want is to lose Hudson Prentice as well, but he's just standing down by the boundary here and he's definitely concerned about that left ankle. Left, perhaps Lewis Deploy will get a ball at some point today. At the moment it's Aitchison. They've got plenty of options. He's in now, ball that's clipped into the leg side. Sam Connors can't stop it with his hands, but it rolls up his chest and almost knocks into his nose there as he gets his body behind it. There's no run. Still the ground in sunshine, still up above. Very grey. As Dave said, lights on shortly after lunch yesterday. And that's when the wickets started to tumble. Aitchison bowls. Duckett goes back into his crease and pushes it back towards the bowler. There's no run. These two have added 20 in quick time following the dismissal of Ben Slater, the only man out so far in this Nottinghamshire second innings. 49 for 1 in the 14th over. Dave said the lead 200. Aitchison is in, and this one is turned into the leg side by Duckett.
Little bit of rain around. They anticipate getting underway after an early lunch at Taunton, where Somerset are playing Middlesex at about 1:10 Middlesex 3:38 for 7 in that one, and they've gone for an early lunch where it's raining at Hove. Sussex 3:28 all out. Lancashire 38 without loss in reply. Play everywhere else up and down the country. All the details on the BBC Sport website.
Slips in place as Aitchison bowls a full delivery outside the off stump. There'll be a shot at the stumps from Tom Wood that misses, and they get through for a comfortable single. Duckett moves on to 8, the 50 up for Nottinghamshire in the 14th over. I see a fresh guard taken here by Nasib Hamid. He's just checking that his original guard was okay.
The other two games in Group 1, Durham 165 without loss, replying to Warwickshire's
Check
87.
out the number of overs it's taken.
I know. Will Young, the evergreen Will Young, is 90 not out. Alex Lee's 73 not out.
Crawling along that game.
74th over.
Aitchison bowls. Defends into the offside. It's the end of the over. 50 for 1. Duckett has 8. Hamid has 18.
And similarly at New Road, they're in the 124th over, where Worcestershire are playing Essex. Essex now 354 for 3. Alistair Cook out yesterday for a century, 115. Tom Wesley just dismissed by Jake Libby, former Notts player who's skippering Worcestershire for the first time. Libby has sent down 2 overs and he's dismissed Tom Wesley for 113.
Lewis Rees is back on the field. Sam Connors is going to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice at the racecourse end.
Giving him his spinach. And he's back out there. 50 for 1. Nottinghamshire. It's going to be Sam Connors to replace Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just 2 slips now. The field has been relaxed a little bit by Wayne Madsen. There's Connors, bowled 2 overs at the start, bowling into the thigh pad of Ben Duckett. The ball just balloons away to square leg. So the lead is 201, lots of 9 wickets to play with. You'd imagine, as we're still very early in the game, look to bat all day today if they possibly could, reassess overnight. Derbyshire will have other ideas. Duckett has 8 as an ambulance goes past the ground. Duckett clips this again to square leg, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And it remains 50 for 1.
Lewis Rees's problem can't be that. Clearly bad enough to force him from the field, but for him to come back on, I know he's a key member of the batting lineup as well. He may not bowl again, but
it might be more of a wardrobe malfunction than his actual body letting him down. He certainly kept hitching the trouser leg up and fiddling about with the knee support. Next ball is played defensively by Duckett, pushing it to mid-off. There's Tom Wood. Seems to be walking fairly freely at the moment.
Yeah.
50 for 1. Perhaps he's taken off all the clutter, all the ankle support. Yeah. That said, that may well be the case, because I think you could see the black colouring of the ankle support underneath his flannels. 50 for 1. There's Connors Comes in, Duckett stands with bat held aloft and then drives. Will it get past the diving Wood? He won't. Good stop by Tom Wood, and Duckett has to stay where he is on 8 not out. 99th first-class match of his career. Ben Duckett, 26 years of age. Born in Kent, but of course began with Northants, where he picked up 2 winners' medals in the Blast. Became one of only 3 players to win 3 Blast medals with Nottinghamshire last year, guiding them over the line in that final at a soggy Edgbaston last October. He cuts this to point, Brooke Guestfields.
We lost interest in the Blast very early last year at Derbyshire, very early. About 3 games in, I think.
Didn't play any matches here, did you? Which
no,
obviously is,
no.
is the reason why. Well, if you can't have any home advantage, then...
We seem to spend most of the time travelling to Leeds and Chester Street last season.
Trent Bridge, you played 2 games at Trent Bridge.
Trent Bridge, yeah.
50 for 1. Next ball worked away nicely. Good bit of timing from Duckett. That'll go for 4. That's the sweetest connection that we've had so far from Ben Duckett. Clip this very, very firmly away behind square on the leg side. The ball absolutely clattered into that advertising hoarding over there. 54 for 1 at the end of the over. Duckett is on 12, Hamid is on 18. Probably time, Dave, just for 1 more over before lunch.
Yeah, they said so. 2.5 minutes. It's going to be bowled by Ben Aitchison. It's a lengthy conversation going on between Wayne Madsen and Finn Hudson-Prentice, but Hudson-Prentice nods as he limps his way back to 3rd man. Walking wounded out there at the moment for Derbyshire. Aitchison from the city end bowls to Hamid and beats him. Good delivery.
Nice. Yeah.
Very nice. Looking before lunch would be just the job for Derbyshire.
We weren't sure where this session was going, were we, 2 hours ago when we began? Because I fervently believe if Broader or Fletcher had gone bang bang right at the start of the day, and Notts had that first innings lead of 170, that have enforced the follow-on. But the fact that Derbyshire's lower order, and in particular the 10th wicket partnership, kept them out there for 40 minutes, I think made Stephen Mullaney reassess.
Hamid waits. Aitchison's next delivery is guided to through the backward point region. Guest does the field-in, they get through for a single. Hamid exactly where he wants to be, with 4 deliveries to go until lunch at the non-striker's end. He moves on to 19, 55 for 1, lead 206.
Few names to get through for Derbyshire. Hamid and Duckett out there. Joe Clark, who played nicely yesterday for his 66. Doing at 4, and then the 2 that missed out, Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney, both went cheaply yesterday.
Duckett gets one that keeps low outside the off stump, but it definitely kept low, that, and he was forced to try to jam the bat down. He missed it. The ball went past the off stump. First sign of misbehave today.
Daisy cutter, isn't it?
I'd start limping again if I was Lewis Rees. Sorry, coach, it's gone.
I don't know. If it's doing that, I'd want to bowl.
Yeah, he won't want to bat though. Here's Aitchison again over the wicket, balls outside the off stump. That was a similar line, slightly shorter, but goes through to Harvey Hussain without too much trouble. Dave Bracegirdle will rejoin us after the lunch interval as he goes to update listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham. Come on, the big un. There's somebody taller than him, you know. There's somebody taller than him out there. George Scrimshaw's enormous. This is next delivery. He's down the leg side and very nicely played for 4 runs, down to fine leg. Duckett wasn't going to miss out on that. He straight offline there, did Ben Aitchison. Duckett moves on to 16. Hamid has 19, 59 for 1 now. 210 the lead. And We're about to have the final ball of the morning session. Kevin Howells is like a coiled spring next door. Can barely wait as Aitchison is in and balls to Hamid, who cuts this away rather aerially down towards third man for a single. And that is that for the morning session. Nottinghamshire are 60 for 1 in their second innings after 16 overs. They lead by 211. And here's Kevin Howells.
Oh, that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Gorgon bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Gorgon bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! Well gone. bowled him off stump, straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
having batted, and you're faced with duck in the pavilion. Yeah, cheers, chef.
Nice touch.
Well, we've seen Biggin, Ben Aitchison bowl from the City end. We're now going to see Enormous and George Scrimshaw bowl from the racecourse end. We haven't seen him yet. 6'7", 6'8", legs all the way up to his armpits. Big man. 1 wicket for Derbyshire so far. But it's an interesting choice to open the bowling from the racecourse end.
It is indeed. He's going to be bowling to Ben Duck, who's on 17, keeping the theme going for a while. First ball dug in short, and Duckett has to climb up as high as he can and play it down into the ground. Huge difference in stature, isn't there, between George Scrimshaw, who's at the bowler's end, and Ben Duckett, who played that one.
Yes.
This is the 6th different bowler to be used by Derbyshire. We're only in the 17th over. 60 for 1. Comes Scrimshaw again. This one just spits from short of a length, and Duckett has to play it nicely, control it, get over the bounce and play it down into the ground. There might have been a bit of glove involved there, a bit of bat handle, bat jarring into his hand there. He's taken his glove off. Quick inspection of the fingers, and I think he'll be okay.
I feel obliged to point out that one of the bowlers used bowled one delivery.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
I'm no Derbyshire apologist.
60 for 1, Duckett 17, Hamid 19, the man out Slater, who went for 24. Next one is on the pads, and it's just tickled by Duckett down to long leg for a single, and Nottinghamshire are up and running after lunch. 61 for 1 here at the County Ground Derby. That's an overall lead of 212. Decision made this morning by Stephen Mullaney after the final wicket was taken in the Derbyshire first innings not to enforce the follow-on. Had about 5 overs apiece, haven't they? Fletcher and Stuart Broad, and I can only imagine the thinking was that Mullaney wanted to give them a little bit more of a breather before sending them out to bowl again with the new ball. There is a no ball this time, angled down the leg side, well stopped by Harvey Hussain, but it will be a couple to the total. Scrimshaw just overstepping.
Good, really good stop by Hussain, because it was a long way down the leg side.
Cloudy day. We had floodlights on when we came back from lunch yesterday, but so far they've not been required. 63 for 1. Scrimshaw runs away from us. Lime green soles to his bowling boots, and then has to field, react quickly at the end of his follow through to pick the ball up as Hamid nudges it back towards him. Quite extraordinary final session yesterday when 13 wickets went down between tea and the close. 39 overs. For those 13 wickets, it was an extraordinary passage of play. There's Scrimshaw again. The ball to Hamid down the leg side again, nicely taken. 63 for 1.
He's quick, isn't he, Scrimshaw, but not very accurate, unfortunately. Ian Clark from Brailsford's been in touch just to say hello. First time he's heard us this season. He's got an apprentice called Harvey working in his workroom in Brailsford. He says, can we say hello? Well, I can say hello. Good to have you on board.
Scrimshaw again. Tall man, as Dave has mentioned. Hamid blocks this one. And one or two people have mentioned slight similarities with both Jason Holder and indeed Stephen Finn. 63 for 1. If he has half the career that those two have, he'll be some player. End of the over, Duckett 18, Hamid 19.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Nice for him as well. He's been troubled by injuries since a relatively young age. Not played until last weekend any first-team cricket professionally in 2017, which is a very large gap. Ben Aitchison, who's still being called Biggin for some reason, despite the fact that Scrimshaw's bowling from the other end. And he's tall, he's 6'4". Hudson Prentice is out there, which is good news. And so is Lewis Rees, both of whom appear to be flexing various joints on their legs in the towards the end of the morning session. Here is Aitchison bowling to Ben Duckett, who guides this very gently into the offside where the overworked Brooke Guest does the fielding. It's been a point for pretty much the entire time Derbyshire have been out there, except when he's asked to field at short leg, the wicket-keeper batsman, who's only a batsman in this game.
Thankless task, isn't it, in there?
Well, one of the newer members of the team, so it's fallen to him as Aitchison bowls a full delivery driven by Duckett up towards Tom Wood at mid-off. Goes down on one knee. Picks up very comfortably indeed. Still gloriously sunny here in Derby, as it always is, of course. Very seldom you get a gloomy day. The clouds are, they look threatening, but it's very strange. Duckett waits and cuts this away. Shorter delivery from Aitchison. That's going to get all the way to the boundary. Guest is giving chase, but it's a forlorn chase in the end as he goes to the advertising boards to pick up the ball. The first boundary of the afternoon session goes to Ben Duckett. He moves on to 22 and knots to 67 for one.
He's got to start here, Duckett, hasn't he? He's had a lean run of things with the bat at the start of this 2021 season. But a real opportunity here, you fancy, to put a good score on the board.
He's on strike now and just defends this one up to mid-off. Again, Tom Wood very comfortably behind that one to do the fielding. Sam Connors, hands in pockets down at long leg. Couple of slips, Lears deploy and Wayne Madsen. Guest at backward point. Matt Critchley in the covers. Tom Wood at mid-off. Lewis Rees at mid-on. There is a third man, Big George. And Finn Hudson-Prentice at mid-wicket. As this next one, well, he reaches for it a bit. Duckett and gets the underside of the bat on it and chops it down into the ground. And very much betraying the fact that he's a wicket keeper. Brooke Guest comes in, gives it to Harvey Hussain, gets it back from Harvey Hussain. They can't keep still, wicket keepers. And he's no different, despite the fact he doesn't have the wicket keeper's gloves or pads on. He's also one of the players detailed to clap with encouragement. As Aitchison's in again, short, and that one is cut away for four more by Duckett. Beautiful shot. This time Guest realises that he's never going to catch it. So 2 boundaries in the over, 8 runs from it. Duckett on to 26. 71 for 1 now. Nottinghamshire in their second innings.
And that's Duckett's highest score of the season so far, which is a little staggering for a player of his quality. 24 and 12 against Durham, 17 and 25 against Warwickshire, and just 5 last weekend in the one innings he batted against Worcestershire. Did have his pads on for 4 complete sessions without getting to the middle, as Hamid and Slater put on 200 for the first wicket together. 71 for 1. Going to be Scrimshaw bowling to Asib Hamid. Lovely delivery there, goes through the former Lancashire man into the gloves of Hussain. The fortunes of an opening batsman, Asib Hamid. Centuries in both innings last weekend at New Road against Worcestershire, and a second ball duck yesterday. He's got 19 here. encouragement for Scrimshaw. Ground has suddenly become much lighter. The sun must be trying to do... this one burst through the gloves of Harvey Assay. And this will be interesting to... I was going to say to have a look at umpire Tim Robinson, but already is signalling that it's a bye. Just wondered if it had nicked something on its way through, but Harvey Assay couldn't take it cleanly. And they go through for a fairly routine bye in the end. 72 for 1, and they'll swap over for the left-hander.
Lewis Rees is off the field again. Dustin Melton now fielding in at mid-wicket. Moved to square leg now.
Obviously come out for 5 minutes, just have a bit of a run around and see if there's obviously any reaction to whatever they've done during the lunch interval. But anyhow, 72 for 1. Difficult times for Derbyshire, made tougher without Rees. Duckett shouldering arms to one that was always going down the leg side here. Radar's not quite locked on, is it, from Scrimshaw to the left-hander? 2 wickets this morning to Luke Fletcher at the back end of the Derbyshire first innings to give him 5 in the innings. Fletcher, who played 4 matches for Derbyshire on loan about 5 years ago. 72 for 1, Scrimshaw. In again to Duckett, and again on his pads. This time there is protection out there in the deep. And they just take a single. 73 for 1. Gradual accumulation, isn't it? 13 fairly unhurried runs really have come since the lunch break. Duckett's moved on to 27, Hamid on to 19.
As they did for much of the first innings, 3.9 the run rate. Soon puts them into a very decent position, Nottinghamshire.
Scrimshaw again to conclude this over, bowling to Hamid, who clips it out to Melton, the sub-fielder, on the leg side. In fact, there's another ball left. 73 for 1. It remains. Did have a little bit of rain up and down the country in 1 or 2 places during the morning session, but I was going to say they're playing everywhere. They're not. Beautiful Hove has got a rain delay at the moment down there in the match between Sussex and Lancashire. They're still off. Next ball has gone through to Hussain, and that does conclude. Scrimshaw through 2 overs now. 73 for 1. Nottinghamshire in their second innings. They made 256 yesterday. And now Derbyshire 8 down by the close before finishing the job this morning. Derbyshire 151 behind as they were bowled out for 105. Now Notts have lost Ben Slater, but a healthy partnership developing here between Duckett and Hamid. 73 for 1.
And the good news for Derbyshire supporters is that Lewis Rees is back on the field. He's going to spend the entire afternoon keeping us guessing, so he's back on again now. Dustin Melton, Northern comedian, has left, and he's back on the bench on the far side as Aitchison begins a new over. He's chopped away by Ben Duckett, but straight to Brooke Guest. There's no run. He's going to come around the wicket now, Ben Aitchison. This didn't go well to the left-handers. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was against Warwickshire. It seemed to destroy his line a touch. So we'll see how he goes here. The young man from Formby, who signed last summer, suffered that injury up at Durham, and we never saw him again. He's back now around the wicket and bowls. That one is on target and played into the leg side by Ben Duckett. Fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. Every time he throws the ball, Hudson-Prentice, he feels his right shoulder. Sportsmen, athletes, they do like an injury, don't they? They do like, oh, just a little twinge there. Yeah, I'll just flex that. Sam Connor's sorting his sweaters out. He's got that many sweaters down here. He doesn't know which one to put on first, but he's going to try and get them all on, I think. He's got the long sleeves on down at long leg. As Duckett crashes this one into the offside, but he didn't really make good contact with it. And again, a tumbling stop by Brooke Guest. This one, he's just patting his chest. I think that one hit him firmly in the chest. I think he's removed his sleeveless sweater, as Sam Connors to put a long-sleeved one on. I think that's what he's doing. He's applauding at the moment to keep his hands warm. But
well, there's a little bit of blue sky coming, Dave. Hopefully we're going to get a lovely afternoon and uninterrupted play.
There's no rain in the forecast.
No.
So I'll just have a look. No. I think that's left us. Here's Aitchison again. This one is dabbed into the ground by Duckett, fielded at the end of his follow-through by Aitchison. It's quietened down a bit on the Pentagon Island as well, which is good. It was horrible yesterday for much of the day. Masses of traffic, a lot more traffic this week than there has been for more than 12 months, really. Wind coming from the north, according to the flag on the pavilion at the far end of the ground. Duckett waits and pushes this one up to mid-on this time. Lewis Rees gets a post-launch touch of the ball as he does the fielding. Mikey Cohen's always ready with the drinks. The other 12th man is still bigging out there.
It is.
It's all about the big one.
Just smiling at that. There's no Ben or Benny or H or anything else they might want to call him. They're all giving it for the big one.
There's only one big one. Around the wicket he comes, and it's turned into the leg side by Duckett. In comes Finn Hudson-Prentice to do the fielding. It's the end maiden over from Biggin. Ben Aitchison, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. Nottinghamshire remains 73 for 1 with Hamid on 19.
Ironically,
27.
At Trent Bridge, might be calling him Titch because
yes,
Fletcher and Broad and Matt Carter, Zach Chappell, I would say, are all taller than that. Just to name 4 off the top of my head.
Well, I wonder if it's ironic. I don't know. Could be. Could be.
73 for 1. I guess it's something that's followed him around. You know, he could have been one of these that at 14 years of age was 6 foot 3 or 4. Here's Scrimshaw. He really is from the land of the giants. Big, tall fella, comes in, bangs it in short, and doesn't get too much help out of the surface as it just sits up and helps Asiba Mead just deflect it away on the leg side for a single. 74 for 1. Hamid on to 20. Last wicket went down at 29, so they've added 45 for this second innings wicket. Amidst all the carnage yesterday, of course, we did have one huge partnership of 163. And that was between Joe Clark, who's due in next, and Ben Slater, who went on to reach 3 figures. Scrimshaw to Duckett, who stands with his bat held aloft and brings it down sweetly to work the ball onto the leg side. He was looking for a single, but Hamid quite rightly sent him back. It remains 74 for 1. Vitally important session for Derbyshire this. You fancy they've got to do 2 things: keep a break on the scoring, but also pick up wickets. Can't let Notts go galloping away at 3, 4s and 5s and over consistently through the session. Nice shot from Duckett, though. Here's a boundary in this over. Gone away for 4. There was a dive from mid-off, unable to get anywhere near it, and Duckett moving into the 30s, and it's all starting to look a little ominous.
Yes, there's Tom Wood with the dive. Didn't really get very close to it.
No.
It was hit very nicely by Duckett.
2-2-9 the lead now.
Probably enough. Probably enough.
Tom Wood has recovered the ball from down below us.
Think they'll have a go tonight? Or they're not declare until tomorrow?
Oh, I think we're a long way away from being able to say that with any degree of confidence. Next ball is pulled away for 4 more by Duckett. Well, if he keeps going at this rate, then that might just accelerate things, but I think they're a long way from where they want to be right now, but they're on to 82 for 1, and Duckett has 35 of them.
Thank you, Dave. Dave's off to update listeners to BBC Radio Nottingham. Duckett's got 35 from 45 deliveries, 7 fours so far, and looks to be very much in the mood. So as a result, he's going to come around the wicket here, George Scrimshaw. In he goes. Oh, and he beats Duckett. Good delivery, really good delivery. Ball goes through to Harvey Hussain, the keeper. Update for Radio Derby listeners coming up as well fairly shortly. Wesley Mallin currently on with the 1 o'clock news. 62 for 1. Lead of 233. Scrimshaw in again, balls, and again he's straight onto the leg stump, but he's only going to get a single on this occasion. They've already added 23 runs this afternoon. Scrimshaw and Wayne Madsen, the standing skipper, deep in conversation. 83 for 1 at the end of the over. Duckett on 36. Hamid has 20. As Dave Bracegirdle said, Derbyshire looking to take wickets, but it's as important to keep things tight, and there were 10 runs off that last over. That's not entirely keeping it tight. 83 for 1 as Ben Aitchison prowls at the top of his mark at the far end. He's bowling from the City end. Sun has disappeared for a moment. 2 slips in place. Duckett on strike, and he cuts it away for 4 runs. Short and wide again from Aitchison, and gets the treatment. 238 the lead. 87 for 1. Ben Duckett motoring towards a half century. 40 from 48 balls. These two have added 54 for the second wicket. And Nottinghamshire are 87 for 1 in their second innings. That means they lead by 238, looking to bat Derbyshire completely out of this game after dismissing the home side for 105 earlier on today. They've added 27 runs in the afternoon session so far. Ben Duckett's on 40, Hasib Hamid is on 20, and they're 87 for 1, the visitors, a lead of 238. That latest delivery was played out into the offside. Fielded by Brooke Guest. No run. Always like a dot ball. Aitchison round the wicket again to the left-handed Duckett, who guides this expertly between the cover and the point, all the way to the boundary for 4 more. And runs really are starting to leak here from a Derbyshire perspective. That's 4 boundaries in 7 deliveries. And it's forced Wayne Madsen, almost like the coach going to a pitcher in baseball. He's gone to the mound. He's having a word with him. Go there a second time and you're off. Lewis Rees is being called across as well, or is offering his advice, whether he was called across or not. He's got his hands on his hips. Madsen and Aitchison still in discussion. Finn Hudson-Prentice doing a very strange exercise at mid-wicket. Not entirely sure what he's trying to do there, but I'm not sure that I could match him. And the 2 men between whom the ball sped, Matt Critchley and Brooke Guest. On one of those, Matt Critchley has been sent out to patrol the cover boundary. Wayne Madsen has gone into the covers, and we're down to 1 slip now. 91 for 1. 242 the lead as Aitchison's on his way in again and bowls, and this time it's just guided into the offside by Ben Duckett. And it was a no ball. So 2 more to the total. Umpire Billy Taylor at the far end, holding the right arm out. 93 for 1. 10 off the over so far, 3 legitimate deliveries. Aitchison on his way in once more from the City end, and Duckett defends it back to him. He bends down, gets a bit of his right hand on the ball, but it goes past him, and Madsen picks up. .4, no ball. It's not the way you want to start an over when you're trying to restrict runs, especially after the previous over had gone for 10. Ben Duckett, 6 away from a half century, his first of the season. Waits now, and this one is just inconveniencing him a touch, and it's hurt. It's hit him somewhere where he didn't want to be hit, and he's taken his gloves off. He's got his hands on his knees, and yeah, he's in a bit of pain there. There's the lad. He's taken his helmet off now. He's sort of flexing his knees, and yeah, there we go. There's the problem. Might take him a moment or two just to recompose himself, if indeed recompose is a word. The 12th man's come on with the drink. That should do the trick, unless he squirts it on the. He's got 2 drinks, in fact. So one for Hasib and one for Ben Duckett, who's just taking a few breaths. And here comes the physio. I'm not sure he can help. Interesting to see what Pipey does. He's on with his gloves and his mask, and he's just looking at Ben Duckett and how he's sorting himself out and thinking, I think you're on your own. He's standing at a social distance away from him, just asking if he's okay. He picks his bag up. James Pipey's on his way again. Former physio at Derbyshire, former keeper here. He's on his way. And Ben Duckett's had enough time to sort himself out. In the meantime, Lewis Rees, Wayne Madsen and Ben Aitchison have been deep in discussion. The committee is in session. And Duckett is just about ready. I don't think anything's happened while Dave Bracegirdle's been away. We've just been watching Ben Duckett rearrange himself. He's still flexing his knees. He's getting his feet moving again. And he looks as okay as you can be. I think that's about as okay as he is, really. That was a nasty blow. He's ready now. As Aitchison is in. Oh, and he's troubled him again. Duckett just throws his left arm up in frustration there as he played the ball almost one-handed out into the onside. And after all that, that's the final ball of the over. I think Dave only missed one delivery. Ben Duckett was so troubled by that Ben Aitchison delivery. 93 for 1 is the score. Duckett has 44. Hamid has 20, and the lead is 244.
Yes, there have been a sanitising break out in the middle there.
Could they not have done that when
yeah.
Yeah, they could, couldn't they? That would have saved us a minute. Critchley's windmilling his arms just to remind Wayne Madsen, although Madsen's got his back to him, so that won't have helped, so he's stopped doing it. He'll do it when he turns around. Again, the conversations going on out there. It's Wayne Madsen and Lewis Rees constantly in discussions with each other, but of course then they go back to their field placings. That one's 15 yards beyond the stumps at the far end and one's 15 yards beyond the stumps at this end, so it takes a while.
It does indeed. It's going to be Scrimshaw. 3 overs, none for 14 for Big George. Away he runs. Ground bathed in sunshine. Lovely delivery there. That was a very nice delivery. I'm sure Hamid did withdraw the bat inside the line. Sometimes difficult to tell exactly what he's doing with the exaggerated movements at the crease, but I don't think he played at that one. 93 for 1. Sam Connors had 3 overs in 2 spells, isn't it? He had two overs to begin with and then came back for 1. Lewis Rees, 5.5 overs. He didn't complete his 6th over, went off the field. Matt Critchley finished that one delivery. And Hudson Prentice had 5 overs. Next ball is again left alone. Aitchison, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. Only been 2 maidens. We're in the 23rd over of the innings.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the last hour of yesterday's morning session, of the first half hour of when it just got a bit ragged from Derbyshire. It was about this time yesterday that Finn Hudson Prentice was introduced in the afternoon session, and all of a sudden it looked a completely different pitch again.
Did indeed. Here he comes, past umpire Robinson. Nice and full. He's hit a mead on the pad. They're asking Tim Robinson, but it's not going to be given. Maybe got outside the line there, Hamid. That was the initial thought. But Tim Robinson showing no sign of agreeing with the bowler or many of the Derbyshire fielders.
Scrimshaw needed to get down on one knee there,
Yeah.
just to reinforce that one, didn't he? Got to give these appeals everything. That's the first appeal this afternoon. There haven't been many.
Comes Scrimshaw again. Put that last one in a good area. Trouble to Mead, and this time again just a little too wide, and it goes through to Harvey Hussain. 93 for 1.
Somebody's just opened the door to the bookshop over there. They've gone in, the club shop and bookshop. Getting ready for the next home match against Durham, when members will be allowed in.
This is the last one without, is it?
20th of May.
Won't be long. Glad to have you all back. Next ball is nice and full. Hamid nudges it up to Lewis Rees, who's mid-on. Haven't seen him bowl since lunch, but he's been out there and basically giving off all the signs that he's okay. Of course, it's a different matter when you're going through the strains and the stress of bowling. Clearly there's some sort of an issue, either with the right knee or with the support that he was used. He drops this. There's a Mead on the leg side. End of the over. That was a tidy enough over from
It was decent, wasn't it,
George
that one?
Scrimshaw,
Yeah.
93 for 1.
Yeah.
I think that was a maiden, wasn't it? So that's 3 now in the innings.
See some leg spin. He's already bowled 1 delivery, Matt Critchley, so that'll confuse the living daylights out of me. Starts with 0.1 naught. But he's coming on with his leg spin from the city end.
Ben Duckett's still occasionally wincing and squatting down. It's clearly not got full circulation going yet. After that,
It's a nasty blow. Nasty blow. Almost a low blow.
so Critchley from the city end.
So he's joint leading wicket taker this season for Derbyshire, along with Finn Hudson Prentice, who joined him yesterday. Very rare he doesn't pick up a wicket in an innings. In first innings of matches in April, he's done well as a leg spinner. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Ben Duckett. First delivery is defended into the offside when Madsen scoots around from slip to do the fielding. Gets through his overs nice and quickly as well, which is always a good thing for the over rate. And again, this one is defended by Duckett. Straight back to him. There are 61 overs after this one remaining in the day, so we've got an awful lot of cricket left to play. I assume T will revert back to 32 overs remaining as Critchley bowls. That's a little bit quicker, and it's scooped around the corner by Duckett. It was in the air for a long time, but there's no fielder there until Hudson Prentice comes in off the sort of fine leg boundary. Not quite fine leg, but
Very inelegant, wasn't it, from Duckett? I mean, there's no pace on the ball from Critchley. And just going down, just trying to scoop it. You've got to try and manufacture something, and basically could have gone anywhere.
Score moves on to 94 for 1. Duckett moves on to 45. Brings Mead onto strike. He's got that man backward a square on the leg side on the 45. He goes back into his stumps and pushes it back to Critchley. It's that position that nobody has ever successfully named, really, because it's not fine leg. It's not. I suppose it's a backward square leggish. It's Critchley, flatter delivery. Guided out into the offside, goes beyond Hudson Prentice, in comes Lears deploy, picks up one-handed and keeps him down to a single. Hamid moves to 21, 96 for 1.
Seemed to be an
95 for 1.
effortless throw.
That's good fielder.
Didn't seem to have too much of a wind-up, and he absolutely fizzed it in. It got no higher than about 6 feet off the ground, no lower than about 5 feet.
Next one from Critchley's down the leg side, comes off the pads, I fancy, of Ben Duckett. No, there was some bat on it, says umpire Taylor, and he gets 4 runs for it. Just guided it down to fine leg, and the over comes to an end with a boundary. 6 from it. Duckett moves on to 49. Hamid has 21, and then Nottinghamshire on 99 for 1 now. That is a lead of 250.
10th 4 in 49 for Ben Duckett.
He doesn't face that many, do there? Is it a bit of sharpish innings?
Going to be Scrimshaw to continue. Bowling to a Mead. This pair put 70 on now. Runs flowing. 3 slips, ready for an edge. But Mead doesn't provide it. Helps it into the onside, fielded by Sam Connors. Scrimshaw's previous over a maiden. So I'll be looking to build on that. Getting all the encouragement in the world from Wayne Madsen and his troops. We'll get him behind the bowler. Here he comes. Lengthening his stride and bowls. Push and run here, and Duckett's got to be quick. They're appealing. It's a good throw. I think it's hit the stumps. But Duckett got home. That was a little bit of a risky one. The 100 is up with that single. I think Ben Duckett saying, "Thanks, mate." But he had to go. Just about got there. Fine bit of fielding. 100 for 1. Mead on to 22.
In the 25th over. Even I can work that run right out.
So Duckett, 49 not out, having faced 58 balls. I think he now wants some fresh gloves, because he had to dive full length and maybe got a bit of grit or sand or dust or something in them.
They don't like that, do they, batsmen?
No, they don't. So
Don't like it at all.
Another break. 100 for 1.
Clearly his table for dinner's not booked till 8 o'clock tonight. Okay.
There's Zach Chappell doing 12-man duties. Brought out a couple of options for Ben Duckett. On 49, battle will be rejoined in just a second. Turned into a very pleasant afternoon right now. It was a little gloomy and grey during the lunch interval, as it was yesterday. Scrimshaw going round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Duckett. Oh, it's a wide-ish full toss, a push and run, and Ben Duckett does reach his 50s, first of the campaign. Gets there from 59 balls and has hit, as I said, those 10 fours, very high percentage of boundaries in that 50. That says as much about Derbyshire bowlers as it does about him, I fancy.
He came up with intent, didn't he? And the Derbyshire bowlers kept feeding him balls outside the off stump, and he kept crashing them away to the cover boundary, as you would expect him to. So Derbyshire have got him into nice form.
Next ball pushed into the offside. Mead will get a couple of runs. Go on to 103 for 1. And he's on to 24.
It's all a bit too easy, really, from a Derbyshire perspective for the Nottinghamshire batsman. Lead 254. 1 wicket down. Looking forward to seeing who the Derbyshire press boys come up with for the end of play interview at this rate. Form an orderly queue.
Next ball is again to Hamid. Helps it down to long leg for a single. 105 for 1. 105, of course, was the Derbyshire score. Derbyshire first innings score. Lead on to 26.
Yes, Derbyshire a long way behind here. A long way behind. Probably grateful that they weren't asked to bat again.
Scrimshaw trying to break this stand, bowling to Duckett. Unable to get this one past the broad bat of the former Northamptonshire player. End of the over. Board saying 104. I swear it said 104 before that single, but maybe not. Maybe it is. Maybe it has beaten me to it on this occasion. 104 for 1, it says.
I think you were right. It did, and it went up and it came back down again. Lead 255. Hamid has 25. Duckett has 50. Matt Critchley will bowl his second full over from the City end. Bowling to Hamid, who turns it very comfortably into the leg side. They just basically meander through for the single there. In off the boundary comes George Scrimshaw. Turns around and almost walks into Brooke Guest. See you down there, Brooke. He's gone back into extra cover, and this one is swept by Duckett, but straight down to Sam Connors on a long leg boundary.
Did go up to 105 before that shot was played. Now up to 106, obviously.
Should it not be 107, because there have been 2 singles in the first 2 balls of this over. So this next one is off the back foot, guided into the offside. Out to Leas Deploy. Throws it in to Harvey Hussain. Another one to Hamid. He moves to 27. 107 for 1. And they're just milking Matt Critchley here. Very successfully indeed. He bowls again, and that one is cut to backward point where Hudson Prentice does the fielding. A dot ball, first of the over. Duckett waits. Critchley bowls. He sweeps, 4 runs. He hit that well. Please deploy. Got around, but couldn't get the dive in time to prevent it from going over the boundary rope. And in between the gate, now through to the car park. I fancy away to our right-hand side. He's disappeared from view now. Leas Deploy. There he is. He's back again. Ben Duckett just stretching out the hamstrings. Wayne Madsen speaking to Matt Critchley. The score moves on to 111 for 1. Duckett on to 55. And it's all very comfortable for Notts at the moment with a lead of 262. Conversation between skipper and bowler is over. Critchley's on his way in again, and he's driven, but without any real timing. It was a bit more of a hoik than a drive in actual fact from Ben Duckett. He went straight to Brooke Guest, and the over comes to an end. He only managed 2 dot balls in that. 7 runs came from the Matt Critchley over. He's bowled 2 overs and 1 ball for 13 runs now, so a little expensive. Nottinghamshire 111 for 1 with Duckett on 55, Hamid on 27. These two 82 runs from 103 deliveries. Sam Connors is coming back. The underworked Sam Connors.
Just a little bit like when they couldn't contain Slater and Clark yesterday, isn't it? Runs are coming principally from Duckett's end, but Hamid is just so clever at being able to manipulate the bowling, just work it away, get singles and get clearly the informed Duckett back on strike. Let's see what happens here as Connors starts his third spell with one outside the off stump and it goes through to the keeper. He's only bowled 3 overs before, but bowled 2 overs to begin with, then 1 before lunch. Now he'll be hoping for a longer burst here.
I'd love to know if Rees and Hudson Prentice are unable to bowl. I haven't seen either of them with ball in hand since lunch. You'd expect to see one or other of them at least.
Be a tough afternoon if they're both out of commission. Connors in again, left alone by Hamid, wide of the off stick. Batted nicely this morning. Connors right at the very end of Derbyshire's first innings, made 12 not out, which was the second highest score. But may well be, and I guess we won't find out perhaps until later, it may well have been the innings that delayed the follow-on, or made Stephen Mullaney feel that he didn't want to take the follow-on. Fronted up to Stuart Broad for a couple of overs. Managed to get through it okay. Next ball, nice and full to Hamid, and he's worked this away. Might just be touch and go. Whether it's stopped, it's gone for 4. Who's that down there in the deep, Dave?
Great question.
Long, long way away from us.
Yeah. I'd love to be able to tell you.
A boundary for Asib Hamid, taking him into the 30s.
Ages
to 31. The big un.
Indeed.
He gave it all.
Doesn't look as big when he's that far away, though, does it?
He doesn't.
That's what fooled me.
115 for 1, so 266 is the Nottinghamshire advantage. Won't be anywhere near where they want to be just yet. Now they've got an awful lot of time. They can bat if they wish to. Wide of the off stump, and if they're able of doing. 2 slips now for Sammy, as you perhaps heard him referred to by one of his teammates. Sam Connors. 6-3 offside field. 2 slips, third man, point, extra cover and mid-off. And fairly routine leg side with a long leg, a mid-wicket and mid-on. Connors, full toss, put away by Hamid. Doesn't move a muscle, does Hamid, after playing the shot. Duckett did go running down 2 or 3 strides, but Hamid knew there was no stopping that. Emphatically put away for another boundary. 35 to him, 119 for 1, and Durham's openers have been parted with 208 on the board. Will Young, the New Zealander who's just arrived, has gone for 124. You saw him last week, didn't you?
Yeah, he's going again after this match. Yeah. Long-term development plan from Durham.
Scrimshaw in again. Oh, short, and well, Hamid has played this up and over point and away for 4. Very deliberately played. Really peculiar shot. He was going to flirt with danger if he tried to angle the bat down towards the third man area, but he cleverly lifted it up and over point and away for 4. 123 for 1. Hamid on to 39.
It's going to take some fetching, that ball. My update, I've just been told 2:30, please, bang on pretty much.
Oh, I've got to do one as well, as they didn't come to me at 1:30. So I shall leave you as well for a moment.
Thanks, Dave. I'll have been over and about. 274 the lead, Notts 123 for 1. He bowled a full toss earlier today to Ben Slater that was cracked away for 4 runs. And he's bowled a full toss to Hasib Hamid as Sam Connors that was cracked away for 4 runs. Steve Jordan as this next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Glorious sunshine here at Derby. Well, if you like good cricket, you'll be enjoying this. Yeah, Derbyshire are very much on the back foot, though, Steve. They're trailing by 274 now. Nottinghamshire 123 for 1 in their second inning. Hasib Hamid 39, Ben Duckett 55, and he's just pulled a nice little shot around the corner to pick up 2 more as well. Only 1 man out. Ben Slater, the first inning Centurion, he was bowled by Lewis Rees before lunch for 24. Nothing has happened as far as Derbyshire are concerned, really, with the ball. Since lunch, the 100 came up in the 25th over. Ben Duckett's half century came up from just 59 balls with 10 fours, and Nottinghamshire are well on top here. The one saving grace is they didn't enforce the follow-on despite leading by 151, having dismissed Derbyshire for 105 earlier. Notts at 125 for 1, 276 in front. Well, I thought you were going to ask me if there's any talk in the commentary box about having a Sunday off. If they'd enforced the follow-on, we could have had 2 days off, I think, because Derbyshire didn't bat very well at all in the first innings, as Ben Duckett just smacks another 4. Nice sweep shot off Matt Critchley. They move on to 129 for 1. There's so much time left in the game, as you suggest there, but as you say, we're only approaching the midway point of the second day, that they can bat and basically set Derbyshire 500 over the thick end of 2 days, knowing that they're never going to get there. So it's a thankless task for the Derbyshire fielders and bowlers at the moment, and we are just waiting. Really, it's a bit too early at this stage to think about a declaration, but with a lead of 280 already, and we've still got today another 56 overs to be bowled. Enormous amount of time left in this game. And again, we're back on Sports Extra. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the Incora County Ground. Nottinghamshire on 129 for 1. Ben Duckett 61 not out. Hasib Hamid has got 39. Matt Critchley's bowling. He bowls a dot ball to finish an over that cost him 6 runs. He's bowled 3.1 overs, 0 for 19 now. Ben Duckett getting to his half century from 59 balls with 10 fours. The Notts 100 came up in the 25th over, and their lead is now up to 280 as we have a hand sanitisation break, which appears to have caught the Derbyshire 12th men on the hop, rather. As Luke Fletcher walks around the boundary's edge down below us with a couple of teammates, Derbyshire players, sanitising their hands. Anybody who's joining us for the first time today will want to know that Derbyshire were dismissed for 105 in their first innings. That was a deficit of 151. Luke Fletcher himself picking up the last 2 wickets to fall. Ben Aitchison for 0 and Brooke Guest for 10. He finished with 5 for 28. Sam Connors, the not-out batsman, for 12. But they did keep Nottinghamshire out there for round about 40 minutes this morning. And as a result, we think that's the reason that Nottinghamshire decided against enforcing the follow-on. Out came Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid. Slater was out before lunch with the lead on 180 when he was bowled by Lewis Rees. A little unfortunate. He got plenty of bat on it, but the ball trickled behind him and dislodged a bail. He was dismissed for 24. 60 for 1 at lunch. 129 for 1 now. Ben Duckett, 61 not out. Hasib Hamid is on 39, and the lead is 280 as Sam Connors gets ready to bowl what is only his 5th over of the innings, but his first 4 have gone for 30. And that has been Derbyshire's problem. 2 slips in place as Connors bowls and he's driven out into the offside. Good stop by Matt Critchley, diving away to his left-hand side. Ball goes loose, and it's quickly pounced on there by Lewis Rees to prevent any thoughts the batsman may have had of sneaking through for a bonus run. 29 for 1. So it's 2 slips, third man, fine leg. Very defensive now, Derbyshire. Ring around the pitch as well as Connors bowls, and Hamid defends it up to mid-off where Tom Wood comes in to do the fielding.
70 runs scored in 55 minutes since lunch. Derbyshire unable to put the brakes on this pair, particularly Ben Duckett, who's been fed a number of 4 balls, but worryingly for the home side now, he's also trying to manipulate a few things, isn't he? He's playing the odd unorthodox shot, trying to get the ball away repeatedly to the ropes, and Nottinghamshire certainly up the tempo since the interval.
Connors in again, and this one is pushed back, pushed out into the offside. Brooke Guest comes in from point to do the fielding. Yes, it's. I've just sort of suggested there it's a fairly thankless task for the Derbyshire bowlers now, because the lead is massive. It's clearly only going to get better, bigger rather, and they're just waiting until the moment that not say, right, you've been out there long enough now, we think you're ready, and they try to run through them for a second time. So when you're this far behind in a match, it is very difficult to keep your spirits up. Connors is in, and this one is pushed into the offside by Hamid.
It's not just all of those factors, it's also only day 2, yes. and the forecast is to be by and large fine over the weekend. If there were repeated showers for tomorrow and Sunday, then it would definitely be a case of let's keep them out there all day, defend, and, try and minimise the Nottinghamshire scoring rate, and perhaps we'll get away with a draw. Perhaps the weather will help us out, but it seems a long shot.
I mean, defends this next delivery from Connors out into the offside. Guest comes in from point to do the fielding. Yeah, it's a tricky one for Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire with the foot firmly to the floor here. They're scoring at almost 4.5 and over overall, and in the last 10 overs, or last 5 overs rather, they've been scoring at nearly 7 and over, which is ridiculous, really. Derbyshire have got to put a stop to that. Connors is in, and that one just hurries up. And Sam Connors punches the air with both fists, because he's actually got the ball through the defences and into the thigh pad. It's a minor triumph. We had one of those up at Durham as well, when I think it was up at Durham, when Matt Critchley bowled a maiden over. He actually celebrated as though he'd scored the winning goal in the cup final. So they're keeping their sense of humour, although I think he's probably very... there he is again, look, he's punching the air again, is Sam Connors. I think it's more in frustration than anything else, but he's got to come around the wicket to Ben Duckett here.
Yeah, nice little moment that. Now then, Critchley to Duckett, who's gone on the reverse straight away, and he's played the ball to what would have been a gentle push to point for 2 runs, but he's almost played it right-handed, going on the switch and just helping it away. Not entirely sure that there weren't other options open to him then in a more conventional manner, but he's clearly in the mood here. On to 63, Duckett. Difficult man to contain when he's playing 360-degree cricket, as he's trying to do at the moment. Just play all around the wicket. Can't do anything with this one as he helps it up to Brooke Guest. Wide-ish mid-on or a mid-wicket position. He's trying to fulfil both roles there, isn't he? Critchley coming over the wicket now to the lefty, who plays it onto the leg side. Finn Hudson-Prentice quickly to the ball.
Looked okay, didn't he?
Yeah, lobbed it back to the bowler. Saw your namesake waving to you as he came round the boundary edge, celebrating his fifer. Luke Fletcher. Oh, this one's kept low. Top spinner, maybe. Sometimes when the ball keeps low, it doesn't necessarily have to be because of tricks from the surface. Can be the spinner just sending down a top spinner. It's outside the off stump, though. This time, Duckett can't get it away. Tidy enough over so far, this one from Critchley. The only runs that have come from it have been improvised by Duckett. Essex have reached 400 at Worcester. It's taken them quite some time. 144 overs of the innings now as Duckett defends this one. 402 for 4. Century yesterday for Alistair Cook. Century for Tom Westley. 90 for Dan Lawrence. 402 for 4. That, of course, in the same group as Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, as is the match at Chesterley Street, where Durham are 218 for 1 against Warwickshire. 131 for 1. So the lead, Dave, if we're tallying it right, is 282.
Yes. I never do the sums, I just scroll up. Scroll up. It's my preferred method. Sam Connors is going to continue from the race course and 2 overs for 12 in this spell. And bowls to Hamid, who clips it nicely into the leg side for 4 runs. He's giving chases for Hudson Prentice. It's slowing up, it's slowing up. Oh, I'm not so sure. No, he's given himself up. 4 runs, in fact, Van Aitchison gave him up by signalling 4. He put the dive in. It always looked like it had the legs, and then it suddenly seemed to stop. It certainly slow down, but it just had enough rotations left in it to... it's a perfectly timed shot.
10 out of 10 for honesty, because there's not another soul in the ground that could have confirmed or not whether that ball had touched the rope.
I think he was given up by Ben Aitchison, who immediately signalled 4. So even if he thought about it, it didn't really stand much of a chance. Hamid moves on to 43, 135 for 1. Deserved 4. As Connors is in again, and this time he goes through him. Again, he pulls the bat. I can't tell. I can't tell whether he's left that, whether he's left it after it's gone past, whether he's pulled his bat inside the line or what. But if you're the bowler, you think, oh, I've beaten him. Then if you're Hamid, you're going, didn't play at that one.
It didn't warrant a fist pump or an arm wave from the bowler this time.
I can't imagine what his celebration is going to be like if and when he gets a wicket, Sam Connors. As he bowls to Hamid, and he turns this with a big cry of no from Ben Duckett up to Lewis Rees. It just sort of trickles to the Derbyshire left-hander. He's the polisher in chief, so he doesn't have to give the ball to anybody else. Tom Wood just flexing his legs out there. Seem to have been in the field a lot, Derbyshire. They certainly weren't in for very long when they were batting, so they're almost certainly going to have been in the field for quite a long time. Connors bowls, and full-length delivery is pushed back just to the onside of the stumps at this end. Again, it's Lewis Rees who does the fielding.
They're back on at Hove in the match between Sussex and Lancashire, which means they're playing right across the country, all 9 games, and of course all the details on the BBC Sport website, and of course you can access all 9 commentaries throughout the remainder of the day, throughout the remainder of the match, via the BBC Sport website.
I mean, he's almost beaten by that one. He just gets a little bit of bat and then some pad on it, and he dribbles out into the leg side. They go through for a single. Cries of anguish from the bowler. Another one to the total, another one to Hamid. He moves on to 44, 136 for 1 now. Ian's been back. He was saying he was joining us for the first time. Harvey, his son, is the apprentice, and they're playing against each other tomorrow. Ian for Brailsford seconds, Harvey for Clifton seconds. The game at Brailsford tomorrow, so bragging rights up for grabs in that match tomorrow afternoon. Be lots of cricketers up and down the country getting out for a game tomorrow, as this next delivery is defended by Ben Duckett. Bolton League starts tomorrow.
South Notts League does as well.
They had a little couple of weeks delay to allow the teams to play some friendlies. I imagine it's the same, is it?
Yeah.
Just so they could get themselves back into, well, not back into shape if you've seen some of the players who play in the Bolton League, but you know what I mean. And yeah, they start tomorrow, and then on Sunday So a double header to begin with. So there'll be some sore bodies on Bank Holiday Monday. End of the over, 136 for 1. And some sore heads, I fancy, actually.
Yeah, like Critchley to bowl to a Mead, who's on 44. One's helped into the onside. They've run the first one quickly. They'll only get one. Critchley's a Lancastrian as well, isn't he?
Yeah, Chorley. Yeah.
137 for 1. So they'll change over for the left-handed Duckett. That is all apart from umpire Robinson, who's decided he's going to stay on the pavilion side of the square. So he's at point now for Ben Duckett, who raises his bat and drives out into the offside. He'll get a single there, partially stopped in the covers. In fact, it took two of them to eventually reel in the bar of soap, and by that time Duckett had got down to the other end to move on to 64, 138 for 1. Didn't quite get the power into the shot he wanted, otherwise I'm sure he'd have threaded a gap through the cover region there. Critchley to Hamid. Just milking him at the moment, aren't they? Another single on the leg side.
Yeah. He hasn't looked massively threatening, has he, so far, Matt Critchley? Yeah, keep going, though.
Ball ticks over now. Hamid on to 46, 139 for 1. So we've added 110 this pair now for the second wicket. The push into the offside by Duckett. This time he can't sneak that single, the stop by Tom Wood. Joe Clark, Lyndon James, Stephen Mullaney, Tom Moores, all to follow. Some work to do for the Derbyshire bowlers first. This one's helped by Duckett down to long leg for a single. The ball in the air very quickly from Sam Connors. It was over the head of Harvey Hussain, but there were plenty of backer-uppers there to prevent an overthrow. 140 for 1, and Duckett now on to 65. He was only on 16 at lunch, so he's really rattled on through the first hour of this session. Critchley to a Mead. Cries of no, 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 because Duckett came backing up quite a way down. There wasn't a run there, quite rightly sent back by Hamid, and it's 140 for 1 here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham, and all our friends joining us wherever you may be on 5 Live Sports Extra. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and here's Dave Fletcher.
I was just wondering if Hasib Hamid actually played any Bolton League cricket. I don't think he did as a youngster. He was at Bolton School, wasn't he, which generally precludes you from playing for a club side because they play on Saturdays at the school. He would have been obviously age group cricket in Lancashire as well. And the other Lancastrians we've been talking about, Matt Critchley and Lewis Rees, who was actually born in Taunton but grew up in Lancashire. They both went to the same secondary school in Chorley, different times, but they might just about have overlapped. Sam Connors is bowling to Ben Duckett, who just turns this into the leg side. There is Matt Critchley to do the fielding. Hurls it at Harvey Hussain. Two players who were born 24 hours apart. Hussain and Critchley. No addition to the score. Helicopter, someone's kind of droning either light aircraft somewhere we can't see it.
Crikey.
Must be quite close though, because it's very loud. And this next delivery is edged down to third man with quite a hard bat. He punches the bat, Ben Duckett, as he wanders down to the non-striker's end to complete the single. That was a loose shot from Ben Duckett. He moves on to 66, 141 for 1.
I can tell you, Hasib Hamid played in the Cheshire County League for Nantwich in 2014. He's played in the Liverpool Premier League.
Right.
That was in 2015 for Formby.
Ben Aitchison territory. I wonder if they played together there. Connors bowls. This one is turned into the leg side. sure one of the Aitchisons will let me know.
In fact, he's played there various games: 2015, 2016, 2017,
I think,
2018.
yes, no, I think they've already told me in the past that they did play together. Now thinking about it, at Formby,
and he's played a bit in the Northern Premier League before that in 2010, 12 and 13 for the Lancashire Academy.
So
everything but the Bolton League.
Too good for the Bolton League is what we're saying there. That's what we're saying, isn't it? Here's Connors, who bowls to Hamid, who whips this away down to backward square leg for one. They come back for a second comfortably enough as it's fielded by the other man from Formby, Ben Aitchison, down in the deep. Yeah, no, I could scroll back through the messages, and I might do that in the next over. See if I can get there before either Ian or Denise get back to me. Formby connection.
On 48 now, Hamid.
The Formby Mafia. From 83 deliveries so far, and there is a beautiful drive to get to his half century. That's going to go all the way to the cover boundary. It was a glorious shot. Sam Connors doesn't look best pleased, but it was a really nice shot from Hasib Hamid. And he has followed up his first innings duck with a half century in the second innings. 84 deliveries. That was his 8th 4. He's on 52 not out. Notts 147 for 1.
Glorious shot, wasn't it? That one will remain fresh in his head for the remainder of the day. When his head hits the pillow tonight, he'll be thinking about that one. Lovely shot.
The next Connors delivery is defended out into the offside. And it's picked up by Brooke Guest, another Lancastrian, via Perth in Australia. 147 for 1 at the end of the over. Duckett 66, Hamid 52. They've added 118 runs from 144 balls.
The lead just shy of 300, is it? 298, I think? Something like that, yeah.
It's beyond my mathematical comprehension. 298, yeah, massive. That's what it is. It's massive. It is 298. You're absolutely right. But he can play some stunning shots, Hamid. His defence is rock solid. If you've got a rock solid defence and the shots that he's got as well, that makes you a proper batsman. He's certainly that.
Critchley to continue, bowling to Duckett, who's just chopped this down towards third man, played it into the gap. He's only going to get a single.
Poor old Ben Aitchison's fielding there now. He was all the way over in the distance to our right before. Now he's all the way over there in the left. They're trying to kill him. Blimey.
148 for 1. Here's Critchley. Spinning the ball from hand to hand, tosses it up there, and Hamid drives into the offside for another single. He'll go to 53.
Can't find the message that said they both played together at Formby.
Lead is exactly 300. Next ball, it's gone on the reverse again, and it's got that away out of my eye line, but I think it'll run away for 4, and it will indeed. And Ben Duckett now goes into the 70s. 71 for Duckett. The lead 304 at 153 for 1. Duckett was 16 at lunch. Absolutely rattling along. He's been fed a little bit just to get him going. 1 or 2 loose balls, but now he's really improvising to great effect. Next ball, short of a length, he'll pull this away. In fact, he's only going to get a single. Maybe he's missed out a little bit there. Just a single from that one. Long hop from Matt Critchley. 154 for 1. A disastrous last session, in fact, last part session last night for Derbyshire. Mead's gone big this time. He's got after Critchley and he's helped that out towards the deep mid-wicket fence, and it clears it. Gone for 6. Don't often see Hasib Hamid taking the aerial route, but that was a lovely, lovely blow. Truth, it was a safe hit. There's nobody out there. It's just all about the connection. But,
it was effortless, though, wasn't it? Effortless.
It's gone quite a way. Actually, lost the final bit of flight, but it's gone.
I think it's gone over the members' pavilion because Ben Aitchison, who's gone to fetch it, is now emerging from behind the bookshop. That's a big hit. That's a big hit. We saw Dre Russ hit the roof in a T20 match here for Notts a few years ago. We've now seen Hasib Hamid clear the roof. Good hit, and it did look just so effortless.
Did indeed. 160 for one. Next ball just dabbed away into the leg side for a single. Giles again wondering if one or two people noticing on the stream that James Taylor's on the ground and wondering if Hasib Hamid might be in line. Well, I mentioned last weekend, prior to last Saturday, he'd scored 1 century in 5 years. Nobody prior to last Saturday was saying Hasib Hamid should be in line for a recall. He's just got to keep on doing what he's doing. He's clearly found his rhythm. He's got his mojo back. He's always had a thirst for run scoring. He's just been let down a little bit by his technique, and just felt there was a little bit of a wall that he had to break down in terms of getting back to registering 3-figure scores. And you could almost see the weight lifted off his shoulder when he reached 3 figures last Saturday in the first innings, and then when Notts were put back in again, did it again on the Sunday. Although he got a second baller yesterday, which can happen to anybody. He's played some lovely shots in this innings, not looked remotely in danger. He's on 60, and Notts are 161 for one, the lead beyond 300.
Sam Connors, 4 overs, 1 made, 0 for 24. Thanks very much, Sam. Here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, so he is okay to bowl.
Or we're going to find out if he's okay to bowl.
Yes, that's true, actually. Yeah, we haven't seen him bowl yet, have we? He may well be okay to bowl, but he looks all right.
Yeah, yeah.
He's prancing around like a good one, jumping on this. Yes, he's ready. He's ready.
Prancing around like a good one.
Yeah.
Well, in the first innings, you have to say, picked up 4 wickets. One of many to register a naught, though, with the bat in the Derbyshire innings. Got a first baller. Was bowled neck and crop by Luke Fletcher.
Moments after you pointed out that nobody had been bowled.
It was the 18th wicket to go down in the day, but the first to be bowled.
Today we've seen 2, and both of them dribbled onto the stumps. There he goes then, from the City end. 4 for 36 in the first innings, Finn Hudson-Prentice. And he's just eased into the offside by Hamid for a single first ball.
I mean, how do you contain the scoring? How do you restrict the scoring when all he has to do there basically is just block the ball and run, which is what they did. They're trying to protect the boundaries because they've been coming with great regularity. They've taken their eye off the singles, so this pair more than happy to rotate the strike. It's almost been carnage. We've had more than 100 runs since lunch now, you know. It was 60 for one at the break.
Yeah, it's been far too easy, really, for the Nottinghamshire batsmen, hasn't it? Duckett and Hamid. 162 for one. 313 the lead as Hudson-Prentice around the wicket to Duckett, and he's not been caught. He's gone over the top of second slip. I thought he'd got his hand to it there, Wayne Madsen. He flashed at it. Madsen leapt in the air, thrust his right arm up. Right hand almost got to it. He's looking at his fingertips. I wonder if he just got fingertips to it, but it's raced away down to the fine third man boundary for 4 runs.
Just stood up and noticed there is a Nottinghamshire contingent down here. Mick Newell, the director of cricket's down here. Paul Franks, the coach. Luke Fletcher, who we saw. Dane Patterson's down here, just down below our commentary position.
Next delivery is just pushed into the onside by Duckett, fielded by Brooke Guest. 317 the lead, 166 for one now. It's not about containment. They don't look like taking wickets. It's just how many runs Nottinghamshire want to lead by now.
Yeah, they're not going through the motions, Derbyshire. They're all trying. They're all geeing each up. But it's just they're just well set.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Duckett.
The way they're going to get a breakthrough here, it will almost inevitably be as a result of a false shot played by the batsman.
Yeah.
Just trying to be too clever, too funky, improvise one shot too many, as we nearly saw there with Duckett, deliberately trying to lift the ball over the slip cordon.
Kevin Howells dressed as though he's about to take on Everest. As Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls, this one is guided down to third man for another single. Lead moves up to 318, 166 for 8 now. Oh, he's actually going to do some work. It's Hudson Prentice. Don't look at me like that. Oh dear, oh dear. I like to upset my co-commentators if I possibly can before they arrive. Hudson Prentice in, bowls outside the off stump. Hussain can't deal with that. He's hurt his right hand as well. That has hurt. The glove came off in really double quick time there, and he's in some discomfort. Is Harvey Hussain, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. It's a bye. 319 the lead. 168 for 1. And he still hasn't got off his knees, Harvey Hussain. Nobody's taken the blindest bit of notice of him. He's hurt himself here. Well, he hasn't hurt himself. Finn Hudson Prentice's poor delivery's hurt him, as he had to dive to his right and couldn't claw it in. Now the umpire's gone over and said, "How are you, Harv?" He says, "Well, actually, it hurts a lot." Show him a bit of sympathy, for goodness sake. 168 for 1. Update for Radio Derby coming up. Don't look at me like that, Kev. Duckett 77, Hamid 61. Always relatively useful, actually, to have a break-in play like this when there's an update coming up. Matt Critchley, who bowled 6 overs for 39, for goodness sake, has been replaced by the man who couldn't complete his... Oh, I was going to tell you which over it was, but I can't. It was 11 overs and 5 balls when he left the field. He came back on fairly swiftly. It's Lewis Rees. So one St Michael's former pupil replaced by another. Not bad for a comprehensive school in Chorley, that. Rees, of course, as I said earlier, born in Taunton. Update coming up. Nottinghamshire 168 for 1. Ben Duckett has 77. Hasib Hamid has 61. These two have added 139 so far for the second wicket as Derbyshire just pile on the agony for Derbyshire, who were bowled out this morning for 105. Hasib has just scored another boundary. He's on 65 at Nottinghamshire 172 for 1, leading by 323. Kevin Howells, how are you?
Right, so... Oh, that's not so good. Is that any better? Throw insults at me, knowing that I can't reply because I'll find myself in the middle of the BBC Radio Derby news. It's a little harsh, a little unfair. But don't worry, I've not forgotten what I want to say.
Good. I got thrown by the introduction to the news as Rees bowls, and it's clipped into the leg side by Hamid. He's going to get at least 2 here. I think it will just be 2 as Aitchison reaches it now. The ball's on its way back in, and Duckett turns as though he fancies another one, but it's a good throw from Aitchison out in the deep. And they pick up 2 more. Hamid moves on to 68, 174 for 1. Yeah, the introduction to the news was Derbyshire are following on. Well, they're clearly not, because I told them they're not. They're not following on, Pete. If you're listening back at base, they're not following on.
No, but at your age, if somebody says that, it makes you first stop and think, are they?
Yeah, hang on, have I missed something? Rees bowls, that one is defended by Hamid back up to mid-off, where Brooke Guest, no, Tom Wood has found himself. What were you going to say then, Kev?
So I was going to say, 1, I've actually been working quite hard. 2,
You say work.
Well, okay, none of us work hard. But within
do.
the context,
None of us
I've
do.
been trying to look after 1 or 2 things, including Darren Stevens getting his fifer on his 45th birthday. I thought it was a nice
excellent,
story,
yeah.
So we were looking after all that as well.
Yeah, Rees in bowls, and this one is turned into the leg side by Hamid, fielded there by Critchley, no run.
And also, you know, there's just a little bit of an extra audience for Sports Extra when they come and join you. So the last thing I want to do...
They're not with us now?
No.
Oh.
Last thing I want to do is come in and say to you, oi, that would be just bad manners.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, I'd forgotten
And I've got one more thing. I've got one more thing.
Oh dear. Reese over the wicket, balls to Hamid, who defends it out into the offside. There's no run.
Young Harvey Hussain, the wicket keeper, bless him. So there's you. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's really hurt. There's nobody going to show him any sympathy or give him any encouragement and support. Young BBC Radio Derby colleague of yours fell through a collapsed chair at the ground here yesterday. Not a dicky bird of sympathy from you, or even the question, are you okay?
No, you're right. This is banged in by Lewis Reese, and it's turned around the corner for a single down to Hudson Prentice by Hamid, who moves on to 64, 175 for one. No, you're absolutely right. I showed no sympathy to Ben this morning. Yesterday morning, rather, nor this morning when I mentioned it live on BBC Radio and Derby with Twiggy on the breakfast show. So, yeah, you're right. I'm wrong.
Well, it was a bit harsh having got the Derbyshire players for the behaviour which was very similar to your own. That's what I'm saying. I was the one that had to say to him, Ben, are you okay, lad?
2 minutes. We were both. In fact, Dave Bracegirdle was laughing as well. All three of us were laughing, and then you just said, "Hang on a minute, boys."
I was laughing.
Yeah.
I wasn't, was I?
Yeah. Hang on a minute, boys. He said, "Are you all right?" And he said, "Yes." And we carried on laughing. Yeah, that's
I'm disappointed to hear that I was laughing. Anyway, back to this. It's a pretty torrid time here for Derbyshire. Pretty torrid indeed. And Duckett on 77, and Mead 64. And the start of the next over. And a little bit of width driven square by Hamid. He remains 64 not out. I just can't get over just with the long hair and everything. I said to someone this morning, they were on saying, that David and Mead continue to get runs because they thought he, wonderful talent for England and all that. I said, look at him now. It looks like he's 10 years older than that. Never mind just the 3 or 4 since he was last with England. But in the meantime, it's Hudson Prentice bowling to Hamid, and that's a little closer to the off stump, but still enough width for Hamid to get a single down to third man. He moves to 65 now, and the score up to 176 for one, which is a lead of 327 runs. And it's alarming, to say the least, really, as to the way in which this lead has not so much built up, but all, raced along at times. It's
nearly 5 and over. The scoring out. I mean, it's
as I say, torrid is certainly the word for it. Duckett is on 77, pushed back up to the bowler, and there will be no run.
It's going to be a famous draw, isn't it? This when Derbyshire get to 6 o'clock on Sunday night. Very famous draw.
The game throws things at you that you don't always expect, because that's part of the reason why we watch it and enjoy it. And if that were to happen, Dave, it would be very memorable.
Wouldn't it?
It would just be an outstanding game of cricket. And 8 well-earned points. Next delivery from Derbyshire's point of view, that one is guided down to Fielders, moving to his right-hand side there at backward point. And not only would it be 8 well-earned points, I'd venture to put forward that it would put an end to any debate that any person could legitimately have over the value of 8 points for a draw.
Yes.
I think
this is how much it means.
It would be written in stone for the competition for the next decade at least.
Let's see. More for a draw than a win.
Hudson Prentice in bowls and angled down by Duckett down to the third man, and he moves to 78, and the score up to 177 for one on this second afternoon. It's a bank holiday weekend, of course.
Isn't it?
It is a bank holiday. Still not really a great deal that people are allowed to do still, but there's just a little bit more freedom to hopefully enjoy this bank holiday a little bit more than we would have done the May Day bank holiday 12 months ago, that's for certain.
Well, yes. Yeah. I was in a pub for the first time last night.
Clearly. Hudson Prentice in, bowls and driven, square, and there will be no run.
Harsh. End of the over, 177 for 1. More on that later. David Hurren has tagged BBC Lancs cricket into this one. Listening to this match, he says, listening to me talking about Lancastrians in this game at Derby, if you picked an ex-Lancs or ex-Surrey team still currently playing in the current season, how good would they look? And it's a fair point, isn't it? There's the players who've been released by Lancashire and by Surrey playing in the county championship. I don't know about Surrey actually, because I don't know much about southern cricket. Very much Derbyshire very seldom venture south for anything, apart from to go to Leicester. As Rees begins a new over, and that one is aerially driven back past him. In fact, just to the onside of the stumps at the far end by Ben Duckett for 4 runs. 78 becomes 82, 181 for 1. And that's the 150 partnership between these two of just 170 balls, which is a ridiculous rate of scoring in county championship cricket. And Derbyshire seem powerless to prevent it from continuing here. 181 for 1. Rees bowls down the leg side. There's an "how's that, catch it" kind of cry from the bowler. Harvey Hussain did well just to stop it with his sore hands. He points to where he dived. Yeah, that's where I dived, just there. There. Yeah. We saw you half, don't worry. 181 for 1 it remains. And now he applauds Lewis Rees as he turns at the top of his mark. Rees 1 for 23 as he bowls. That one is a cut, but it's an edged cut, and it goes down to third man, where Finn Hudson-Prentice does the fielding away to our left-hand side, out of our view. They go through for a single. I've thought about going to the pub at Durham. I've thought about little else really, but I thought about going to the pub at Durham, but I didn't want to queue. I don't like queuing to get in anywhere, but I'm not going to queue to get into a pub. And I didn't go out in Birmingham. So last night, I stopped down in Derby last night, got a call from a mate. I say a mate.
Obviously.
Round the wicket comes Rees, and that one's defended. No, he is a mate. Defended by Hamid.
You got a wrong number, but he's still a friend.
It's the first time I've ever been phoned up using Facebook. I panicked to start with because I had no idea how to answer it.
Yeah.
It was chaos in the room. It was. I kept pressing buttons and it kept saying, well, it needs permission to do this, it needs permission to do that. And I'm thinking, well, just
call me. Just call me on a normal number, normal way.
Give us a bell.
Send me a letter.
Rees in again, and Hamid is beaten this time. There we go. The first one that's got past the edge of the bat in about an hour and a half.
This is true.
Goes through to Harvey Hussain. So yeah, so it's the first time I've been to a pub. I'm not very comfortable at being served by. I'd rather go to. I like going to a bar. It's nice, isn't it? And it's a big social thing, and I'm not sure. So I'll have to try it out again tonight. That's the upshot. I'll give it another go. Rees in. This one is pushed square on the offside by Hamid. It's fielded there by Brooke Guest. 162 for 1 at the end of the over. Duckett's got 63. He's been overtaken. No, he hasn't. He's got 83. Hamid has got 65, and the lead is 333.
Ever resourceful, you Fletch. If first something appears to be just a little bit tricky or not quite as you like it, you don't give up.
No.
And that includes going to the pub for a second night tonight, just to see if you can cope with being served instead of going to get the drink from the bar.
I'll give it a go.
You notice that James Taylor, who's head scout now for England, and Mo Bobat, who's the ECB performance director, it's a little bit like certain birds that appear in your back garden at a certain time every day. They've just appeared on the outfield again, just on the boundary rope. Hudson-Prentice in and bowls and push square for no run off the bat of Duckett. And you wonder, just like those, where have they been until now? They appear at roughly the same time each day.
Don't know.
But at least they're on their own. Yes, they had a few friends around with them, having a chat. But whether people like the idea of the England talk for the meet, I'm sure they're taking a very keen interest. And also Duckett, for that matter. It's Duckett facing the moment on 83. And that one is played square, nicely tucked away by Duckett. They'll enjoy what they see there, and Duckett will enjoy it. So too Nottinghamshire with a boundary. He moves to 87. And the score up to 186 for 1. Can't quite believe the turnaround. We've got scores around the country that are just a little bit baffling to look at from a distance. I mean, that one at Durham is a prime example as well, where Warwickshire are all out for 87. And now Durham, in reply, are 239 for 1.
It's taken them forever to get there, though, hasn't it?
Such one-sidedness. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and that's pushed to Tom Wood, feeling here at mid-off.
That's got the feeling of a bad result for Derbyshire, because Warwickshire and Essex were probably expected to be the top two, do you think, in this group?
Yeah. Well, Essex are going great guns at Worcestershire. 450 for 4. They're just there. Seen 2 Centurions in that game. Hudson Prentice bowls here. And Duckett will push that to mid-off again. Cook with 115. Westley 113. Dan Lawrence didn't make it to a century. He was out for 90. Paul Walter and Tendescarter 52 and 35 respectively, not out. The feeling being, bearing in mind what happened last week as well, that it's going to be difficult to bowl side out twice there. Played square for no run for Duckett. And the other one, which is a lopsided game to say the least, Hampshire 92 all out at Surrey. And now Surrey at 341 for 2. Amlin not out 164, Ollie Pope on 82. So you just wonder, and I'm sure people looking at this game from a distance as well will be thinking, what on earth's going on there, really? Hudson Prentice around and edged and caught. And that's the end of Duckett. Got squared up, a good catch, good tumbling catch there at first slip, but he's gone for 87, and it's 186 for the loss of 2 wickets. It's a lead, a very big lead, of 333, but at last some reward for Hudson Prentice, some reward for Derbyshire, but they're a long way behind, a long way behind in the game, but they have another wicket.
Yes. Congratulations to Finn Hudson Prentice. I just that second got an email from Luke Shreve, I beg his pardon. These are the worst 2 days I can remember for a long time. Are there any green shoots of optimism? And I was just about to answer it, no. And there aren't really, even now. As Ben Duckett leaves via the bookshop on the far side of the ground. It is bizarre the way they have to go all the way around there. And there's no respite really for Derbyshire, because Joe Clark is the next batsman walking out to the crease, but good catch by Lewis Deploy.
It's bizarre, and it looks as if the player himself is feeling so beside himself with grief that he just can't face anything or anybody, and I've just got to go and walk where I'm going.
Well, Gareth Copley this morning did he tell you? He said he left at tea yesterday, so he packed. No, he was. So he was leaving.
He was busy.
Yes, he was. He was going somewhere else to another appointment.
Yes.
And he put all his stuff in his car and he drove around the back of the players' pavilion and had to stop because he was faced with Ben Slater walking back as he was out to the first ball he faced after tea. So
and he didn't think he
was
out the
just
way.
walking down the road with his head down. He said he's going to run him over. Start a new over from Lewis Rees from the City end, and Hamid plays a strange-looking shot into the leg side. And there's no run, so 186 for 2.
And also, it's a rather strange photograph, a good photograph, but it's a slightly strange photograph, of the Nottinghamshire players surrounding and walking alongside Luke Fletcher as they left, having bowled Derbyshire this morning. There's Pfeiffer just round the corner there as well.
Reese bowls, guided down towards third man for a single. Sam Connors makes a bit of a meal of fielding that, but they do only get a single. 187 for 2. Hamid moves to 66. It brings Joe Clark onto strike for the first time. Batted very nicely in the first innings with Ben Slater, adding 163 for the third wicket, those two. He just holds Reese up momentarily as he taps down a few little marks on the pitch. I don't think they're actually there. I think they're in the batsman's head personally, but Clark flexes his knees. Reese comes in, bowls to, oh, that's in the air, but drops a yard or two short of mid-off. I don't think it stopped on him. He just drew the shot too early and almost looped it up to Tom Wood at mid-off, but not quite. 187 for 2 it remains.
I often wonder how players respond when it's so visible that England selection people are on site and looking and watching.
Duckett won't be pleased that he's no longer here. This one's beaten the edge of the bat. What's going on? A false shot and one that beats the edge of the bat in successive deliveries. All of a sudden it looks like a minefield out there. Nottinghamshire have a lead of 334, I beg your pardon. 338. That's what I know. 338. So
Yes.
it was 337 when he was out.
Well, here's another one you see. Joe Clark wants to prove that he can knuckle down in the longer game. Ideal opportunity here.
Reese bowls to him and he's beaten again. Dear, oh dear. He must be wondering, he'll have been sitting in the change room going, oh, these two, this is easy, this. Then a wicket falls and all of a sudden he goes out there and it's doing all sorts. Or he thinks it's doing all sorts.
Yeah, well,
It's a clever ploy by the Notts batsmen, actually. They've got a big lead and they're going out there and they're playing and missing and all the rest of it. The Derbyshire batsmen have gone, well, we won't survive 2 days on this, will we?
Dare I say it again, as I was trying to yesterday, there's some decent deliveries here, just not enough of them.
No, nowhere near enough. Reese bowls. That one is off the middle of the bat this time, up towards mid-off. Reese lingers at the end of his follow-through. What a good over that was from Lewis Reese. Probably the best over that Derbyshire have bowled so far today, but it didn't have a lot of competition. End of the over. 187 for 2. Clark gets to get off the mark. Hamid has 66. The lead 337. Oh no, it's not. 338. Stop doing maths. If only I could count. There's so many people wandering around the out. It's incredible. It's like Piccadilly Circus out there.
I was going to say it's like a Sunday afternoon in the park where
unbelievable.
families are out walking. Got Mo and Jet. Oh, I can just have a look over Mo Bobat's shoulder here. It's his mobile phone.
Yeah.
Oof,
Who's
dear.
he calling? Who's he calling?
Well, I'd like to think he's calling Darren Stevens to say, we realise we've overlooked you.
What you doing in May?
Yeah. Hamid is on 66. Hudson Prentice bowls to him now wide and full past the off stumper. Taken low down by the keeper. And then you've got 6 of the Notts gang over there. You've got Luke Fletcher, you can see James Pipe, Kevin Shine, Paul Franks. All off for a bit of a stroll around the ground.
There were 5 Derbyshire players strolling around the outfield, around the rope at Chestler Street. It's remarkable, isn't it? With no supporters in, there's just freedom of the ground.
Hudson Prentice bowls, and again width, which is not going to excite or get Hamid going for his 66. He went through the gears very slowly at the beginning of the innings, but now he's enjoying a little Friday afternoon drive out there at the moment.
That 6
Cruising
the 6
around.
was impressive, wasn't it?
Well, it was unexpected.
Well, yes, it was that, but it was impressive. Blimey.
And Hudson Prentice in now and bowls and forward defensive, nice and straight from Hudson Prentice. I liked it because for listeners at the time on 5 Live Sports Extra, before they were going off to the IPL, and I thought, yeah, well, you know, England opener here, just striking the ball for 6, but hey, IPL, you enjoy yourself.
Not just for 6, over the roof of the members' pavilion and into the car park.
Yeah, but for me, the 6 is enough. But yeah, it was and more, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hudson Prentice bowls again, and forward defensive from
That's
Hamid.
more like it. That's more like it.
Very correct.
Keep him honest.
Pick up also very clearly the chat amongst the players out there.
Luke Shreve has responded to whether any green shoots of recovery with one word, boom, with an exclamation mark as well. That makes it louder. Thanks, Luke.
Yeah, deafening. The exclamation mark. Finn Hudson Prentice bowls now and works to Wood at mid-on. There's a slip still in place. Third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and way down in the distance. Is that Mr. Scrimshaw down there? Down at
That's
leg?
Scrimshaw at third man. I think it's Aitchison at fine leg. But it could be the other way around because they don't look as tall when they're that far away, do
No, thank you. Hudson Prentice bowls now. And width. And it can't be stopped. And therefore, I think it's going to, yes, it will have all the legs square on the offside. Oh, he won't, actually. I think it's Mr. Scrimshaw who gets the ball. And with the right arm throw, I thought that was really racing along there. And then, just as I was about to say it's racing along, it slows up. But in fairness, also well chased down.
Well, that could be Aitchison, actually. I could have misled you because that looks more like Scrimshaw now. He's getting closer.
So, as we were, 189 for 2.
I've seen him almost as much as you have.
Well, that's fair enough, yeah. No problems here.
I've never met him.
Look, we're not going to fall out over this.
No.
There's no need.
Just,
189 for 2, though. That's the score, and it's a mighty big lead. And have we had any discussions when they're likely to?
Well,
not today.
No.
Not today.
Well, pen's gone. Lewis Rees comes into bowl. Oh, and he's beaten Clark again. Just a tentative prod forward as much as anything. Dear, oh dear. Then he goes and taps the offending part of the pitch again. He's tapped that a few times, Joe Clark. Hasn't done any good so far. We'll keep tapping it. Rees is on his way in again. Around the wicket he bowls to Clark, who gets bat on ball this time, pushes it out to the offside. It looks like these two batsmen are playing two completely different games here. Clark yet to get off the mark. Hamid on 68. 189 for 2. The members of the ground staff have fired up the tractor.
Oh, why is that?
Don't know.
It's fine, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's just bringing it back to base, I think, over there to the right-hand side. Rees is in again, bowls. That's edged and down into the ground. Falls short of Wayne Madsen. Rees stands and stares. Can't believe it, but that went down. It fell short of Madsen at the second slip. Did well to stop it in the end, and now he creeps forward a couple of steps. Rings his left hand out as well, because it will have hurt that. It came at him at quite a rate of knots. I haven't had my notification about the 3:30 update, so I'm assuming it's on time.
Oh, no notification.
Well, sometimes, usually when it's late. This one's left alone by Clark outside the off stump to go through to Harvey Hussain.
As long as there's no repeat of yesterday at 2 o'clock, or no, yesterday at 2:30.
2:30, yeah.
Because that
there's been a full and frank apology issued.
I thought you were going to say a review.
No review. We don't need a review. I just go in and shout.
Oh, get you.
As if I'd do that.
As if anybody would take any notice.
Well, yeah, there is that too. Yeah, I'm wasting my breath. 189 for 2 here, Notts. And that's, oh dear, he gets an inside edge this time, Joe Clark. He hasn't worked this pitch out yet, has he, Joe Clark? I don't know what's going on out there.
Again, if you drop in as a listener to this now, you'll be thinking, well, Derbyshire have been really hard done to.
Well, they haven't.
No.
No, absolutely not.
But in this little phase of play here, and following the wicket has given them a bit of a lift, hasn't it? A bit of a buzz. Get
Yeah.
going again. They know that they've a lot of work to do here. So much work. You wonder how they're going to be able to salvage anything, but they will not give up.
We'd hope not. Reese around the wicket balls, and Hamid plays and misses this time. He actually drives over the top of a full delivery. Well, this is bizarre. 157 Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid added for the second wicket and barely looked troubled. But since Duckett's been out, it suddenly looks a lot trickier to bat out there for some reason. Justin Melton, Northern Comedian, brings on the sweater and cap for Lewis Rees.
Dan Worrell's taken a 5-foot for Gloucestershire, 5 for 79.
Update coming up. Yeah, well, you know me, Steve. Positive as always. Yeah, absolutely. Ben Duckett. Sorry, I'm laughing because Kevin Ells is sitting alongside me. He's got his head in his hands now. Yeah, Ben Duckett is out. He was caught by Leas Deploy at first slip off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice for 87. Really impressive knock from him. 16 fours, 101 balls in the end, 157 with Hasib Hamid. But since he was out, it suddenly started to look like a minefield out there. Joe Clark can barely lay bat on ball. He's on 1. Hamid has moved on to 68. And they look like they're struggling. It might just be that the Derbyshire bowlers are bowling slightly better. They haven't been at their best, it's fair to say, today. The only other man out in this not second innings is Ben Slater. He was dismissed for 24 by Lewis Rees. The ball trickling onto his stumps after he got some bat on it and knots 190 for 2. That means they lead by 341. Don't be putting me off when I'm doing...
Don't be putting you off. I've never heard anything like it.
Oh, you know me, Steve. I'm always optimistic.
What?
He said, you've got reasons for us to be optimistic. I'm always optimistic.
I think he knows you too well.
Yes, I think you might
But
be.
this is an enjoyable passage of play here because the contest between the bowler and the batsman is looking a little bit more equal at the moment. And they are causing one or two problems.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it,
Well, I am.
because from a Derbyshire perspective...
Do you not take it
I know.
phase by phase? And
Well,
and see
yes,
little-
but then you look at the overall picture and you
well,
think...
you forget that for the time being. You forget that. And also, this one is just driven back up to the bottom. I'll go back to what we said. We turn up at cricket matches. I mean, half the time we'd like to think we know what might happen in the next 2-hour session or the next day or the game and that sort of thing. Derbyshire bat well, second innings.
Yeah, for 2 days?
Well, unlikely, but for the fact that it's unlikely makes it all the more exciting to think that it might happen as this one pushes to mid-off and no run. Oh, I'm always looking at things like that in a game, Dave. You've got to. That's why I say you've got to. No, you haven't got to.
No.
But it's what I do.
Well, I shan't then.
Yeah. No, it's what I do.
Listen, Dave Bracegirdle's coming back. You can both be optimistic together. How about that?
Well, I won't be talking about that run of results because Nottinghamshire will be thinking to
30
themselves,
matches, that one. Yeah. I'm always saying.
Hudson-Prentice in bowls and bat on that into the offside. And then you got the forecast, I think, has picked up, hasn't it? But again, that might change. And so who knows what's going to happen here? We think we know. We know certainly that at the moment, Nottinghamshire's domination of this match goes from strength to strength, despite what we've seen in the last 2 or 3 overs, the loss of the wicket of Duckett, but also ball beating the bat, and primarily Clark, who's just got out there looking more uneasy, but Hamid's had a couple as well. And Hamid is looking okay otherwise for his 68. Clark is on 1. 190 for 2, the lead of 341. And once again, let's head down and delivery. Bowl to Hamid and worked away onto the onside. And there will be no run. So it's Lewis Rees. Let's just go through this bowling analysis as things stand. I've got an up-to-date one here. I'm not too sure as I do have. But anyway, Connors has bowled 7 overs, no wickets for 42. Hudson Prentice, 10 overs, 1 for 33. Critchley, 6.1 overs, no wicket for 39. Aitchison, 5 overs, no wicket for 25. And it's Rees in again. Driven hard and firm. Will it get past the man? Yes, it does. A dive and attempt to stop the ball at mid-on. Well, I have to say, he got down to it, got something on it. And that really must have been travelling, because almost like to look at, it was as if he parried the ball and it gathered even more pace towards the boundary. But it is a 4, and the score moves on to 194 for 2. Scrimshaw bowled 5 overs, no wickets for 19. And Slater made 24, Duckett 87.
I think it's Scrimshaw who dived to make the partial stop. He's got up, he's rubbing his back and his hip and his side. Not sure where hurts the most. It was a good effort.
Rees left arm in, edge, dropped. And the woo is one of the more unusual responses I've heard from a bowler. And believe me, because it was that loud, I'm very grateful that's the only response we heard. But that is a drop by the keeper, and not particularly clever either. I mean, this is Hamid, who's on 72 and can go on and cause all sorts of bother and trouble. I'm not sure if we're going to see a replay of that just to see what perhaps went wrong there, but it seemed to me just to go straight into the gloves and was looking okay. It's sharp, you know, often it is sharp if you're at the keeper. Next delivery is bowled, and that's past Hamid and through to the keeper again. Not too sure. I'm just looking at the channel here. Not too sure we'll see a replay of that one, but a chance which has been put down, and you can just, well, you can hear the agony, despair.
He's been in the wars a little bit today, Harvey is saying, hasn't he? And
he's taken the glove off again, hasn't he? Yeah, you might be right on that, Dave. Yeah,
I think that was on the finger end as well.
Yeah. Next delivery bowled, and Hamid allows that through to the keeper. And yeah, it's noticeable that he's in some discomfort, and maybe that was part of the reason why I wasn't able to cling on there. But these wickets need to be taken, Dave, don't they? They need to be taken.
Taking his glove off again.
Yeah.
Just having a look at his fingers. Seems to be okay. Should have been the end of Hamid. 72. Will he be able to go on and get these 28? Third century in 4 innings.
Next delivery, and with some venom as well, and equally as met by Hamid like that. It's racing away for 4 through extra cover to round off a deeply frustrating over there for Rees. He thought he had Hamid. He should have had Hamid, but not to be. And therefore, the Nottinghamshire opener moves to 76. The Nottinghamshire score moves to 198 for 2. And this lead just grows and grows and grows. And that was a lovely looking shot just to finish off the over. That words being exchanged with Lewis Rees there, presumably words of encouragement. Who's that having a chat with him? It's Tom Wood, actually, trying to keep the spirits up. But it's tough, Dave, when that sort of thing happens to you as a bowler.
Very much so, yeah. We're going to have some twirly-whirly stuff from our end of the ground, the racecourse end. Matt Critchley, his previous overs have been from the far end. Now going to bowl to Joe Clark from this end. This little period before tea, 8 overs remaining, so still half an hour or so. Could get messy if Critchley bowls him a couple of long hops like he did in the first innings. Twice Clark put Critchley away for big sixes.
Rees is still ticking down here, you know.
Yeah, you can understand it, partially. Just the frustration of the situation, really, not nothing personal against the wicketkeeper, of course. This is helped out into the offside by Joe Clark doubles his score from 1 to 2, so 199 for 2 means an overall lead of 350.
Yeah, it's a really good point you make there, David, that although we're guessing what's making him tick, but it will be the match situation. The fact that there was a wicket there to be taken, everything, such a long way behind, and when those chances go down, yeah.
Critchley now to Hamid, who's on 76. Full toss, driven into the offside. Certainly a couple, should be cut off. Yeah, they're going to come back for that second run. So Hamid on to 78. 111 he got in the first innings at New Road last Saturday. 114 not out on Sunday. Second ball duck yesterday. And 78 and counting here. In fact, now on to 79 as he just punches this down the ground to the ticking Lewis Rees. Nottinghamshire 200 came up with that previous shot. 202 for 2. Going to be a little bit of extra time tonight, no doubt. We're going to be half an hour or so late going to tea.
Well, if tea's at the time that we think it's going to be.
Yeah. Critchley balls to Clark. It's a good call of weight there because it's a good bit of fielding from Scrimshaw again. Second time in a couple of overs, the big lad has thrown himself to the ground.
Gets up like a 90-year-old.
He does, yeah. I think that was the damage from the one that actually went through him for 4. Really did go down very heavily. Next ball driven crisply into the offside. Still not seen Wayne Madsen bowling yet in the match. Might just have a little twirl before tea, perhaps. The standing skipper, 202 for 2. Critchley tosses that one up there, and Clark helps it into fast open spaces on the offside in front of the pavilion for another single. 203 for 2. Critchley good for the over 8, of course, rattling through that one despite a couple of big hits.
Yeah, interesting, -3, isn't it? The over 8, yeah.
203 for 2. Have a look at that again after tea. Generally tends to sort itself out. Don't know what that was making the noise, but thankfully it's stopped right now.
Well, a tractor of some place, I'm not too
Some
sure.
denomination, yeah.
Now we've got Peter Moore's in conversation with Mo and Jimmy Taylor down here. And let's just see what a ticking Lewis Rees can produce, whether it brings the best or not the best out of him. He's bowling to Clark. Clark's only on 3. He bowls now, and that's pushed into the offside towards extra cover to the fielder, who gets down and stops the ball, Matt Critchley, and no run. So, having seen Duckett despairingly leave the middle, edging towards a century, couldn't make the 3 figures. Will Hamid get there? Well, he's on 79. Clark's got a long way to go. He's on 3. A little uppish and half stop there at mid-off. Should allow them to go through for 1. And Lewis Rees just casting a look there at the skipper, Wayne Madsen, as if to say to the skipper, "Skipper, can you have a word with this lot?" That should have really been stopped. Did well. I think it's Tom Wood, is it? I think. Did well to get to it, Dave, but having got there, he should really have just kept hold of that then.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been, you could say, well, what's the difference here? Well, it is a big lead already, I know, but just got to try and lift the spirits and back your bowler here. Rees in bowls, and that is carved away behind square on the offside, and that's going to be another 4 runs. Well, I'm starting now to feel very, very sorry for Lewis Rees here, because it's not going for him now. Not going for him, and he's been beating the bat actually the last few overs, and then never mind beating the bat, got that edge which was dropped by the keeper, and now the ball finding its way to the boundary. He's got to focus his mind again. 208 for 2. Nottinghamshire. Hamid's on 83. Faces again the left arm of Rees in, and I'm not surprised by that short pitch ball which Hamid ducks out of the way of. Tell you what, I would not want to. If he comes down fielding down here at the end of this day, I do not want to catch his eye. I know that we're a couple of floors up, but I don't want to catch his eye. What do you reckon?
Just give him a big thumbs up, see what he does.
Yep, well, I've got a few guesses already, Dave. We don't need anybody to write in with their answers on
I tell you what, I didn't think we'd see him again today when he hobbled off just before lunch.
Well, it's not going to help his mood then, is it? Yes. Lead on 83. Good delivery, comes back in and it's angled down to Connors down here at third man. A single for Mead to take him to 84 and 209 for 2. And that's a lead of 360 runs. 360 runs, Dave. How much longer? Got a battle through?
Well, Derbyshire chased 365 at Trent Bridge last year, remember? I wouldn't.
The difficulty for the equation, of course, is just how much cricket there is still left of the game. Next ball is worked away. Nice, that's a nice shot from Clark, actually. Works that away through mid-wicket. You'll feel a little bit better for that. It's not going to get to the boundary. It will get him 2. And he moves up to 6 and the score of 211 for 2.
Scrimshaw doing the chasing, so here comes Lewis Rees down to this end. Yeah, I mean, we're not at the halfway stage of the contest yet. Still 7 sessions after tea. So I wouldn't expect Notts to pull the plug tonight. Really wouldn't. A lot can happen though. We've got 38 overs remaining. We had 13 wickets in 39 yesterday evening after tea. Not quite expecting that again, but it really was an extraordinary passage of play. Here's Lewis come. Wonder if he's going to wave to you, Kevin.
I wonder if I'm not going to look at him, Dave.
It's going to be Critchley to bowl to Clark, who's on 6. Hamid has 84. Beg your pardon, Hamid's on strike on 84. He helps this with a gentle push into the offside. There's no run. Duckett for 87, Slater for 24. The 2 batsmen dismissed. Rees and Hudson Prentice with the wicket. Nice flight there from the leg spinner, but Hamid watched it into the keeper's gloves.
Century for Ollie Pope at Surrey, 375 for 2, plays Hampshire's 92.
211 for 2. Nice looking shot, this one from Hamid. Certainly 2 more should be cut off and will be. So Hamid on to 86. Yeah, there's been some good runs around the country once again. Ollie Pope already with a 250 this season. Again reaching 3 figures. 213 for 2 here. Again, Hamid drives in exactly the same, well, it's not quite in exactly the same place. It's a little closer to Finn Hudson Prentice, so they only get a single this time. And Hamid will go on to 87. That was Duckett's score. Ben Duckett dismissed in the 39th over. We're now in the 47th. Critchley tosses this one up and Clark drives elegantly for 4. Lovely looking shot. Again, probably should have been stopped by Ben Aitchison, who dived, got a hand to it, but burst through his fingers and away for 4. So Clark into double figures.
This passed me by in detail this morning, but Northamptonshire leads. They lost 4 for 5 in 26 deliveries. Some pretty major collapses going on over these first 2 days in round 4 of the championship.
218 for 2. Next ball short of a length, whipped away by Joe Clark. Take him to 11. Umpire Billy Taylor comes striding in straight away. He was the first indication that it was the end of the over. And it's also going to be another hand sanitising break. I don't think they're leaving the field for tea. They're not. No. On come the respective 12th men with all sorts of accoutrements. Zach Chappell doing the running on for Nottinghamshire, bringing some refreshment out for Seba Mead. Doesn't look as if Joe Clark wants any. Nope. 219 for 2, so add that to 151 and you've got a lead of 370 already.
Yep. Now Joe Clark turning down the offer of a drink of water there.
Clark's career best of 194 came against Derbyshire. That had New Road in his Worcestershire days back in 2016. So he does have history against Derbyshire, but there wouldn't have been too many of this side playing, but almost certainly Wayne Madsen would have been, and it is going to be Madsen. So twirly-whirly stuff from both ends.
I think turning down of a drink there from Clark was also a little bit to do with the fact that he's not finding it free-flowing at the moment. He's needing to focus, needing to get himself going. He's on 11.
He's not been there for long, though, really, has he?
No, he hasn't, no. And Madsen bowls, and this one is turned around the corner, and there will be a single for Clark. He moves up to 12, and the score is 220 for 2 now. So that's a lead of 371.
Madsen's first bowl in the match, 7th Derbyshire bowler to be employed.
He's bowling from the City end. Sun makes an appearance again. Hamid is on 87. As Madsen bowls, and defensively, somebody got very excited with the new there. That'll be the keeper. I don't know. Maybe even Madsen himself. He's back in. He doesn't waste time. That one's a little quick around middle and leg, and helped on its way by Hamid. Is there anyone big one out there, Dave? If I hear him called, that's Aitchison.
That's Aitchison, the big one.
Yeah, I can't see him, but if they say that's for you, big one, it's Ben. Madsen bowls again, quite quick, and there will be runs here, or a run for Clark. It's a long on. Moves to 13, and the score is to all the twos, David. 222 for 2. Madsen bowls, again punched off the back foot, this time by Hamid, to long on, and he turns the board along to 89 for him. And no sooner did we got excited about 222, it's 223. This one's pushed back to Madsen, who gets through that over quickly. It's a dot ball to finish at 223 for 2. That's the score, a lead of 374 runs, with Clark on 13, Hamid on 89, and it's just one block of misery on top of another here for Derbyshire at the moment. There was a little passage, 2 or 3 overs, where you felt something was happening. Immediately after the wicket, when something did happen, obviously, but thought there could be more, and then there was the drop catch by the keeper. I'm not blaming the keeper for what happened after that, but it seems as if things have gone just a little bit flat again.
Yeah. It's Creechley. 4 overs to go until the tea break. Balls to Hamid, who obviously has time to reach 3 figures. He's on 89. Clips this to Scrimshaw. 223 for 2. Next delivery is blocked. 60 for 1 at lunch, Kevin. So 163 runs this afternoon just for the 1 wicket of Ben Duckett. That's everything you need to know about where the momentum has been and just how difficult Derbyshire found it to stem the flow of runs. Next delivery helped away for a single. That will take Hamid up to 90. How was it that he only scored 1 century across 5 years before last weekend? It's a little bizarre. Well, 4 in 2016, 1 in 2019. Creechley balls to Clark and he blocks it. 224 for 2. But the runs certainly came with a glut last weekend, and of course he did great things for his average with not out in the second innings, as did Ben Slater. Here's Clark working this out to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has certainly shown that he's got no problems with his shoulder there as he heaves a monster throw in from in front of the pavilion into the gloves of Harvey Hussain. Next delivery, perhaps the googly, but Hamid got the stride in, plays it away behind square, and that's the end of the over. 3 overs to go until tea. 225 for 2 here at Derby, BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Nottingham. Dave Fletcher will be back with us in the twinkling of an eye. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and here's Kevin Howells.
Wickets are tumbling at Cardiff. We heard earlier this afternoon, of course, Darren Stevens with his fifer on his birthday. But gosh, wickets galore there. Playing back is Clark to Madsen. There will be a single up to long on. Clark moved to 15. And the score up to 226 for 2. But Zach Crawley is out. And Kent in their second innings, 30 for 4. And the Glamorgan lead, not the Kent lead, Glamorgan lead is 29 runs. As Hamid pushes that back up to the bowler for no run. So all on there for Kent to try and get something out of that.
Oh, Darren Stevens will put on his Superman outfit and knock off 150 or something.
Have a look at that. Madsen in bowls and turned around the corner for a single by Hamid. Let's have a look at what he ended up with figures-wise. Bowling in the Glamorgan first innings, 5 for 53 in 197 all out. Madsen, meantime, here in Derby in the sunshine, bowls to Clark and keep on. No matter how close he gets. Who is that? It was
That's Critchley, that one.
Critchley again, yeah. Throwing himself at the ball, moving to his left-hand side. At mid-on, it beats him and ends up much deeper. This time it's at square leg, where it is fielded. Goes to the ground and it takes forever to get back up. He can't quite believe he's not able to cleanly retrieve the ball. Next delivery, getting through the overs quickly.
Yeah.
Trying to do something about the momentum, which is just raging and racing towards Nottinghamshire. It's the end of that over, 228 for 2, with Clark on 16, Hamid on 91. Just having a look at Kent's second innings. You talked about Darren Stevens. Let's just check. No, he's
not in yet.
He's not in yet. So you might be right, yeah.
Number 7, he'll come in. Superman costume on, rattle off 150. You see, his birthday as well as you know, 45. Darren Stevens today is Critchley. It's early leg spin from this end. Hammered away into the offside. That's a good bit of fielding. Derbyshire have needed a lift in the field, but good work there from Loose Deploy. They do get 2, but he saved a couple of runs there rather than giving 2 away. That was really good work on the fence. Clark got hold of that. Too short from Critchley. Clark all over it. Next delivery, tossed up, and again Joe Clark throws everything at it. This time on the offside, gets a single. 231 for 2. Clark just starting to tick along now. He's on 19. Next delivery. Worked away by Hamid. He'll move on to 92. Just approaching 4 o'clock. I'll have to nip next door in a minute, and Dave Fletcher will be in here to update BBC Radio Derby listeners, which isn't the happiest of stories to tell from the home side's perspective right now, as Clark misses out on this one, cutting it to backward point. 232 and 151. Is that 383 the lead? In comes Critchley again. Bowls to Clark. This time he does find the gap for another single. 233 for 2, and Clark on to 20. Just tied down for a little bit, weren't they? About 3 or 4 overs after Duckett got out, but Clark very much in full swing now. Hamid probably content to play for the tea interval. 92 not out. 233 for 2.
I think there is only 1 over before tea as well. With this massive lead, mammoth lead. And all the while there's perhaps individual milestones will be reached. Hamid obviously with an eye on a century. Clark in front of England selectors here wanting to put on a good score as well. But in terms of the match, they're so far in front already. Leaning back and punching that out towards the cover boundary for a single for Clark. He moves to 21. 234 for 2 is the score. That's 385 in front. Madsen bowls now, playing back and use of the wrist from Hamid onto the onside. I thought for a moment he may have been struggling, but unfortunately the fielder not able to gather the ball as quickly and as cleanly as he would have liked. So there's no stopping Madsen. He's keen for his tee. Next delivery. Beats. Oh, it's a good stop. Now there could be trouble. Clark turns round, gets back into his ground. Critchley out there again, is it? Looking after matters, I think it is. Good stop. He's had a few which he's felt a little bit disappointed by not quite being able to get there and stop the ball, just beating him. That one has no chance. It's wide to his right-hand side. So it's Clark with a single out to deep mid-wicket. And he moves to 22. 236 for 2. That's 387 in front. Next delivery, leaning back, punch square on the offside. And Hamid will move to 94.
It's the 50 partnership, Kev.
And they struggled to start off with, but now they're
Yeah.
galloping along again. Galloping along. Next delivery, playing back, Clark. And Critchley, oh, bless his cotton socks. He's diving left, right, and centre, and he's hurt his knee on this occasion. I think that's going to be T, you know, having got a single off the last ball before the break. 239 for 2 as the board ticked over.
It has.
So it's 238 for 2. And that is 389 in front. And I'll say no more because you might have a bulletin. I don't want to end up on Radio Derby.
No, I haven't. But what I will say is that if you're watching the stream, we'll be back in around about 15 minutes or so.
Oh, that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. Oh, that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. Oh, that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. The spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough. All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
We've just had a little shower, but the ground staff didn't move a muscle. They knew it was passing, clearly. And we're going to start again very shortly in the evening session. 32 overs to go, so it looks like a finish of around about 6:30, something along those lines, which isn't as late as you might have feared at one point. That's if Wayne Madsen bowls, we could be finished by about 10 to 5. Because he does like to rattle through his overs. The situation is that Notts are 238 for 2, Hamid on 94, Clark on 23. They lead by 389. Derbyshire have bowled poorly. Nottinghamshire have batted well and taken full advantage. And only one result is now possible with more than 2 days to go. So I don't want to take any of the jeopardy out of this. But unless something dramatic happens with the weather, and it's unlikely, Nottinghamshire are going to win, and Derbyshire, well, obviously, are going to lose. That'll be my prediction. A bold prediction, I know, but it's out there now. Yeah. And all those people who suggest that I'm a pessimist, sorry, Dave, all those people who suggest I'm a pessimist, I would suggest it's more realist.
I was going to say the over rate has been tampered with during the tea interval, but it's still -1 for Derbyshire. But I'm sure they'll sort that out in this session.
Absolute nonsense. Over rates.
238 for 2. Wonder where we'll be at the end of this session. I say that, bearing in mind what happened between tea and the close yesterday. Quite extraordinary passage of play where 13 wickets.
Well, Derbyshire will be 5 down then. There was 41 overs last night. Was it 41 or 39?
41. But 41. But there was 41 from tea, but we lost 2 because of the change of innings.
So only 7 more overs than we've got left now. Good grief.
You're saying Derbyshire will be, what, 5 down? That would mean Notts would be bowled out.
Well, if we get 10, if we get 13 wickets, yeah.
Well, no, they could declare it.
Good shout. Well, in that case, yes. Yeah, I don't think they'll declare that.
I don't. I really don't.
No, it's like a net session in the middle at the moment, isn't it?
We're just waiting for the batsman to get back to the middle. I love how Hamid carries his bat. No nod to the history or tradition of the game as he walks with it balanced on his shoulder as he's walking along. It can't be particularly comfortable, but he always walks with it like that. We're going to begin with spin, so the over rate certainly is going to be okay. Would you like Mr. Critchley or would you like the far end?
Carry on. I'll take Madsen.
You think Wayne will carry on?
I see no reason why he shouldn't.
It's going to be Critchley, then to bowl to Joe Clark, who straight away gets his individual tally in the Nottinghamshire board, moving along with a single, just eased down the ground. 2-3-9 for 2. Clark on to 24. And Sam Connors doing the fielding down below us. We did have a ticking Lewis Rees down under our window the latter part of the second session. I say he was ticking because he had a Mead dropped behind by Harvey Hussain.
Straightforward catch, wasn't it?
Groundsman's tractor, wherever it's been, has come back with the chips. 2-3-8 for 9. Next ball has bowled Asiba Mead. First ball he's faced after tea, and Matt Critchley has done for him. And if you remember yesterday, first ball that Critchley bowled to Ben Slater after tea, he did for him in exactly the same manner. And Asiba Mead has gone for 94. It won't be 3 centuries in 4 innings for the former Red Rose. A Mead out, bowled by Critchley, and it's 2-3-9 for 3.
Yes, the fact that the session that we've just spoken about, in which 13 wickets fell last night, has started in exactly, or this one has started in exactly the same way as that one, is a slight concern for Derbyshire. But there we go. Matt Critchley looked delighted to have taken the wicket of Hasib Hamid, and he now returns to the top of the Derbyshire wicket-taking stats. In fact, he was there anyway. He's got 15 now. Hudson Prentice with 12.
And also, as with Slater, it was the second ball after tea that he got a wicket.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Not look to have kept the same order. Appears to be Lyndon James making his way to the middle. It's a very brief stay yesterday for Lyndon. Can he hang around a little longer here with Joe Clark and put some useful runs on the board? Big, tall right-hander Lyndon James, born in Worksop, 22 years of age. This is 6th first-class match.
Joe Stafford moving into position for the covers.
So if there's sense, there might be a little bit more.
They usually know things. Yeah, they are.
Lyndon James went to Oakham School, the same as Stuart Broad.
11 fours under 6 for me.
So Critchley making the breakthrough straight after tea. We did wonder if we might see 13 wickets in the session. Well, we're up and running with the first one. This one's hit up in the air, but it's not hit up in the air. It's gone up in the air and taken by Madsen at slip, but off either the pad or the thigh pad or some part of the body. 2-3-9 for 3. The field all in on the 1, apart from the leg side boundary rider. Lyndon James happy to get solidly behind this one. Best way of slowing knots up, of course, keep taking wickets. Always takes a little bit of time before the new batsman gets set. This one's been allowed to pass through into the gloves of Harvey Hussain. So Clark and Lyndon James out there. Stephen Mullaney and Tom Moore's the next two on the card. Next ball is hit back to Critchley. End of very successful over, a single from the first ball, and then the wicket of Mead, bowled by Matt Critchley in that over for 94. Nottinghamshire 2-3-9 for 3, leading by crikey at 151 to that. 290. 390, in fact.
I'll settle for 290, certainly. Snap your hand off for 290.
390, yeah.
It's already a record run chase, or would be.
It is going to be Madsen.
Yes. He's handed his cap to Matt Critchley, who's looking after it for him. Don't know where he's put it. I was giving it to the 12th man. He's going to be bowling to Joe Clark. He's on 24. Balls, and it's It's pushed straight back to him as we begin one of the quickest overs you're ever likely to see. Hamid tried to slow Madsen down. He was itching to get into bowl earlier. Second delivery is driven down the ground for a single. So Clark moves on to 25, 240 for 3. Madsen just wants the man out on the cover boundary, Leicester Ploy, to come into an orthodox cover. So there's a cover, an extra cover mid-off, and backward point for Madsen, who's edged by James down towards the vacant third man area, and they go through for a couple as Sam Connors comes around to do the fielding. 242 for 3.
Always the way, isn't it? You take a man out of the slip cordon and nicked through there, so back goes loose to Ploy, just in case he does it again.
He's not going to, is he? Next one is driven down the ground. Not time though, bottom of the bat. Fielded down there, that's Dustin Melton, I think.
Looks like him.
Yeah. So he's back on. Next delivery is clipped into the leg side by James. Straight to Finn Hudson-Prentice. His throw is not a great one though. Harvey Hussain just holds his hands out wide and says, come on, give us a chance.
There's Lewis Rees out there. He's usually the candidate, isn't he?
Yes. Just trying to work out if that's Rees or Wood. This next one is driven towards the man who I can't work out whether it's Rees or Wood. And he isn't going to throw the ball, so he's not going to give me a clue there. It's Wood. So Rees is off the pitch again, which isn't necessarily good news. End of the over, just 3 runs from it. 243 for 3. Clark 25, James 3. And the lead, as a result, is 394.
It's raining at Chesterley Street, where Durham are 271 for 4. Replying to Warwickshire's 87 all out yesterday. So Durham's lead is 184 in that one. But off for rain, and Essex bat on and on and on and on and on and on at New Road. I had a bit of that last weekend. Essex 523 for 7 now against Worcestershire, and they've been batting for 168 overs, 5 sessions.
But George is back.
George Scrimshaw, who threw himself about a little bit towards the end of the afternoon session and undoubtedly picked up 1 or 2 bumps and bruises. Bowls to Lyndon James, who blocks this one. A little harsh on Matt Critchley, isn't it?
I think so.
Opens the bowling after tea, gets
a wicket. Off you
a
go,
Seba
Matt.
Mead 94. Tied enough over.
That's enough of that.
1 for
nonsense.
1. And
let's get the quick on.
let's get George back on.
What goes through captains' minds?
243 for 3. There is Scrimshaw. In again to Lyndon James. Works this up to Wood at mid-on. There's no run. So there are the scores in the Group 1 games. In Group 2 at Bristol, Leicestershire 4-2-1 all out. Gloucestershire 35 for 1. At Taunton, Middlesex 3-5-7. Somerset 98 for 3. And at the Oval, Surrey with that Ollie Pope century 397 for 2. Hampshire were all out yesterday for 92, so that one appears to be only going one way. Scrimshaw bowls nice and full to James, and again he blocks it back to the bowler. Group 3 at Cardiff. They're very much into the 3rd innings of that game. Kent 34 for 4 second time around, trailing Glamorgan by 25. Sussex 328 all out. Lancashire 130 for 1 at Hove, where they've had a lot of rain. Yorkshire 206 all out. Northants 196 for 6. So you're up to speed as Scrimshaw bowls again to Lyndon James. Textbook defensive blocking here from the 22-year-old.
Scrimshaw to continue from the racecourse end. 243 for 3. Scrimshaw is in and bowls. This one is pulled violently into the leg side by James, and that is a fine, fine shot. He picks up 4 for it. And they move on to 398, or the lead moves on to 398 at 247 for 3. James on to 7. Clark has 25. Thanks to Andrew for getting in touch. It was a while ago, and I said that, and he's absolutely right. The problem is if Derbyshire got to the end of tomorrow still standing, they'd still have a day to go, and that is the problem. Ben Aitchison is warming up. It's gone dark. Not sure that it's quite floodlight time, but it's gone dark. There's Scrimshaw bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and it goes through to Harvey Hussain. There'll be a weather forecast before we do an update for BBC Radio Derby into the sports news. Matt Critchley's changing ends. That's why he was taken off from the racecourse end. So he's going to be bowling to Joe Clark on 25. James has just had his, Lyndon James has just had his bat measured by the umpire. Saturday and Sunday weather forecast, good. Decent, I think, was the word just used by the forecaster. Clark waits, Critchley bowls. Too many turns this into the leg side for a single. 248 for 3. Oh, it's gone for 4. It's gone for 4, and the lead is up to 403. The 250's up as well. 251 for 3. Beg your pardon. I was convinced that that was just turning to the leg side for a single, and now Matt Critchley and Wayne Madsen have a chat. So the lead, 403, probably enough. They might have a go tonight, you know, at the Derbyshire batsman. Critchley spins himself a catch, comes in and bowls, and that's pushed out into the offside by Clark, and moved on to 29 with that boundary. It was only his second.
Just an end change then for Critchley, just the one over from Madsen.
He's in again. No, and it goes right through everything to Harvey Hussain. Update for Radio Derby coming up very shortly. This weather forecast has just about run its course. There we go. There's the music. Critchley in and bowls, and this one is pushed back to him. Here, 251 for 3, Nottinghamshire now. Joe Clark, 29. Lyndon James has 7. They're together because there was a wicket from the second ball of the evening session. Hasib Hamid, bowled by Matt Critchley for 94. 11 falls and a 6 in his innings. And Critchley, as he did yesterday, takes a wicket with the second ball after tea. We went on to see a further 12 wickets fall last night. I'm not sure that'll happen this evening necessarily. Earlier on today, Derbyshire bowled out for 105, 151 behind, but Nottinghamshire didn't enforce the follow-on after they'd been kept out there for 41 minutes by a combination of Ben Aitchison, who wasn't out there long. He made naught. Brooke Guest, who was dismissed for 10, and Sam Connors, 12 not out. Luke Fletcher with 5 for 28. Ben Slater was dismissed by Lewis Rees before lunch. But then in the afternoon session, we saw a terrific 157-run partnership between Ben Duckett and Hamid. Duckett eventually going for 87, caught by Leas to ploy off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice. Hamid had been dropped on 72, was eventually dismissed for 94, and Nottinghamshire are 251 for 3. Now Clark, 29, James, 7, and they lead by 402.
It's going to be George Scrimshaw bowling to Lyndon James. He was on 7. Plays this back to the bowler. Got his start for the opening round of matches for the County Championship, Lyndon, with a century at well, away against Warwickshire in pre-season. The first 11, if you like, of both were playing at Edgbaston, and down the road, the nearby ground, Edgbaston Community Centre or something, I think they call it. Lyndon James got a second against the rest of the Warwickshire side, and got the nod. He plays this to point. There's no run. Got the nod for the first game and scored a very good 79 not out against Durham. Could do with following it up now with a contribution here. 251 for 3. Scrimshaw with ball in hand. Wicketless so far in the match. George Scrimshaw bowls and thudding into the pad. They're mildly interested behind the wicket. The bowler wasn't.
Caught behind, caught and bowled, leg before wicket. They'll take anything at this stage, absolutely anything, and it was neither.
He just won in the first innings, Lyndon James. Was trapped LBW, but that was by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who followed it up with a similar LBW decision to get rid of Stephen Mullaney, who for the second match running was dismissed, shouldering arms. Scrimshaw, 251 for 3, bowls to James. He was happy again to just block it. Certainly doesn't look as if it's been a case of, right, let's get out there and see how many we can get in the next hour, does it, from the way Lyndon is approaching this?
Well, they'll only have 2 days at this rate to bowl Derbyshire out. Is it going to be enough time? Derbyshire, don't forget, did last 29 overs in their first innings. Yes.
Scrimshaw comes in again. Lyndon James with a little nod to Asiba Mead there as he left it, and then a bit of a flourish with the bat as he brought it back round inside the line.
I think if you have Mead, you've got to have some kind of flourish when you leave, because it's a shot that you're going to see it or show an awful lot of.
Yes.
You've got to make it your own, haven't you? You've got to make it your own.
Oh, false start there from George Scrimshaw. He'd only gone half a pace and realised he'd set off from the wrong mark. Take 2, comes in. And, well, I'd say fields off his own bowling. I think the ball was rattled back towards him and clattered into his shin or knee. End of the over, 251 for 3. He's got through a maiden there.
It's going to be long before we see the lights on. Yeah, the Incora County ground. I'm not sure how much difference they actually make, but one of the oldest sets of lights in county cricket. When it's completely dark, they make a difference, because you can sort of see something. Feeling out in the deep in night matches is a little tricky. Critchley then with his 13th over, 1 for 64. A bit expensive, but he has got a wicket now. He's going to be bowling to Clark, full toss. Pushed out into the offside for 4 runs to the extra cover boundary. Lewis Deploy can't get round in time. Got what it deserved, really, from the bat of Joe Clark. He moves to 33.
I mean, we both go around the country, the various football grounds, and it's staggering how many different types of floodlights there are.
Yeah.
You know, I thought somebody would sort of have the monopoly of it in this day and age, and they'd all be fairly similar for the lower league clubs.
That one's wide of the off stump from Critchley. Well, they're all going to these ones that they've got at Taunton now, which are LED, I think, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's the Ring of Fire in India. Next delivery, pushed into the offside by Clark. Brooke Guest, his usual energetic self, does the fielding. I feel a shower coming on. It's Critchley bowls and Clark defends. I've just heard the forecast for the weekend, and absolutely fine throughout the course of the weekend, the forecast for this area. So no danger to Nottinghamshire there, as that one keeps a little bit low from Critchley, and Clark ends up having to reach for it a bit as he pushes it out into the offside. Goes through for another single. He's under 34, 256 for 3.
Did note when I was with Kevin that Clark's best is 194 against Derbyshire at Worcester in 2016. Would you have been doing that?
Yes, I would. Yes, I don't remember it, but I tend to block things like that out of my mind. James is forced to reach for one outside the off stump. He can do nothing with it apart from play it straight back to Matt Critchley. It's the end of the over. James has 7. Clark still 160 shy of his best on 34. And Nottinghamshire 256 for 3, leading by 407.
And here do come the floodlights.
Yeah, it makes me sound like I'm some kind of mystic, doesn't it? But I did get an.
You've got a switch.
Well, yeah. The second best thing to having a switch is having the scorer next to me, who's in contact with the umpires, and he tapped on the window and said the lights are coming on, and here they are.
256 for 3. So the lead is 407. Still going to be Big George. Joe Clark's got down this end, or down that end. He'll be facing Scrimshaw. Previous over was a maiden to Lyndon James. Clark, I suspect, may be looking for runs. Oh, he's lifted that over mid-on. He's going to get a... In fact, it might just plug. It has plugged. Thought as he lifted it over Lewis Rees, who's back on the field, obviously, that he was going to race away for 4, but and it plugged a little bit, didn't it? Like a nice chip onto the green.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see Rees sneak back on. He's limping now, but he put the slide in there to do the fielding, so he's an enigma.
They did well. They ran 3 there. I don't work out whether they'd run 1 or 3, but they've definitely run 3, so that's not a bad effort.
No,
just chipping it over mid-on. Gallivanting for 3. Oh, Lyndon James has skied this one. This will be the end of Lyndon James. He's gone for the pole. He's missed it. It's straight up in the air. And a wicket at last for Big George Scrimshaw. A catch by Tom Wood. And Notts a 259 for 4. Lyndon James out for 7. Second wicket of the session for the home county.
Do you know what? This is shaping up very much like yesterday, isn't it? Dear, oh dear. James goes for 7 of 22 deliveries. So he never really settled, did he? Never really settled.
No, it's been a disappointing game for Lyndon. He's not bowled a ball yet either, as only three bowlers were required.
He might be bowling on Sunday tea time.
Looking for a little bit of a golden arm to get the last wicket.
Yeah, and the last pair out there of Leas Deploy and Sam Connors reunited.
Here comes Stephen Mullaney. I fancy whatever happens to him in this innings, he'll not be leaving as many balls that are tight to the off stump alone.
No, I think you're right.
Consecutive innings at Worcester on Saturday last and yesterday. Both seen his bat pointing towards the sky as the ball has nipped back off the seam and has been sent on his way. Well, he was bowled at New Road by one from Charlie Morris that came back and took the off stump. LBW yesterday to Finn Hudson-Prentice. A wicket for Scrimshaw, and he enjoyed it as well.
Second in first-class cricket, I believe.
259 for 4. And there he comes to bowl to the Notts captain. Down the leg side, poorly directed that one. A little bit of a waste from Big George. Sighter for Stephen Mullaney.
He liked it because his average has gone from 98 to 52. Needs a couple more.
Yes, for the batsman, it's all about the only way is up. But if you're a bowler, you want to be bringing that average down, down, down. Batsmen want above 40 really, and the bowlers want below 30. Stephen Mullaney's gone on the pull there. Didn't get anything on it, but the second one down the leg side. Can't be bowling to a plan really with 6 fielders on the offside.
It's horribly out of shape by the time he completed that shot, wasn't he, Stephen Mullaney?
Yeah.
It was just the pace that beat him. It was
It wasn't great cricket, actually.
No.
You know, a ball to a new batsman, second ball in a row that's gone down the leg side. And as you say, he was not really in a position to pull it away. Scrimshaw to Mullaney, who cuts this to backward point. Straight away sends Joe Clark back. 2:59 for 4 it remains. Off the field at Chesterley Street, where Durham are playing Warwickshire, and Headingley, where Yorkshire are playing Northants. So the North getting the worst of it this afternoon.
Always away. Always away.
2:59 for 4. The next delivery on its way. Scrimshaw to Mullaney. He'll get a run this time. A little hesitant about taking it, a little reluctant almost, but he takes the single. And 260 for 4. He'll keep the strike as well. Don't know if he'll apologise to Joe Clark for doing that. I don't think Clark will be unduly bothered. 260 for 4. Wicket in that over. Lyndon James trying to pull the ball away and just ballooned it up to mid-wicket, and Tom Wood won't get an easier catch. 2:59 for 4 when the wicket went down.
The captain can do anything he wants, can't he, really? He's in charge.
Essex now 5:57 for 8 at New Road. But imagine there's some interesting bowling figures. Yes, Brett D'Oliveira, 46 overs, 3 for 147. At least he's got wickets. Charlie Morris is none for 105.
Ouch. Critchley begins a new over from the City end and is driven out towards the cover boundary by Stephen Mullaney for a single. He is deployed as the fielding. It's about this time we should say that the lights are starting to take effect, but they seldom do here. They're could do some new brighter bulbs or something. Clark on strike now, goes back into the crease and forces it towards deploying the offside for another single. Back to milking Matt Critchley for singles. He has been expensive.
See if light becomes an issue. I'm sure Wayne Madsen will get one of the quicks on at the far end. Ask him to bowl a few bounces.
Yeah, absolutely. This one's defended by Mullaney. Back to the bowler, Matt Critchley. Yeah.
Because good a bowler is, as Critchley is, won't mind staying out there facing him. Just
Oh, now then he's launched that down the ground as Mullaney. That's going to go all the way, I fancy, for 6. It makes a heck of a noise as it bashes into the seats at the far end. And Mullaney goes the distance. He moves on to 8, 268 for 4. Nice shot. Really nice shot. Let's see how far up this this stand, whoever's gone to fetch it, he's gone right to the top of the stand. Oh, Matt Critchley doesn't want to see this. It's gone right to the back of the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. That was a good hit.
As I was saying, they won't mind facing him.
No.
They'd rather be accumulating than back in the pavilion, wondering when the umpires are going to take them back out there, won't they?
They're currently accumulating at 6 per ball.
Well, yeah.
Critchley's in again, and this time he's just guided out exactly what you do. You get a 6, you get a single, and that's what Mullaney does. Out to Lears to ploy in the covers.
The thing is, if there are dark clouds around, it's not really worthwhile for Nottinghamshire to have a go bowling later on, because as soon as Stuart Broad bangs one in short, they'll say,
yeah,
off you go, fellas. So it's all counterproductive.
Critchley bowls again, and this time Clark drives out into the offside. Fielded out there by Lears to ploy, the busiest man on the field. And he sends a good throw back to Harvey Hussain, right next to the stumps end of the over. 271 for 4, possibly. No, that's already gone up. 270 for 4 after 60 overs of the innings. Clark has 39, Mullaney has 9, Critchley 14 overs and 1 ball, 1 for 79. 3 overs for 19 in his current spell.
Essex have declared at New Road 561 for 8. So they're now going to try and get something out of that surface. But got most bases covered. Peter Siddle there, of course, and the spin of Simon Harmer, but it's a particularly unresponsive wicket as they Nottinghamshire side will tell you, and certainly the Worcestershire bowlers who bowled for long periods at Notts at the weekend and been bowling for long periods at Essex over the last couple of days, as Mullaney on his, in fact it's Clark on his merry way, clips this through mid-wicket for 2 more. Might just think about 3 here, you know, Dave, they are. Come on, Woody is the cry, and Woody just took a second there just to steady himself because he was close to the rope, turned, and by the time he'd got the ball in the air, they had already decided to come back and run hard for the 3rd. 2-7-3 for 4. Stephen Mullaney just, for whatever reason, just had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction and dropped his flannels. In fact, he's now waving to the dressing room.
Thigh pad, doesn't he? I think the straps bust, I think.
It's even more of a wardrobe malfunction than we thought. Just dropped his trousers to inspect the damage, but he's waved to the dressing room. I think he's going to play on, so I'm sure we won't be seeing him rush hard for another 3 anytime soon. Clark has gone on to 42 with that shot. Almost gone under the radar a little bit. Next ball is chopped to point, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a front thigh pad, and he's just adjusted it again there after playing that shot. So they want that sorted out pretty quickly, I would have thought. Come on, Scrimmy, for goodness sake. That's Wayne Madsen's voice you can hear in the effects microphone.
Pleading with the big fast bowler, and comes in now and bowls to the Notts captain. Gets everything behind it. Another Lancastrian, of course. Stephen Mullaney. There's a few in this game.
I know I ask you every time. It's Lee, isn't it?
Yeah. Rugby league man as well, of course. Stephen Mullaney. Is it Lee Miners Welfare? Or?
They're the amateurs, Lee Centurions are the pro side in Super League again.
273 for 4. Away goes Scrimmy to bowl to Mull. Who drops it on the leg side. And I presume, well, yes, it is. I was just going to say, I presume that's Woody. You don't very often get original nicknames with your Woods and your Browns.
No. Stick a Y on the end.
Yeah.
Or in Scrimshaw's case, remove half of it and stick a Y on the end.
That's the voice of Fletch. Next ball down the leg side, taken by Harvey Hussain. Again, he's lost his direction a little bit. Scrimshaw, 273 for 4. Clark, 42. Mullaney, 9. The batsman out in this innings. Slater for 24. Duckett, 87. And Mead, 94. And Lyndon James for 7.
I'm not sure if it's a generational thing, but people do call me Fletch, obviously. But my lad, all his mates and his cricket team call him Fleck.
Why?
I don't know. He's got the same surname as me.
273 for 4. Next one goes through to Hussain, who was nearly toppled over by the impact. Ball thudding into the gloves. End of that over. 61st of the innings, so 23 remain in the day. James Pipe is out there, the Notts physio. I mean, that's not that it necessarily is a medical drama. In fact, he is out there with the elastoplast or the sticky tape or whatever it is you call it, to tape up the thigh pad. So we need a medic to do that rather than a 12th man. The 12th man hasn't done that course.
No. Well, it's tricky stuff, that sticky tape. Stick it to your fingers and things like that. James Pipe's got the blue gloves on, just to make sure everything's safe and sound. And now he runs off. Well, I say run.
Having a chat with Wayne Madsen first.
Yes, it could take him a while to get off the pitch at that speed. He's got some time though, because Stephen Mullaney is just making his way back to the non-strikers then, having repaired his thigh pad. 273 for 4. Matt Critchley to begin a new over. And it's driven into the offside by Clark, just beyond the dive of Brooke Guest. 274 for 5, lead 425. More than enough. Critchley in again. Mullaney guides this one into the offside. Guest goes scampering towards the very edge of the square to pick up, turn and throw to Hussain. Mullaney to 9. To 10, I beg his pardon. 275 for 4. Clark waits and plays this straight to the man at. He's a mid-wicket really, but he's a sort of wide mid-on. Tom Wood in that particular position. He's quite wide. Next delivery goes back into its crease and almost it dropped just short of Sam Connors at backward point. It did drop short of him. He cut that one away, Clark. Perhaps needs to be a step closer. He's walking in now, and this time off the back foot. Clark plays it back to Critchley. And there's no run. Light shining brightly on the scoreboard away to our right as Critchley bowls, and again off the back foot. That didn't sound great, his bat there. Ball is played into the offside. It's fielded by Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. He rattles through the Matt Critchley if he possibly can. Just 2 runs off it from the first 2 deliveries. Clark 43, Mullaney 10. Notts 275 for 4.
Just a chat there between the 2 batsmen. Mullaney and Clark, 2 experienced players, but always nice when you're out there in the middle of this sort of situation that you've got some sort of feel for what the captain wants to do. I'm sure Joe Clark will know what the overall plan is. Well, he definitely will, whether it's to bat till the end of the day, whether it's to have a pop at Derbyshire tonight, or whether it's to keep going to lunchtime tomorrow, it remains to be seen. But I'm sure he'll be aware of the bigger picture as Scrimshaw again thuds one into the thigh pad of Stephen Mullaney, the newly repaired thigh pad.
Do you have a hunch?
Well, then the conditions come into it a bit, then, Dave, don't they?
Yeah.
They might well have thought we'll have half an hour at Derbyshire tonight, try and get an opener and a night watchman perhaps out or something along those lines. But then if you do look up, and you wouldn't, I don't think, be far away from suggesting that if Stuart Broad was bowling now, the umpires would be chatting and checking light meters and all the rest of it. Scrimshaw is in, bowls, and it's hit back to him by Mullaney, who's now inspecting the bottom of his bat. He needs to chalk his cue.
A fire over there to the left.
Yeah, there is indeed, yeah. You can hear the sirens. We'll have to see if that's a fire engine on the way there, or if it's a police or an ambulance going somewhere else. But definitely some smoke billowing up.
It's not my car.
Scrimshaw to old Stephen Mullaney. Nicked that, and he's caught. Ball goes through to Harvey Hussain, and Stephen Mullaney has disappeared for 10 to 75 for 5, Nottinghamshire. And the captain's decision to turn to George Scrimshaw has proved to be a good one. He's picked up a couple of wickets in this spell. And a meagre return for Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain, who now departs 275 for 5 with that lead. 4-2-6, I make it.
Yeah.
Should be Tom Moore's due in next. As we've seen throughout, the batsman that's out disappears off towards the old pavilion, and the new batsman comes out of the new one.
Doesn't make a lot of sense to me, that, but there we are. I'm sure there's a reason for it. There's a one-way system in place or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's deja vu all over again this evening. Nottinghamshire now lost 3 wickets. 13 in 39 overs post-tea last night. 3 so far in 10 overs tonight. Spooky. Very spooky. George Scrimshaw's picked up a couple which will do his confidence no harm at all. He's now got 3 first-class wickets, George Scrimshaw, and he's climbing the Derbyshire bowling averages. He's now taken those 3 at 36. Won't be long before he's top. New batsman is indeed Tom Moores. Bit of rain to the south. Scrimshaw comes in and bowls 2. Moser leaves this one alone outside the off stump. The weather forecast, then an update for listeners to BBC Radio Derby coming up fairly shortly. Leads 426 now. Scrimshaw settles himself at the top of his mark and sets off from the racecourse end. Moores plays and misses at that one. These lights definitely have an effect, you know. Like magic lanterns. Indeed. Kevin
Well, no,
Held.
I don't know if you're about to do a turn on
I
Radio
am.
Derby. Well, there we are. I'll keep quiet then.
Well, you don't have to keep quiet.
Well, I do, because otherwise we'll be all over Radio Derby saying something really inappropriate.
People in Derby would love that, Kev. They'd love it.
Be the end of me, Dave.
I don't think so. Take more than that to take you down. Scrimshaw's in, bowls, and he's off the mark. He's Moores. He just jabs it into the leg side. Lewis Rees goes across to do the fielding. 276 for 5. I was going to say it brings Clark on to strike, but of course it doesn't, because that was the final ball of the over. Ruined what would have been a wicket maiden for George Scrimshaw. Would have been his first in first-class cricket. But it's not to be. You can't just suck your teeth. Oh, it's me. Yeah, Nottinghamshire 276 for 5. Now, Stephen Mullally, the latest man out, he made 10 when he was caught by Harvey Hussain off the bowling of George Scrimshaw, who's got 2 wickets. Last night, in the final 39 overs, 13 wickets fell with the floodlights on. They're on again now. If something similar happens, Derbyshire will be in even worse shape. 276 for 5, Notts leading by 427. Delivery is defended by Moores. Back to Critchley. I got my timing all wrong there. I thought it was half past.
Half past what?
Well, half past anything with the sports news, but I got it hopelessly wrong. Critchley bowls. That's an attempt to sweep. It's gone through everything. It'll go down for 4 byes. Unless he got a little something on it. He did. He got a little something on it. Did Moores. He moves on to 5. Hussain could do nothing to stop it. He'll be quite pleased he got something on it, actually, because it means they don't go against him.
Selfish.
Score moves on to 2 today. Small little things like that cheer wicket keepers up, though, I'm sure. Critchley bowls, and it's driven without any kind of timing at all by Moores, up to long off for a single. He goes to 6, 281 for 5. Gloomy out there, Kevin.
What do the kids say these days? Rude. It is. Well, there's rain all around us. All around us.
Yeah. This is where we need it. Critchley bowls. That's a quicker one, and it's pulled away brilliantly by Clark. Has it gone all the way? That's the question. It has. 6 runs. Pulled out towards the car park, and poor old Ben Aitchison spent almost as much time in the car park as he has on the pitch in this afternoon. There he goes. Still going. Still going. Blimey. He's going to go out of view here. Still going.
Ben
Aitchison.
Ben, come back, Ben.
No, he's run past the ball now. He's still going.
Ben. We like you, really. Come back, Ben.
He's gone a long, long way.
Oh, he's coming back.
6 to Clark takes him on to 49. 287 for 5.
Surely the umpires are going to have a look at this ball now.
Yes, they'll have to, aren't they?
I mean, that's a gravelly car park over there.
It is, you're right. 438 the lead, yeah, it is a bit gravelly.
But they're not looking at it?
just crack on. If this one turns sharply, it's got a little bit of gravel sticking out a bit one side, I think. Critchley in again, balls to Clark, who gets an edge, but not a small enough edge for it to go through to the slips, and not a big enough edge for it to carry all the way through to the man at backward point, Sam Connors. It's the end of the over. Clark 49, Moores 6, Nottinghamshire 287 for 5, a lead of 438.
At least the forecast generally is picked up around the country. It can be very frustrating. You can't do anything about it, but still frustrating. If the weather forecast is so definite that the last 2 days, virtually up and down the country, or certain chunks of the country, is very definite, it's going to rain throughout. We haven't got that sort of a forecast anywhere.
No.
Which, as the way things stand here, is not great news for Derbyshire, because actually they would like perhaps that. They wouldn't. I'm sure they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
They want to draw it the proper way, David. And that won't be with rain.
No, well, they won't do it without it. So
anyway, here's my very good friend George Scrimshaw. Well, who's holding him up here now? Tom Moores. Get on with him. Come on.
2 for 31. Scrimmy.
And he's in now from the media centre end. In the ball, an edge, and ball short at second slip. See, I think this lad's got something about him, Fletch. I really do.
He has, but there are too many balls that are too easy to hit.
I don't disagree with that at all, but there's something there. There's something there.
Interestingly, last night he was asked to remove his watch because it was glinting in the floodlights, and he's got his watch on again now.
With the floodlights on again.
With the floodlights on again, and he hasn't been asked to remove it.
No, well, that can just sometimes just be in the mind. Well, I'm thinking it was Clark yesterday who talked about it. Anyway, this one is paid beautifully by Moores, driven out through extra cover. It's going to be 4 runs. Good timing, and off a little bit of width, and now George is going to come around the wicket to Moores. But what I was going to say is that can just be something which can just be peculiar to one batter, and then again it can be peculiar to whatever mood they were in at the time.
Yeah. Trying to rile the bowler.
And there's a little bit of that as well, maybe. 291 for 5. 442 in front. Just 442 in front. Scrimshaw around the wicket, in the bowls, and a lifting delivery. Not the tallest of people anyway, is Moores, but goes past his head. And best I can pick up for a nickname is Scrim.
Scrimmy, I think.
Scrimmy.
Yeah. We were talking about that a little earlier. So Wood becomes Woody.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. Reese becomes Reesey.
Reesey.
Yeah.
And here we got Scrimmy.
But they shortened his name and put a Y on.
Yeah, he's bowling to Morsey. And that one goes through to, well, I don't know where it goes. I was distracted.
So it's gone. Sorry, I tapped you on the shoulder. Yeah, just as he was about to bowl, it's gone to Matt Critchley. Yeah, it's gone to Matt Critchley.
You threw me under the bus then, you did. Anyway, the news is that Kent is 66 for 7, and another of my very good friends, along with George, Darren Stevens, he's failed to score.
Oh.
He took a fifer and was out for a duck on his 45th birthday.
I tapped your shoulder at entirely the wrong time. I have no idea what happened then, really. I was tapping you and you were looking to your left.
I was hoping that you'd got onto the Radio Derby News inadvertently with that expression. You can't just suck your teeth. Next delivery, bowled and has passed the off stump and taken low down by the keeper, and there will be no run. So Clark on 49, Moores on 11. It's been another hard work sort of innings really for Clark, because he's not hit the straps throughout. Moores, and he's lost wickets and partners along the way. Moores has played a couple of nice shots for his 11. But the strength and position that Nottinghamshire are in, it's a bit of a tricky one for the captain to know what to do here, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Scrimshaw for Derbyshire. Bowls to Clark of Nottinghamshire. Up onto his toes, and that sits up too nicely, too neatly to be played beautifully square on the offside for 4. And that will bring up Clark's 50. He moves to 53, a half century for Joe Clark. Takes the Nottinghamshire score to 296 for 5. The lead just continues to build and build and build. And for Joe Clark, a very useful half century. The England head scout. I'm not too sure if he's here or not. Whether he, on a Friday, he knocks off at 4:30. James Taylor. But they'll be aware of what he's doing anyway. But these two, with seemingly no hint of any sort of declaration as yet, what's the situation regarding overs? Remaining 19 remaining today.
Yes.
Would they fancy a bit of a dip
Well,
tonight or not?
is the light good enough to be
yeah,
facing
I don't
Stuart
think they would
Broad?
anyway, but
Critchley begins a new over, dabbed into the offside by Moores. Sorry? 3 tweets have flooded in. Critchley, it's not the best kind of over to do tweets. That one swept beautifully by Moores for 4 runs, goes under the covers. That raced away, absolutely raced away. He moves on to 15 from 13 deliveries with his third 4. That'll take some fetching as well. They fetched it. There we go. Mark Beck says, let's hope that the similarities between now and yesterday end here. Derbyshire can't be 8 down at the end of the day again. No, absolutely not. Tim Singleton says he's back from work in inverted commas because I took the mickey out of Tim yesterday up there in Saddleworth. Next delivery from Critchley is defended into the onside by Moores, and there's no run. Bring back John Wright, Alan Hill, Eddie Barlow, Peter Kirsten. Please excuse the nostalgic memories. Those nostalgic memories are the best, that is fine. This next one is swept again, and has it gone to the left of the field? Oh, he slides, but he can't get there. Is it Sam Connors or a Tom Wood? It's Sam Connors, I fancy. He can't get there. 4 more to Moores, who moves on to 19 now. 304 for 5. The apologies was for the Nottinghamshire 300. There's applause almost every other delivery at the moment. Drew Walker suggests that the record for things chasing county cricket was Middlesex, who reached 502 to beat Notts by 4 wickets in a 3-day match at Trent Bridge in 1925. I don't know how true that is without checking it. Perhaps I should have done that before I read it out. This one's driven out to the extra cover boundary for 4 more. And Matt Critchley is getting taken apart here by Tom Moores. 4.44 in the last 4 deliveries. Patsy Hendry made 206 not out in that game. Will Notts risk a new record? He says he doesn't know the record number of runs set. No, neither do I. But I'm sure we can find that out. David Griffin will furnish us with all the statistics at the end of the innings as Critchley bowls, and this time he's treated with a bit more respect by Tom Moores, who remains on 23. Clark has 53. It's 308 for 5, and that is a lead of 459. Wow. Is it a hand sanitisation break, or the fielders just not moving where they should do? Oh, Finham Prentice is coming back.
just got to listen. If they start singing "Happy Birthday," then we know it's hand sanitising. Does that still apply? You have to sing "Happy Birthday" for the duration of
Oh, remember that? Yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah,
that was a thing, wasn't it? Of course, it was a thing. Yeah, I'd forgotten
12
about
months
that.
ago, Fletch. Only a year ago, man.
I know, but
I thought it still applied.
We've been given an awful lot of instructions in the last 12 months. To try and remember them all and work out which ones we're supposed to be following is hard enough. But yeah, happy birthday. Yeah.
Clark, 53.
Happy days.
He has scored a 56 this season, being his highest. That was against Warwickshire. So if he can get past that, he'll be a happy man. In terms of first-class 50s, he has scored 17 of them previously, so this is his 18th. And started the next over and driven straight to mid-off, and there will be no run. And it is Finn Hudson Prentice who is bowling. He's called Finney.
Yes. Yeah. Finney.
As opposed to Hudson Prentice.
Some of the supporters call him Jack because of his resemblance to Jack Sparrow of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, I believe.
So, Hudson Prentice bowls now. And that's caught, is it? Yes. And very well caught as well. That's a really good catch from Tom Wood out there at mid-wicket. That was travelling some. It was at a good height, but a speed that he had to gather the ball in. I really like that. Good fielding. And it's the end of Clark. He's gone for 53, so it won't be his highest score of the season. His previous best being a 56. So 56 earlier in the season, a couple of weeks ago, 53 today. And he's out to a stunning catch, and it's 308 for 6, but it's still a very, very big lead.
You're very big. You're right. So big that I can't work it out myself. It's 459, which is enormous.
Clark got 66 yesterday. Thank you, David. Apart from the 66 yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
Why doesn't that show on my card here? Anyway, thank you, David. And apologies to the listeners. I shall be doing 100 lines of something.
Steady.
Sometimes when I say those things and the modern world raises an eyebrow at me, David, I just have to say, your problem, not mine.
4 fours and a 6. Joe Clark. It was a good catch by Woody. Tom Wood. And now the next batsman is Liam Patterson-White. You know, we've had 4 wickets. There were 13 yesterday in the evening session. What's going on? What is going on? Derbyshire need to just be careful here that they don't bowl Nottinghamshire out, because their best bet is to keep them batting.
That's an interesting dilemma and narrative of this game right now. Because I was only thinking 5 or 10 minutes ago, actually, the thing that Madsen did want, because his bowlers were just looking a little bit, and everybody's looking a little bit downtrodden out there. That the thing they just end it all here. But you're right.
Stay out there, boys,
Yeah.
as long as you can. If they're still bowling at tea time tomorrow, that'd be ideal.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen. But you're right about facing some awkward overs here late on, because the game has taken a natural course.
17 to go after this one.
Patterson-White is the new batter, and it is now Hudson Prentice bowling, and that's clipped away very fine down towards fine leg. So let's just correct that. There'll be 19 first-class 50s he's now got, because obviously the cards and the website I'm looking at don't update live in a game for Joe Clark. But the fact is, with this big lead, you can't really fault a shot like that. And also, he put quite a lot in it.
Oh, no, it was a good shot. It was just a
Yeah.
good catch.
Yeah,
really
right,
good
yeah.
catch by Tom Wood, who's got 2 catches since tea. The other one was relatively straightforward.
Another wicket for Hudson Prentice, and he's in now and bowls. And that bat from Moores was only just lifted out of the way just in time.
Yeah, 6 in the match for Finn Hudson Prentice, or indeed Finny Boy, which I think is pushing it a bit as a nickname. He's got 13 wickets for the season now. Critchley 15.
The old Finny Boy, I hear it now myself.
Finny Boy. Ben Aitchison, top of the averages.
Another wicket in and bowls, and shout wait you hear from Tom Moore. That quite frightened me. It was, I'm convinced that Patterson-White was not going to go for the run anyway.
No.
It's very clear instruction. Breeze blows. In fact, the wind has got up, I think, in the last hour or so, and it's a cool wind as well. It blows across the ground. Lots of people lots of people. Those out in the ground working got their hoods up and covered from the cold. Played square by Moores, pushing hard for 1, coming back for 2, and just a slight slip in the field means that 2 is going to be a comfortable 2 in the end. And Moores is on 225, and the score moves to 311 for 6 right now.
Who's derobing there? Looks like that's Wayne Manson. So Matt Critchley bowled 6 overs for 44 in that spell from the City end. Post T has been replaced by Wayne Madsen. The over 8, which was -1, has gone back to 0. Nobody's ever. I don't want to know how it's worked out. I just want it.
Well, there's been more spin in the last hour.
I just want it removed from the scoreboard. I don't like it. It doesn't encourage anything. Around the wicket comes Madsen, bowls a very full delivery that's driven by Patterson White out into the offside. They go through for a single.
Well, that's the captain, though, how they're getting on.
Yes, but we have had the case where it's been +4 or +5 and they just slow the game down. Just play cricket. Just get on with it. If you're going to tell teams that they have to bowl a certain number of overs, make them bowl a certain number of overs. Tom Moores just asked 2 of his teammates to move out of the way. They've never played cricket before, obviously. The lads at the far end standing right behind the bowler. They've moved slightly. As Madsen's in again, and that one is slapped out into the offside. That's a good piece of fielding by Matt Critchley, one-handed. To his right. Ajmal Shahzad walking around, breaking with tradition and going anti-clockwise. This one's turned into the leg side by Moores. There's applause. I'm not sure why.
Applause for Moores.
Always unnerves me. Lead 464, so it can't be for that. Partnership 5.
That's it.
Doesn't normally draw a lot of applause. Moores moves to 26. Madsen's in again, and it's down the leg side. Wayno.
What, for Maddo?
Yes, I'm surprised at Wayno. This is a flat delivery, and again it's Critchley who fields it in the covers. Doesn't take it cleanly this time, but it is another over that he's sped through. 16 to go in the day, so around about an hour's play. That's not too bad, 25 past 6. I can cope with that.
It is all about you, Fletch. That's the main thing.
330 for 6. Oh, it's 7 o'clock last night.
I know.
7:15 a couple of Saturdays ago. Night before, yeah. You've got to get to bed early and prepare, haven't you? 313 for 6 is the score. Moores has 26. Patterson White has 2. The lead is 464. And Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's going to continue from the racecourse end. Ben Aitchison warming up as well. That's cheating when you bend your knees, when you try to touch your toes, Ben. That is cheating, I'm told.
Hudson-Prentice then comes from the racecourse end. In, round bowls and pushed up towards mid-on. There'll be no run. I would love it if this end was actually called Carol's Cabin then, because this is where Carol's Cabin used to be many years ago.
Yeah.
You're not aware of
No.
Oh, yes, Carol's
Sweet
Cabin.
shop. Was
No,
no.
it was the finest in food.
Huh?
The very finest in food. It was one of many reasons you wanted to come to Derby.
Duck.
To the cricket. Well, I'm not actually. I don't know if Carol's Cabin ever did duck, but did many other things. Hudson-Prentice bowls. Oh no, wild drive of that from Moores through to the keeper. They say he knows only one way to play. Well, I'm not so sure, but it's 26 remains. 313 for 6. No, I shan't go on too often about Carol's Cabin, but it was a joy. She used to set up here, and there would be burgers and chips and that sort of thing.
Right.
It was good.
Don't mind a burger.
Yeah. Hudson-Prentice around the wicket in bowls. Oh, and it almost gets squared up there. There's Tom Moores, but he'll get edge on it down towards third man for a single. He moves to 27, and the score moves up to 314 for 6. I tell you what, there was one game. Remind me. Oh,
Well, try.
Hall.
Ian.
Sorry. Of course it was. But the game, whatever game we were doing, Derbyshire were involved, and it was ball-by-ball commentary, strangely enough, at that stage. I can't remember what it was for. It's angled again. I thought it was going to run down to third man, but no, it's gone more square than that.
Well, Radio Derby used to do ball-by-ball commentary before a lot of other stations.
Yes, that's
did,
right.
yeah.
And there he was, and one game was so quiet, and so that Ian actually found himself. I don't think he set off at the start of his thought process to do this, but he ended up running through the entire menu from Carol's Cabin. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Oh, and a puff of dust comes up from that. They'll scamper through for 1. Half-decent stop, actually, which means there's definitely no more than that. So Patterson White will get a single and he'll move to 3.
It might have been a half-decent stop, but now Lewis Rees has stayed down. He's been off the pitch about 4 times today. He's in a spot of bother here. Again, God, he's got up like I get up. And he's a professional athlete. And you may or may not believe it, but I'm not.
No, you don't fool me, Tim. You don't fool me. Moores on 27. Next delivery. Edged, caught. Low down at second slip. And Tom Moores has gone for 27. Good catch, that. Taken low to his left-hand side. So that's now 7 wickets down at 315 for 7. So, as we say, we keep on saying this position is such a strong one. A lead of 466 runs. The wickets are falling. What damage is that really doing to Nottinghamshire? Well, the flip side of that is something that Fletch mentioned just a few moments ago. If this takes its natural course and Derbyshire find themselves out there batting against Broad, against Fletcher, in the last few overs of this second day, in the light which is less than perfect but maybe good enough for them to bowl in, there's the nod of a wise old sage there to my right-hand side.
You say that. Yeah, it's just something that sort of crossed my mind that they don't really want to be batting, do they, Derbyshire, at this stage? Interestingly, and I think it is interesting, Wayne Madsen is currently in conversation with the umpires. I'm sure he's used the word Megatron there. Get your Megatrons out, lads, and let's see how light it is. Luke Fletcher is on the card to come in next. Is that Luke?
Oh, no, I think it's Broad.
I thought it was Broad. Perhaps he came in before Luke in the first. I don't know. I can't remember. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Well, I forgot about Clark 60.
Easily done, that.
Well, I don't know as it is. It is if you go by what's written in front of you.
Yes.
And without thinking.
Yeah.
And I feel as though I've let everybody down again.
Well.
But I mean, I know.
Don't be too hard.
It's me I've let down most.
Do not be too hard on yourself, Kevin Hells.
In the meantime.
Good catch by Wayne Madsen, though, wasn't it? Decent catch.
Seen some good catches. Yeah.
Finn Hudson-Prentice has now got 3 for 38 to add to his 4 for 36 first time around.
And that's the point I was making badly at the fall of the wicket. The fact this lead is so big, it perhaps is too easy to overlook that some of these catches and the fielding here is really good.
Yeah.
So a wicket, that's a wicket, well done, but look at that lead already.
466.
How excited can you get by it?
Not very. Wayne Madsen's going to continue from the City end, second over of this spell, 6th over in all, and down the track is Patterson White, and he clips it straight to the man at a deepish mid-on. And it's a simple catch for Tom Wood. What on earth is happening? It's another wicket for Derbyshire. 315 for 7 now. And yesterday is repeating itself.
All over again?
All over again. Patterson White goes for 3. And Wayne Madsen has a first-class wicket. And I know I say that with some incredulity, and I shouldn't really.
But back it up now then.
Well, I'm going to.
Yeah.
I'm going to. No, I can do that. Don't worry. Don't you worry about that, Kevin Hells. I can
lay those numbers at us.
I can back it up. I can back it up.
Otherwise, it was rude.
Well, it was. Yeah, I think I'm right.
That's rude.
Wayne Madsen, first-class cricket in 192 matches, has 33 wickets at 53.
Still.
Yes, it's not great, is it? It's not great.
Well, he didn't set off celebrating it like it was a major thing there.
No. Well, it's not, is it? Because it's another wicket closer to Derbyshire with a bat, which is not what they want. It's bizarre.
And this is Luke Fletcher.
It was a straightforward catch again. Tom Wood's now got 3 catches since tea.
So we're in a position here where we could have 9 or 10 overs of some tricky cricket.
Man alive. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
What a fine programme that was. Granada telling.
A fine romance.
No, Man Alive.
Was that a programme?
Oh, yeah.
Was it?
Oh, yeah. Hard-hitting documentary. How old are you? Don't answer that. Hard-hitting documentary.
Was it called Man Alive?
Yes, I think it was.
No, I don't think it was.
World Alive? World alive, mate. Do some, oh, don't look it up.
I
Don't
am, no.
embarrass me anymore.
I've got to look it up.
Anyway,
Television programme.
It's your end.
Television programme.
Well, there we are,
There
thank
it is.
you.
Documentary, 1965. I'm not that old.
Look, watch this.
Madsen in and bowls to Luke Fletcher, the new batsman, who gets a leading edge.
Never mind when it started. When did it finish?
It ran 500, 500 episodes, so it would have gone for a fair while, wouldn't it? Still struggling here to find out when it finished, but I will do before the end of this over, possibly. Here's Wayne Madsen in again, bowls to Fletcher, who guides this out into the offside. In fact, approximately at 1981.
Well, there we are, you sausage.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should remember it. I should remember. BBC show as well. Critchley, no, not Critchley. Madsen in again. Oh, and Fletcher's gone high into the sky, and he's going to be caught, and he is caught. And that's a catch for Brooke Guest on this occasion. And Luke Fletcher goes. Wayne Madsen's got a rare double in first-class cricket. In fact, he's on for a... Is he on for a double wicket maiden? He will be, won't he? That might even have been it. No, it wasn't, because he's only bowled 4 balls. This is ridiculous.
What's going on?
Blimey. Just, yeah, they've got to the end of the news. I've got my update coming up. So he faced 3 deliveries there, Luke Fletcher. And catch for Brooke Guest. You can tell I'm writing this down because I have to say it out loud. And the lead remains 466 at 315 for 8 now. The world has gone mad. It's official. It is official. They're doing the weather forecast at the moment, and there's absolutely no mention of any spits and spots of rain. And in fact, if you look across to the east, and the weather's largely coming in from that direction, it's blue sky. Yeah, as we try and entice it in. The new batsman. I've done what I do on a regular occasion. They're 9 down, aren't they? Not 8 down. 315 for 9.
Because the board hadn't quite ticked over.
Yeah, and I also put successive 6s down the side of my hair. Yeah, I do that. I do occasionally do that.
If you're following at home, these are lessons you can learn in your life as well.
We'll bring Dave Bracegirdle in for the interval in a minute. No, we'll go off for the interval. We'll have a little 10-minute break at some point, unless you want to carry on.
Oh, I want to carry on.
Oh, well, I'm going. The next delivery, ball by Wayne Madsen, is defended back to him by Stuart Broad. He's yet to get off the mark. Patterson at the other end at the non-strikers end. Broad defends this out into the offside. A tumbling stop by Matt Critchley, who's doesn't stop it perfectly, and they scamper through for a single.
A little bit sloppy there.
Yeah, it was.
But you can understand how they're thinking, when will we be going out there?
When will they be famous? End of the over, 315 for 9. Finn Hudson-Prentice is jogging in. Can't wait to have another bowl. Not sure why.
Well, because he's a bowler, that's why.
Oh, right.
Come on now.
3 for 38. And Derbyshire are going to be batting tonight, and I never expected that.
I didn't either, no.
No. I will be with you in a minute, Dave. We'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, don't let him be cross with
I know, well, that's why I thought I'd keep him in the loop. Keep him in the loop.
Yeah.
Keep him in the loop.
You won't have me on with him, I don't think.
So the sports news is about to start once the witty banter between the presenter and the weather forecaster is finished. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice in for a new over, and it's allowed to go through to Harvey Hussain. Oh, yes, this game's taken a rather bizarre twist. Yesterday, we had 13 wickets in 39 overs after the tea interval. By my rudimentary calculations, 7 have already fallen since tea, and Nottinghamshire are currently 316 for 9. Now, ordinarily, that would be good news, but they currently have a lead of 467. Enough runs, you would have thought, to bowl Derbyshire out in their second innings and force a victory. They've just picked up another couple as well. It was almost a run out. The lead goes up to 468. Earlier on today, Derbyshire bowled out for 105. They were 151 behind. Luke Fletcher finishing with 5 for 28, but they didn't enforce the follow-on knots. Ben Slater for 24 was the only man out before lunch for the visitors. Ben Duckett, the only man out before tea as well. He added 157 with Hasib Hamid for the second wicket. But then the wickets started to tumble, starting with Hamid, the first man to go in the evening session, as almost all out there as a wild swing from that's Stuart Broad at the far end is dropped at first slip by Lewis Deploy. Lyndon James, Stephen Mullany, Joe Clark, they've all come and gone. Finn Hudson-Prentice has bowled quite nicely again after his 4 for 36 in the first innings. He's got 3 for 40. Wayne Madson's picked up a couple of wickets as well. Nottinghamshire are 318 for 9 now. Derbyshire are going to be batting again this evening. They lead by 469. Oh. And if they could have hung on for 15 seconds, we'd have seen Stuart Broad bowled leg stump by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and they are 318 all out, which means, that was fairly comprehensive, which means that Derbyshire will need 470 to win, and they've got 2 days in which to get them.
Never mind the 2 days. How many overs tonight? 13, 11? 12?
No, wait.
Well, the 13 overs remaining now, so you knock off 2. I reckon it's 11.
11. Confirmed by John Brown.
Thank you.
With 2 fingers.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring Dave Bracegirdle in.
Well, please do, because
Yeah.
I'm shocked about my very sloppy behaviour with the.
Oh, that's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day. That's the spot. Gone! The breakthrough! All gone. Bowled him off stump. Straight to him. It's Alex Sale. Rocketed through point. They're going to go all the way. 17 years in the making. Finally, they make it to Edgbaston and finals day.
Stuart Broad to open the bowling. So we have got 11 overs, so yeah, it's 24 at this end, Tom Wood. So potentially Stuart Broad could have 6 overs here. We saw him last night bowling with 6 slips, didn't we? There's just 4 in there at the moment. But Nottinghamshire, well, they'll be desperate to part the openers and perhaps make further inroads. Maybe a night watchman will be deployed. Let's see how they go. Here's Broad. First delivery of the Derbyshire second innings. Wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. Bowling figures quickly. Sam Connors, 7 overs, none for 42. Lewis Rees, 11 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 42. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who got a 4 in the first innings, did it again. 12 overs and 4 balls, 4 for 40. Matt Critchley, 17 overs and 1 ball. My screen has just tipped over. We'll come back to that in just a second. Broad already halfway down the runway, comes in and bowls and runs here for Lewis Rees, the left-hander. He has worked this one away. Lyndon James puts in the dive, can't prevent it from going over the ropes, and 4 runs to Lewis Rees, and the run chase is on. 466 more required. Lovely looking shot. Just completing the bowling figures. Matt Critchley, 17.1 overs, 1 for 104. Sam Aitchison, 5 overs, none for 25. Lightly used, really, Aitchison. Scrimshaw, 11 overs, 2 for 40. And Wayne Madsen, he had 6 overs, 2 for 19. Top scorer in the innings, Asiba Mead with 94. Ben Duckett, 87. And Joe Clark, 53. Here's Stuart Broad in again bowling. And a comfortable leave from Lewis Rees, despite the roars of encouragement and approval from his teammates.
Certainly up for it, and no doubt wanting a little bit more of the excitement they conjured up last night. Luke Fletcher, he's doing 1 or 2 stretching exercises. Or at least I looked and he was down on the ground, so I presumed he was doing some stretching exercises.
So Notts were 308 for 5, 318 all out. So 10 for 5. The last 5 wickets for 10 runs, whichever way you want to put it. Nice push down the ground for 4 more by Lewis Rees, who's begun brightly. Stephen Mullaney in hot pursuit, but the ball was always going to win that race. Broad just pitching it right up there, trying to get a little bit of swing, try and kiss the outside edge, or get the ball into the block hole and perhaps hit the pads of Lewis Rees. But so far, a couple of really decent shots to get the Derbyshire innings up and running.
A joy to watch in isolation, but with the task ahead, nervy times.
Here's Broad in again. And a leave here, left that one alone, and it obviously jagged back and struck his body somewhere. He's okay, but
I think about struck the back of the bat, possibly, Dave.
Maybe, yeah. The ball just dropped down on the ground. No harm done. Of course, it is all about getting through this evening for the Derbyshire batsmen. No obvious thought of chasing anything down, and they can only play it session by session. Certainly this evening it's all about getting to stumps. Maybe tomorrow they'll be looking to break it down into half-an-hour chunks as Broad is in once more. Lovely delivery from Stuart Broad. Has gone through Lewis Rees into the gloves of Tom Moores. And it's 8 from the opening over. On comes Zach Chappell rushing out there with Stuart Broad's sweater. And now Broad doesn't want it. In fact, he's going to take off Luke Fletcher. So Fletcher is again going to share the new ball. So Notts have still only used the 3 bowlers, Broad, Fletcher and Patterson.
Well, all I can exclusively reveal about the early morning habits of Luke Fletcher is that he likes a porridge. And it didn't do him any harm really this morning. He still got his wickets 4 and 5, wasn't it? And whether they do say that porridge is a slow release. So whether it's still going to help him here as we come up to 10 to 6, I don't know.
We've got the first result from this round of matches, Kevin. Glamorgan have beaten Kent in 2 days by 10 wickets in Cardiff.
That is amazing. Fletcher bowls, and That's played away by Wood onto the onside. And you hear the shout, not once, not twice, but 3 times of no, he says to his mate down the other end. So it's a single for Wood. So he is off the mark. And the score moves to 9 for no wicket. Runs required, 462. It just sits there. Another 461. Just sits there, the bottom right-hand side, really, of the scoreboard. Minding its own business, I think, for the time being. Fletcher in, bowls and pushed into the offside defensively for no run.
I think Kent wanted to get on the motorway. Glamorgan were set 19 to score. Chris Cook, Joe Cook it says here. Surely it's Chris Cook for Glamorgan. Have they got a Joe Cook as well? Yes, they must have. So Joe Cook, not out. David Lloyd, all 19 of them, 3 4s and a 6. Job done.
I think he did well in the first innings, didn't he? Did he not get 60? Was it something?
Joe Cook.
62?
No,
Lloyd, I mean.
Yeah, Lloyd.
Fletcher in bowls and taken low down by the keeper just over the off stump. And obviously in the context of that, the scores you had in that match, that was a very good score.
Yeah, 62.
So he must have been enjoying himself. Gosh, that's the Derbyshire effect. Falls down some steps, hurts his hands. Whilst he's doing it, everybody else gets a bit of a lift.
But he knew to go to Wales rather than England, didn't he?
Aye, he did. Fletcher, running from the city end, coming into Rees. And that's a lovely delivery. Withdraws the bat inside the line eventually, but I think that ball might have been passed by then. But either way, it didn't get a nick.
No. So you chatted to Luke Fletcher at breakfast time this morning, and the full interview will be played tomorrow lunchtime.
Well, it should be. I don't know where I'm going to be. We'll wait and see. But no, yes, definitely we'll hear from Luke. Lovely little chat, actually, about his autobiography but other things. It's a very honest chat, as you'd expect. You know him so well, Dave, but you know he's a lovely lad to chat to. Not so sure about facing and bowling here right now, though. This one's pushed behind square on the offside, and there will be no run. And that is, if you are wondering, over on 5 Live Sports Extra tomorrow lunchtime.
Yes, there's generally he's not too far away from a smile or a quip.
Yeah.
Cheerful character by and large. By his own admission, found lockdown tough last year, and that was one of the reasons why he engaged in doing the book.
All right. In bowls. Full LBW appeal. They look to the umpire, not out. And Rees will go through for 1. It's going to be signalled a leg by the umpire. And it's 1 more to the total. The score moves on to 10 for no wicket. I tried to explore it. It's not that, obviously, War and Peace is quite a short interview, but I just tried to explore that business of the happy-go-lucky personality, the man everybody wants to be around because he's good fun to be around. Just whether that at any point he felt that was sort of eclipsing what people saw of him as a cricketer, as a really good cricketer. And I can't remember if he said yes or no in the end, but we talked around it. Stuart Broad, meantime.
Going round the wicket to the left-handed Rees. It goes through to the keeper. Of course, it's taken a number of life-changing events over the last 2 or 3 years, really, for him to focus on his game. He was that, as you say, happy-go-lucky character, and settled down with Kirsty and 2 lovely children and a homeowner and all the other things. And his teenage years behind him, his 20s behind him, and it is only the last 3 or 4 years where he's absolutely devoted himself to his fitness and the full training regime. This has helped down to long leg for a single. Must have been some bat involved. 11 without loss, 9 of them now to Lewis Rees. But he really does work hard through the winter, and it staggers a lot of people to know when they ask other players in the Notts team sort of who is the fittest, and yes, he's not going to win the 100-metre sprints or the 400-metre sprints, but the endurance stuff, and they have triathlon sort of type events through the winter, obviously running, cycling, swimming, and he wins them every time. You know, he's.
Come on. Yeah, that's because he did what lots of kids used to do at my school. They used to wait at the bottom of the cross-country course, wait till everybody had gone by, and then just cut the corner off.
Yeah, 10 years ago, yeah. 11 without loss. You wouldn't want to race him on a bike. This one goes through to the keeper. Tom Wood is on strike. And, of course, you know, not just Nottinghamshire we're talking about here. He did come for a little spell here with Derbyshire. He played 4 games, and that just goes to show what 5-6 years ago when it happened, he couldn't get in the Nottinghamshire team, was, you know, pretty distraught. And that was, you know, one of the things that sort of really made him focus. When he came back to Trent Bridge, he sort of knuckled down to work a little bit harder. 11 without loss. I'm sure he's admitted to Kevin. The fitness regime wasn't always at the top of his list of priorities. 11 without loss as Broad's next delivery goes harmlessly past Tom Wood.
I didn't actually go through the fitness thing because it is something that he's talked about a little bit before, isn't it? But I was thinking more about that personality, that, you know, where you see the personality sometimes before the cricketer.
Yeah.
And obviously there's an element of the answer, which is it's all in one and the same thing. But just getting a little bit of idea about that.
Stuart Broad, we're still in the 3rd over of the innings. Bowls to Wood, nice fullish delivery, which Wood just jabbed the bat down on. Kept his stumps intact.
Just one more point on Nottinghamshire here, because obviously we concentrate here on this Derbyshire opening pair as well. But I asked him a little bit about Mick Newell, about the bonding there is there in Nottinghamshire, because I said to Fletcher, it's not just you and Alex down the years. You know, there've been other clubs where this sort of thing happens, but you know, you've given Mick a little bit to deal with over the years. So we talk a bit about that.
Broad into bowl to Wood, who just plays it down safely. Stopped at short leg by Ben Slater, end of the over. And Derbyshire have 11 runs on the board, 9 of them to Lewis Rees, 1 to Tom Wood. And if you can catch that interview with Luke Fletcher tomorrow lunchtime, hopefully on 5 Live Sports Extra. And of course, the book is available, Tales from the Front Line. Luke Fletcher, you've read it, haven't you? There's a number of funny stories. You know, quite a different way into the professional game, and you know, he's perfectly honest about his work there. You know, flipping burgers, and the first day in the fast food restaurant where he was asked to go and chop the tomatoes and onions, and he was properly told and shown how to do it.
Rees is on 9 here, and it's Fletcher flipping burgers and coming in and bowling.
And when the kitchen manager came back, of course, he'd just done his own thing. He'd just chopped them all up, and they're only tomatoes and onions. What does it matter? And I think he was very quickly told what it matters.
He probably gave one of those grins, and the manager didn't quite know what to deal with. Really. He's not grinning now.
Said it was a scary place to work, a kitchen, and you can believe him.
In bowls. Well, Fletcher with a knife in his hand, he probably was dealing with the tomatoes. Watch your fingers.
It's not for everybody, is it? Long hours in the kitchens there, and of course, just so many things you've got to be careful of. You know, the food's obviously all got to be cooked and prepared properly.
Making sure the pan handles are turned inside on the cooker, all those things.
I don't think he'd care too much about that, but it's not for everybody, is it? The old catering lot.
Are you going to do a bulletin?
Oh, I am, yes, in 2 minutes' time.
Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher loitering.
Yes, and another one is bowling, and that's past the off stump and through to the keeper, and there will be no run. So, the flip side of what we have here in terms of this bowling attack of Fletcher and Broad, who caused so many problems yesterday. Now it's for Derbyshire, in the guise of Rees and Wood, as things stand, to say, well, no matter how well they bowled last night, and they did bowl well, you know, some of us were perhaps a little bit guilty ourselves of our own dismissals. We've got to knuckle down here. Yeah, it's a massive target is set, and that one is past the off stump. Oohs and ahs. Nottinghamshire with their tails up, making such a racket out there because they've got such a big lead, such a dominant position. But if you talk about the session by session, hour by hour, well, they've got another 7 overs after this one to try and survive, and that'll be plan number 1. Plan A: get yourself to the close. And then this come and start again tomorrow and see where the game might take them. But they've got a very big challenge ahead of them. Well, it's a big enough challenge to see without losing a wicket here tonight. Fletcher in bowls, driven. That's a lovely looking shot. Oh, love that from Rees. That's gone straight past Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire captain. It's run through wide, long off, like a trigger. Beautiful from the Derbyshire opener. He'll get a boundary, he'll move to 13, and the score moves up to 15 for no wicket. Just 455 runs required.
Yes. I've got a couple of stats. I'll save them until after the news.
Is this off Griff?
Hmm?
Griff from
Oh,
Griff.
yeah, all off David Griffin. He was going to be credited. I
know, but
used them as
I think he's taking part in the social boycotts and social media boycotts. So this is the place to get the stats over the next few days.
Yeah.
Defensively played by Rees into the offside, and the end of an over. 15 for no wicket. Rees on 13 and Wood on 1. The floodlights are on, but it's the brightest part of the day right now.
It's beautiful, isn't it, out there? But just nice in the beer garden.
Chilly.
Oh, I can barely feel my fingers at the moment. It's that cold. I think I might put my coat on. 15 without loss after 4. Just 7 remain in the day, so we'll get a 6:30 finish. Assuming nothing untoward happens between now and then. Tom Wood on strike.
Thank you.
As he goes back and it almost knocks the bat out of his hands, the force of the Stuart Broad delivery. It's a decent effort, that. Is it slightly quicker than the quicker bowlers in the Derbyshire Premier League, I fancy, Stuart Broad. So it's a real test for Tom Wood, and he certainly won't want to run himself out like he did in the first time round, because David Griffin doesn't have stats on players who've been run out in each innings. He's working on that. He waits now and goes back into his crease, does Wood, and pushes it out into the offside. Oh, he's missed me. He's missed me out. What about the cricket?
What about the cricket?
What about the cricket?
Do you think you need to explain to people that don't know what you're talking about?
The news bulletin on BBC Radio Derby, into which I'm supposed to do a 30-second report every hour, has left me out again.
That's bad enough just in itself, but he doesn't take it well.
That's very irritating. This next delivery is wide of the off stump and goes through to the keeper. So
he's firing off a text message here now. I don't want to be at the end of that.
Well, no, Colsey does a match preview on a Friday night, which is pretty much sacrosanct.
I hate to see. I really do.
I've just had a message from Gareth back at base. I think I might be doing something now, but I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll soon find out. Here is Stuart Broad. In again, bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side for, it was a little aerial, and they're going to come, oh, don't go back for the second, Woody. Oh dear. He certainly didn't want to be going back there, and he didn't go back, which was good. 16 without loss. Wood 2, Rees 13. Will they come to me in this opener? We'll find out. 7 Nottinghamshire wickets fell post-tea. As was it? Oh yes, 8. Because I forgot the last one. Yeah, I forgot the last one. You're right. Yeah, thank you, Dave. Stuart Broad is going to come around the wicket. He's got 4 slips. He's got a man close in on the offside. That's Stephen Mullaney. Ball is on the leg stump and turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees.
We had a bit of an add-up and we made it 470 to win in 203 overs.
203 overs. Sorry, I'm just listening in in case they come to me, but they're not forced to. They might, but they might not. 16.
This will be a big tonic for the rest of the dressing room.
It doesn't actually sound like they are going to come to me. I think everybody's ignored me. Broad around the wicket, bowls to Rees, who defends this back up to mid-on. And it's the end of the over. 16 without loss. Reese has 13. Wood has 2. 6 to go today. They're not coming to me, and even if they do, I can't hear them anymore because I've turned them down. And myself and Dave Bracegirdle will guide you through the remaining 6 overs.
Yeah, a real boost for the dressing room if they can get through to the close with the wickets still intact. 6 overs remaining.
1 down when the one at Trent Bridge. Slightly different scenario. You know the biggest defeat by runs?
Yes, I heard you say the Middlesex game. Which,
No, the Derbyshire's biggest.
Oh, right.
330 by Nottinghamshire at Chesterfield in 1904.
It's Fletcher from the City end. Comes in, bowls to Tom Wood, who shoulders arms.
Derbyshire, highly impressive. They were bowled out for 32 in their second innings in 14 overs. Bill Bestwick top scored with 9, but was run out. 371, of course, is Derbyshire's best or most successful run chase against Australia. Kevin Dean's match. They were 9 down when they beat the Australian tourists. So 470, just the 99 runs further on.
Next delivery is blocked by Tom Wood. Would that have been the 2001 Aussies or 97?
97.
Just digging in there, Wood. He's leaving as much as he can. A couple of singles to his name so far.
Huge opportunity for Wood. No pressure on him to score quickly. Just stay out there as long as you can.
I think there were 1 or 2 in the Notts side that were trying that approach.
Yes.
But it just didn't happen as Fletcher bowls again. And Wood shoulders arms. A few drops today, weren't there? It could have been a shorter innings had all the catches been held. (16) without loss. But quite extraordinary again for the second day running, all the wickets clattering after tea.
When it was cloudy and the lights were on, I'm sure that has an effect. I mean, obviously it's not as easy to see for a start, but...
There's Fletcher. Lovely conditions at the moment, even though the lights are still on. There's runs here. Fletcher's gone down. Yeah, I think he'll beat the 10 count. Yeah, he's got up. He's got up at 5.
Pulled himself off his feet.
Slipped over as he released it. The ball worked away for Tom Wood to double his score from 2 to 4. Not yet on the board. It will in a second when various buttons have been punched, and now Wood does have his 418 without loss. So many runs for Notts to play with, but they would like to manufacture a wicket or 2 this evening if they can, as next one goes through to the keeper. In terms of this 11 over spell, I guess that's okay because the actual ball itself will be still new and hard tomorrow morning. So 2 bites of the cherry really with Broad and Fletcher. Very quiet game for Dane Patterson. Did pick up a couple of wickets yesterday, but no opportunity at all with the bat. I think both times he wandered out to the middle and didn't face a ball, did he?
No.
Stuart Broad comprehensively bowled to wrap up the innings. Here's Fletcher. 5 in the first innings, 2 this morning. This is helped away down to Patterson by Wood. End of the over, I know that, because the first one to move, rushing onto the field, is James Pipe, who comes out to attend to Stuart Broad.
That's quite a responsibility for James Pipe, that. Looking after one of England's 2 premier fast bowlers.
Oh, he works quite a lot with him, I think, during the winter. I think Brody does have various spells when he's back in the country, obviously between tours. He'll come in on quiet days and work with the coaching staff, and also very much engages with the physio. There'll be massages and there'll be various requests, no doubt, for potions and whatever to solve various ailments. Don't think this is anything too serious. Broad is
blister from batting.
well, he's rummaging about in his bag for something anyway. So the one result from this round of matches already, Glamorgan defeating Kent by 10 wickets. As Kevin called it, the Labuschagne effect.
Yes.
They are back on at Durham, where they've had quite a lot of rain. Durham 272 for 4, Warwickshire 87 all out. They've finished for the day at New Road, where Essex declared on 561 for 8 and Worcestershire 37 without loss. There were lots and lots of overs from the spinners and what have you. I think Brett D'Oliveira's bowled 46 overs, so he should sleep tonight. So they finished smack on 6 o'clock. No real surprise if the spinners have bowled a huge amount of overs. Umpires, or one umpire, Billy Taylor's gone over there to see what this is all about. Stuart Broad just standing there, and we're all waiting for James Pipe to find whatever it is in the bottom of his bag. Now he's attending to Stuart's right hand. Might just be something as simple as a blister or maybe a broken nail or some such, but it's almost like hold your hand out.
Yeah.
Be a brave boy.
Any time when you're ready.
Yep, we're going to crack on with it now, I think.
Jogging back to his mark.
He's explaining to both Luke Fletcher and Stephen Mullaney what it was.
Really hurt.
Sometimes you do get a little nick, don't you? And you just can't stop it bleeding or whatever.
Yeah.
You certainly don't want to get any gravel in it, nor do you want to get blood on the ball, which is also another important factor.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
So Broad into bowl.
Bowling to Wood, who goes back into his crease and pushes this out into the onside. Luke Fletcher trots in to pick up, do the fielding.
If it was a plaster, it took some time in finding, though. That was the only
A little bit of
thing
antiseptic
about
or
it.
something as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Very pleasant now, isn't it? Lovely evening.
Still chilly. That won't have done his hand any good. He's just trapped it underneath the ball as it was thrown back to him by Luke Fletcher. Yeah, cheers. Right, love the way he puts the ball very deliberately into his hand. Stuart Broad bowls, and that one strikes the pad. Cries from behind the stumps, but no arms raised, nothing from Broad.
Dane Patterson is doing long leg to long leg in this innings.
I bet he's thrilled with that.
Yeah. He's heard about Derby, now he's experiencing it for himself. Growing up as a lad in Cape Town. All the ambitions in the world.
He's starting to warm up down there.
He is.
He's just stretched the hamstrings and windmilled the arms.
Yeah. Sometimes, somebody is just a golden arm, aren't they?
Yeah.
They can come on and get a wicket or two, and that's a great knack for the captain to have, getting the right one on.
Wood defends this next delivery from Broad out into the offside. Mullaney picks up. So 4.5 overs to go tonight.
Didn't take notice of what and if any rollers were used, but it does seem to have
Heavy.
just quietened down a little bit, doesn't it?
Heavy. Yeah, we'll use the heavy roller. Yeah. To get through to the close.
So does that mean they can't use it again tomorrow morning?
I think so. Wood waits. 4 slips in place. Broad bowls, and that comes off the edge of the bat down to the gully. Lyndon James is stationed there.
Yes, he's had a quiet old game, Lyndon. Scores of 1 and 7 and not bowled a ball yet. Don't think any of them will mind if they get on the right end of the result, but of course there's always another game and another game and another game, and you want to make sure you're playing in those games by your own individual performance. I'm sure he'll be eager to get a bowl and make a mark.
Wood on 5, waits and just about gets his bat out of the way of a lifting delivery outside the off stump. For a moment, I'm pretty sure he would have thought, I'm not going to be able to get my arms up high enough here. Did well in the end.
Just a marginal opportunity there for a fabulous photo, I think, because Wood was sort of leaving it, but with his bat held up in the air, and it seems as if all the slips were halfway to going up as well.
19 without loss. chasing this notional 470, having it back for 2 days. This one is driven by Wood. It was in the block hole though, and it's gone straight to Mulaney. I think that might be the end of Stuart Broad. He's just asked for a long sleeve sweater. Certainly the end of his 4th over. 0 for 10 from his 4 overs in this Derbyshire second innings. Rees has 13, Wood has 15 and 19 without loss. They only need another 451 to win.
Well, if he is coming off, I wonder if Fletcher's going to bowl at this end or it'll be somebody different, because Dane Patterson is going to replace Luke Fletcher. Let's have a little look around for telltale signs for this end. Liam Patterson-White's the one I'm sort of focusing on at the moment. He's just very quietly just nestled his way back into 4th slip though, so no sign of the spinner getting a go. But you know, in all probability, is nicely loose. You might as well stick Fletcher on at this end. That might be the thinking, but we'll have to see. 19 without loss. What have we got? 4 overs
4
left.
to go, so he'd only have a couple, wouldn't he?
2 from each end, however it is. So it is going to be Dane Patterson. Picked up a couple of wickets first time around. From the City end, bowling to Lewis Rees on 13. And here's the first delivery, which inconveniences Tom Moores more than anybody else, because it bounced twice before reaching him. Wasn't a lot of pace in that delivery. It will get quicker. And as we were saying, potentially the wicket has been absolutely flattened by the heavy roller. So tomorrow morning it might just be a little spicier for the batsman to negotiate. Somebody you would presume would be padded up to come in as a night watchman alongside Lewis Deploy. This goes through to the keeper. Generally have your number 3 ready in case he fancies it, don't you? And you also have somebody else just in case he doesn't.
I've got a feeling he doesn't. He's not on in the best of form this season. They've tried 2 night watchmen so far, Ben Aitchison and George Scrimshaw, and neither of them have worked. So I think Sam Connors will be your next best. He can hold a bat.
Second top scorer in the first innings, wasn't he? 12 not out this morning.
It's different when you go in at 11 than going in at 3.
Next ball, that's a good delivery. Rees wasn't playing at it. He got the bat well away from the ball, but it's a decent line and length from the South African, 32-year-old. A couple of test appearances for South Africa under his name. Yes, it was just all about enjoying it this morning for Connors. Hang about, try and frustrate Notts, try and get as close to that follow-on target as they could. And the fact they hung around, I think, for 40 minutes, it's perhaps given us a different day to what it might have been. Next ball is, an attempted pull by Lewis Rees, straight to Stephen Mulaney. So, I've seen 1 or 2 batsmen attempt the pull today, and it's not worked for them. Lyndon James was one. It went straight up in the air.
It's been another remarkable day's cricket, though. Sort of doesn't make sense, really, does it?
So what have we had? 12 wickets today, 18 yesterday, 12 today.
More than enough.
Into the 4th innings of the match before the end of the second day. Next ball through to Tom Moores. Still just the one game to reach stumps, apart from the one that's finished. Glamorgan beating Kent. They finished at New Road, but playing everywhere else. Still time for 2 here, somebody shouts. There's Patterson. Tidy enough over this one. Balls, again, Rees leaves it alone. So it's a maiden to Dane Patterson to begin with. Now then, who's coming to this end?
Luke.
It is Luke Fletcher, It makes sense. He's really just started. He's got a bit of rhythm. He's only had, 4 overs.
Took most of his wickets from this end, didn't he? From the racecourse end as well, I think. Not to make a note of that. Well,
he certainly got the 2 in 2 from this end.
He bowled from this end this morning.
Oh, and he got the 2 this morning, so I can't remember what his first wicket was, but certainly 4 of
It's a lot of wickets ago, that, isn't it? It's a lot of wickets ago.
And a lot of bits of paper as well.
Yes, quite. We've had about 4 days worth of cricket in 2. It's been quite helter-skelter. Norwich batting a fair old lick throughout their 2 innings, really. Tom Wood to face Luke Fletcher then. And he struck on the pad, big appeal, not out. It was a big-ish appeal, actually, and then it wasn't a full-throated roar from Luke Fletcher. The slips went up, as they tend to do.
Breeze is picking up, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's sort of coming from the west now rather than from the north. So,
Just noticed there with Fletcher's shirt and his flannels as he was running in. Really billowing.
he's on his way in again now. Bowling from the racecourse end, and Wood gets bat on this one and pushes it back towards Luke Fletcher, who just turns around and allows Stephen Mullaney to come in and pick the ball up. Fletcher makes his way back to his mark. Bowled really nicely in the first innings. 5 for 28, just shy of his career best. What was that, 5 for 26, did you say?
5 for 27.
27,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
just shy of the career best.
We have all these stats in cricket, don't we? I'll develop the thought in a moment.
Fletcher's in again, and Wood is edging this one just to the right of fourth slip, and he's going to get 4 runs down to third man. Whether it carried or not, I'm not sure, but it was very close to the right hand of the man at fourth slip, who is Liam Patterson-White.
He's also left-handed as well, so he was throwing himself away to his right. I'm not so sure he could have got there, but
No.
I think a fifth slip, if he'd dived forward, would have been under it.
Quite low by the time he
Yeah.
got to him, wasn't it? But yeah, anyway, 23 for none.
But we have all these stats in cricket, but I've never seen anything on a particular bowler or a team or whatever on when they get the wickets in terms of, or when a bowler gets the wickets in terms of which ball of the over.
Yeah. Fletcher bowls, and this one is pushed up to into the offside, and it is important because they set them up, don't they?
Because it was, Fletcher came in there first ball from this end, and it was almost like he was through Tom Wood before he reacted. The big LBW shot first ball. Second one was a similar delivery, and he was in position nice and early and defended it, and it was almost as if first ball he almost just caught him napping a little bit.
I'll get Griff onto it. He's got a few
Bit of
games.
homework.
Only got a few games to go. He did give me a great stat as this next one is off a pad into the leg side. There have been in excess of 60,000 first-class matches in the history of cricket, and only 30 times in those 60,000 or more first-class matches has a side batting fourth scored 470 or more.
Only 6 times.
30 times.
30 times.
Out of 60,000. That is the... If you didn't realise the scale of Derbyshire's task, there it is.
Yeah.
Next delivery is, beating Tom Wood. Beautiful delivery to finish the over from Luke Fletcher. 2 overs to go now. Tom Wood has 9, Lewis Rees has 13, Derbyshire 23 without loss, chasing that national 470.
And of those 60,000 matches, actually it's not true, because they say balls faced has only been recorded for 30 years, but of course last weekend at New Road, Asiba Mead faced more deliveries in a match than anybody else since records began. But they do say it's only 30 years since they started charting balls faced.
Still not bad.
It's not. It's Patterson bowling to Rees. This goes through to the keeper. But, I guess it's only in the last 30 years that we started playing 4-day cricket. I'm not so sure there would have been time in a 3-day match for a batsman to face 630 or more than 635 balls. So in all possibility, it may well be the all-time record. But 14 hours at the crease.
Mad, isn't it? Absolutely mad.
That's longer than this game.
Yeah.
Well, we're going into tomorrow, but it's 2 full days and a bit. 2 full days and a session as this goes through to the keeper.
To maintain concentration for that length of time is
Yeah.
absolutely remarkable.
No surprise he got a duck yesterday, but then you saw a glimpse of it today. In fact, today it was almost, in comparison to last weekend, he was almost a swashbuckler today, getting to his 94. Thought he played nicely today.
Yeah.
By common consent, the one that we perhaps thought, the big 6 off Critchley, maybe didn't go over the pavilion. It was more in the gap. That seems to be the feeling. As Patterson bowls again, and Lewis Rees certainly playing for stumps, blocks this one.
I think it's a better story if we continue with it going over the pavilion, though.
Yeah.
Surely.
No,
and if we say
knows.
it enough times, it will be written into folklore.
Well, that's it. If we both say it.
He's hit it further than Andre Russell.
Yeah.
That's all we need to know.
Yeah.
I'm really pleased for him. I'm really pleased for Hasib Hamid. I think he's a fine cricketer.
23 without loss. Here comes Patterson, past umpire Billy Taylor. Thought that was going to sneak under the bat, and that would have been good night Vienna as far as Lewis Rees was concerned. Just seemed to be scuttling through his defences to pin him in front. Had a few LBWs, but we didn't have any.
No, there weren't any.
In the Nottinghamshire second innings.
No.
Yesterday.
Umpires have changed their mind now.
Yeah, seemed to follow each other. Yesterday, 6 or 7 LBWs.
No more of that nonsense.
23 without loss. Next ball wide of the off stump, and Patterson not giving an awful lot away. I think it's raining again, Dave. You know, we might
Yes,
just lose
right.
it. We might
You
just
are
lose
right.
an
Yeah,
over
you
here.
can
There's
see
only
it.
one over left.
Sit in East Midlands demolition stand, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's getting heavier as well.
Yeah, you look around and there's plenty of blue sky. What's the saying? Enough blue sky to make a sailor a pair of trousers or some such nonsense. Next ball, nice and full and blocked by Rees, end of the over. 6 balls left, or a maximum of 6 balls left. So whoever is due to come in at number 3 for Derbyshire can take his pads off and won't be required. We'll do well to get this last over in, unless it stops raining, because it's chucking it down.
A bit damp in that beer garden tonight.
Is that where you're going?
I think so. It's just round the corner from where I parked the car at the radio station, so it would be rude not to call in for one, wouldn't it? It'd be rude not to call in for one.
Just see if they're still open.
Yeah. They've been closed for so long.
Important to rehydrate after sport.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
They're going off here.
They are. It's finished. It's all done for the day, folks. 23 without loss. So Derbyshire have achieved their first aim from this little session to get through to stumps. Of course, it won't be officially announced as being stumps for a minute or two, no doubt. The word will be that they're just going to see. In fact, it's getting heavy now, isn't it? See Tim Robinson frantically waving for them to come on, but it's chucking it down. So 23 without loss. Earlier we had Nottinghamshire 318 all out. That left the difference between the two sides as 469. So in theory, a nominal 470 to win in 203 overs. 23 without loss at the close.
Yes, John Brown has just said that's it for the day. That he scored. They've got the stumps out of the ground. If you've been watching on the stream, do join us again tomorrow.